Chapter 694. Alright, there's one more thing. This time, we'll be doing it in secret, so there's no need for those people in the sect to know. Amen. Good. Seeing that everyone agreed, the male disciple revealed a smile and said, Alright, since that's the case, let's move. According to the information we received from the Sky Cold City, they should be halfway there. As he said that, a wave of killing intent burst out from his body. This time, we must make them pay a painful price. But remember, we can't kill them. The cosmic sect must be left for the young master himself. Amen. Understood. After getting the precise information, the male disciple said respectfully to everyone, Let's go, cultivators. There's no time to lose. Let's move out. With that, everyone glanced at each other at the same time, and their bodies disappeared on the spot. The weakest cultivator present was an early god emperor. In addition, everyone was moving at an extremely fast speed. Not long after, they disappeared into the night without alerting the disciples guarding the sect or the array. As the saying went, a dark and windy night could kill. Now, this was exactly what they meant. In the discussion hall of the Xuanzong sect, everyone present was silent. Even if a needle fell to the ground, everyone present would be able to hear it. However, just as everyone was silent and had a serious expression, a loud voice came from outside the door. The voice was hurried, as if something had happened. Report. Following the loud voice, a disciple wearing an elite robe rushed in from outside the door. He was so fast that he arrived not far away from Linyan. Plop. The instant the man arrived in front of everyone, he directly knelt on the ground and respectfully said what he wanted to say. Sect leader, just now an old man holding a sword came in. His entire body was filled with vigorous sword chi, and we didn't dare to approach him. What? Old man? Old man holding a sword? At this moment, everyone present fell into hesitation after hearing the words of the kneeling disciple. They didn't know what was going on and didn't know what was going on. Amen. Yes, I've never seen him before in the sect. Hearing Lin Yun's question, the male disciple hurriedly replied, Yes, that person said that he was sent by the young master. I'm not sure, so I came to report. Quick, let him in. At this moment, Lin Yun became excited when he heard the disciple kneeling on the ground say that it was his father who sent that mysterious person over. He thought that the mysterious person must be a hierarch realm expert, but he didn't think so after seeing him. Yes, sect master. Hearing the sect master's words, the disciple immediately stood up from the ground and walked out of the door. Not long after, a man with a long sword in his hand could be seen. Sword chi flowed around his body, as if forming a sword chi cloak around him, protecting his entire body. However, when such an old man appeared, the expressions of everyone present became serious, especially the upper echelons of the sect who had experienced the incident of the sect being trapped in the immortal world. At this moment, when they saw the old man at first glance, they recognized him as the father of Jian Wudi, the head of the sword sect in the immortal world and the current head of the law enforcement department of the sect. At that instant, everyone was stunned when they saw the old man, especially Jian Feng. At that moment, his eyes were naturally wet, and tears casually flowed down his cheeks. This scene had played out in his mind for thousands of years. But before this, it didn't go as he wished. However, he never expected that his father would one day come out of the cemetery and appear in front of him so calmly. This moment wasn't painful for everyone, but for Jian Feng and his family, it was a day worth celebrating and being happy. Not for anything else, but for the family to be able to reunite. This was worth celebrating. Sect Master, I'm Jian Wudi. Young Master asked me to come out, Jian Wudi said as he looked at his tearful son, Jian Feng, before turning back to Lin Yun. Young Master asked me to come out and be his sect guardian. He also asked Lin Ling to guard the cemetery and become the tomb keeper of Madam and Young Master. What? This? At this moment, as soon as Jian Wudi finished his sentence, everyone exclaimed. Their faces were filled with uncertainty and disbelief. Facing this, Jian Wudi's face didn't change at all. He was still as calm as before. Very calm. Yes, young master, said to let Lin Ling guard the cemetery. He also said that the day he returns will be the day Lin Ling comes out. Originally, no one believed it, but after hearing this again, they believed it. This was because they all knew what sort of place the mausoleum was. Since Jian Wudi dared to say such a thing, it meant that Lin Ling had indeed made such arrangements. However, this made things difficult for Lin Yun. He knew that as long as his father went out, it was hard to say when he would return. Sometimes it would be 700 or 800 years, and sometimes it would be 1,000 years. If he really did that, then wouldn't his daughter have to stay in the cemetery for thousands of years? This was very difficult for Lin Yun, but this matter was ordered by Lin Ray, so there was no room for negotiation. Sigh. With a sigh, Lin Yun looked at the people below and said with difficulty, since old Sect Master said so, then let's do as you say. Then Lin Yun's gaze fell on Bai Qi. Uncle Bai, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip and bring Ling Er here. Yes, Sect Master, I'll go right away. Hearing Lin Yun's order, Bai Qi smiled and nodded. Then his body disappeared from the spot. Jian Wudi, since old Sect Master wants you to be a protector, then from now on, you will be the protector of the sect. In a while, I will inform all the disciples of the Xuanzong sect. Are you satisfied with this? Yes. Thank you, Sect Master, for your help. At this moment, Jian Wudi, who was standing below, felt a little uncomfortable when he heard Lin Yun's respectful words. But when he thought about his cultivation and origin, he understood the ins and outs of this matter. All right, since that's the case, let Division Leader Jian help you with the rest. Since we haven't seen each other for 1,000 years, the two of you can catch up. Just as Lin Yun finished speaking, Jian Feng, who was standing beside Jian Wudi, knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Lin Yun with a face full of tears. Jian Feng thanks Sect Master for your help. Division Leader Jian Feng, you don't have to do this. You are also the division leader of the enforcement department. Logically speaking, you should be my senior. So quickly get up. At this moment, Lin Yun's actions were seen by everyone present. At this moment, everyone was even more optimistic about the Sect Master. Yes, Jian Feng stood up according to Lin Yun's orders and then led his father to a corner. When they reached the last corner, they began to talk for the first time in thousands of years. Looking at the Jian father and son, Lin Yun began to reminisce. When was the last time he spoke to his father like this? But after thinking about it, he realized that it was already 1,000 years ago. All right, back to the main topic. Lin Yun, who was filled with nostalgia, quickly came to his senses and corrected his thoughts. This time, the danger of the sect will depend on everyone present to do their best. We are willing to fight to the last drop of blood to protect our home. At this moment, everyone's response was like thunder from the 9 heavens. Their voices were so loud that it was deafening. Whoosh! Just as everyone's morale was high, Bai Qi, who had gone out to look for Lin Ling, brought Lin Ling into the hall. Father, do you need something for me? Hearing his daughter's words, Lin Yun choked on the word, I, and couldn't continue. At this moment, Lin Ling, who was standing below, saw that the atmosphere was so calm. Coupled with her father's abnormal behavior, she knew that something must have happened, and it had something to do with her. Thinking of this, Lin Ling's face became resolute. She quickly said, Father, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm listening, sigh. Lin Yun sighed and looked at his daughter. At this moment, he made up his mind and said, Ling Er, it's like this. Your grandfather has passed away. He wants you to go to the cemetery and guard it. Guard the cemetery? At this moment, hearing this, Lin Ling thought of the old man who had stopped her at the entrance of the cemetery. Immediately, Lin Ling's face was filled with excitement. Father, I'll go. What? At this moment, Lin Ling's reply stunned everyone present. To put it nicely, this job was to guard the cemetery, but to put it bluntly, it was to be imprisoned. No one could understand why Lin Ling would do this. Ling Er, that, you might not know, but your grandfather wants you to guard the cemetery. You can only come out of the cemetery after he returns. However, during this time, you're not allowed to take half a step out of the cemetery. Furthermore, you're the only one in the cemetery. You seem to have replaced the previous one. Lin Ling was dumbfounded by Lin Yun's words. The smile on her face disappeared in an instant and was replaced with a look of unwillingness. When she heard that she had to guard the cemetery, she thought that the old man would still be there. That way, she could ask him about Sword Dao. Who would have thought that she would have to replace someone else? She wasn't willing to do this. No, father, I don't want to go. I don't want to go. Sigh. As a father, he couldn't bear to see his daughter like this. However, he had to obey Lin Rei's orders. Uncle Bai, go do it. This matter has already been settled. Without father's orders, no one could do anything about it. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with reluctance, but he had no choice. This matter was decided by Lin Rei. Father. No. Father, I don't want to. Just like that, Lin Rei followed Lin Ling's orders and forcefully led her out of the palace. Along the way, Lin Ling kept saying that she didn't want to go. However, neither Lin Rei nor Lin Yun could hear it. Grandmaster, we're infinitely close to the Xuanzong Sect now. Look, we've been on the road for an entire night. Why don't we take a break? At this moment, in a valley tens of thousands of meters away from the Xuanzong Sect, the Qingquan Sect disciples from Tianliang City stopped. A middle-aged man asked Qianlong for instructions. The middle-aged man lowered his head and looked down. He was dressed carefully as though he was afraid of Qianlong. Yes. When Qianlong heard this, he pondered for a moment before raising his head to agree. However, at this moment, Qianlong's eyes suddenly turned extremely sharp as he looked up into the sky. It's coming. What's coming? At this moment, the middle-aged man standing beside Qianlong heard his words and was puzzled for a moment. This sentence made him feel as if he was a monk scratching his head. When he heard the middle-aged man's question, Qianlong was so angry that he almost slapped him. However, he felt a huge aura flying toward them from afar. Qianlong quickly explained, "A huge aura is rushing in our direction. Among this aura, I can feel that there are several auras that are much stronger than mine." Qianlong rolled his eyes at the middle-aged man and continued, "Tisk, I don't know if it's a friend or foe. If it's a friend, then that's great. But if it's an enemy, then..." At this point, Qianlong started to pray worriedly. He prayed that it was a friend and not an enemy. However, the reality was cruel. If you were too optimistic, then don't be too optimistic. Just as Qianlong was praying, more than 10 rays of light shot across the sky. They were 1,000 miles away a moment ago and appeared in front of the Qingquan Sect in the next moment. The people who appeared were none other than the 3 ghost kings from the Xuanzong Sect. What is the meaning of this? We have never met you before. May I know who you are? At this moment, Qianlong, who was praying, sensed the group of people in front of him. He quickly opened his eyes and asked the group of mysterious people worriedly. His tone was weak. It wasn't that he didn't want to be tough. However, he could feel that these people were much stronger than the people he brought. He couldn't afford to lose. We have no other purpose here. We just want to keep all of you ultimate gods and emperor gods here. As for those cultivators below the emperor god level, we won't bother with them. They can pass. You're from the Xuanzong Sect? When Qianlong heard the words of the mysterious people, he immediately guessed where they came from. Chapter 695. That's right. Upon hearing Qianlong's words, the young man replied without any hesitation. However, at this moment, after receiving the other party's confirmation, Qianlong's people all sucked in a breath of cold air at this moment. Their faces were extremely gloomy, and there was fear and horror in their eyes. Faced with such a strong opponent, Qianlong's heart started pounding. He wasn't sure if they could defeat the people who had come to stop them. At this moment, the young man saw that the leader of Qingquan's sect was silent. He frowned and said, "What's wrong? Are you satisfied with the request we made? Anyone below the emperor god level or above can go over." Qianlong, who was deep in thought, suddenly heard the voice. For a moment, his heart was not as calm as before. At this moment, he hesitated. However, this kind of hesitation was a taboo in battle. Once fear appeared in his heart, there was no doubt that he would lose the battle. All right, you don't have to say any more. The young man and his men saw that he was hesitating and said anxiously, "Let's go. Since I don't want to fight, let's do it. It just so happens that I have nothing to do during this period of time. It's not a bad idea to take this opportunity to exercise my legs." That's right, I like it. All right. However, we'll have to see if they are strong enough to let me have my fun. The moment they heard the words of the male disciple, the other three ghost kings and the other ghost kings let out sinister smiles, following which a series of terrifying auras surged towards the top of the Chinquan sect, crushing down on everyone. The sudden change caught Qianlong off guard. He didn't expect this group of people to have such intentions. Moreover, from their words, it seemed that they were just playing around with him. Moreover, he didn't sense any killing intent from the people from the profound sect. Regarding this, he was puzzled. Logically speaking, they should have shown killing intent when they were facing a threat to their sect. However, they didn't. As the saying goes, there must be something fishy going on. At this moment, Qianlong had a bad premonition. However, he didn't have time to think. After the young man and his men disappeared, they reappeared in front of Chinquan sect. Each of them stood behind a person who was at the same level as them. A battle was about to break out. However, in a battle of this level, those disciples with low cultivation could only be treated as cannon fodder. No matter how talented they were, no matter how rare their aptitudes were in the consciousness of the God world, they were nothing but cannon fodder in this battle. No matter how shocking their backgrounds were, no matter how high their statuses were, in this place, everything was nothing. Bam, bam, bam. In an instant, the sound of weapons clashing could be heard louder than the entire valley. At the same time, the mountains on both sides of the road were destroyed in a few seconds because they could not withstand a large-scale battle between the supreme gods and the emperor gods. Not good. Quick! The remaining disciples of Chinquan sect hurry to the Xuanzong sect. Their higher-ups are all here. I'm afraid they don't have many powerful cultivators left. Today, you must destroy the Xuanzong sect for me. Do you understand? At this moment, Qianlong, who was fighting with one of the three ghost kings, saw the mountains collapsing. The disciples with lower levels of cultivation were instantly defeated by the aftermath of the battle. The unlucky ones died on the spot. The lucky ones managed to escape, but the situation wasn't optimistic. It had been a long time since the realm of the gods saw a group battle between two supreme gods. Therefore, they couldn't take it anymore. Even if a monarch god was here, he would have to watch from thousands of miles away to not be affected by the battle. Yes, we will head to the Xuanzong sect immediately. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a face as handsome as jade and skin as white as snow said. He could be considered as a peerless beauty. It was this man. The moment he heard Qianlong's order, his face turned solemn, and he replied coldly, "Disciples of Chinquan sect, except for those who stay behind to fight, the rest will follow me to the Xuanzong sect." As soon as he said this, the 1,000 cultivators who had been feeling aggrieved because of the battle between the gods were swept away the moment they heard this. All that was left was an expression of wanting to wipe away the humiliation they had suffered in the past. Looking at them, the middle-aged man was secretly delighted. He quickly led the way to the Xuanzong sect. In less than a minute, the entire valley— oh no, it was still not a valley. The place was still in ruins because of the battle. "Old man, you're not bad. You're all mid-stage supreme gods. TSK. What a pity." At this moment, he was fooling around with the ghost king that Qianlong found. He was looking at the Chinquan sect with a relaxed smile on his face. For a moment, he was bored and started chatting with Tianer. However, Qianlong even had the thought of killing himself in this situation. How could this be? Fighting in the house with a relaxed smile on his face, and even having a chat like this, Qianlong could be said to be burning with anger. He was extremely furious. Bastard, you forced me to do this. You forced me to do this. Go to hell." At this moment, Qianlong, who was burning with anger, instantly increased his cultivation to a certain point. The fiery red saber in his hand seemed to have come alive at this moment. It flew into the sky on its own and slowly expanded. A shocking saber intent instantly filled the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. The moment everyone who was in the midst of battle felt this horrifying saber will, their faces were filled with bewilderment. Of course, this was only for the Shin sect. As for the Chinquan sect disciples, the moment they felt this horrifying saber will, all of them let out gleeful smiles. It was as though they had seen something amazing. Come, have a taste of my burning sword technique. At this moment, Gue Hun smiled bitterly as he looked at Qianlong. He was filled with disdain towards the 1,000-meter-long sword above his head. Even though he was an invincible existence in the eyes of others, even though his saber intent had shocked everyone in the divine realm, in his eyes, it was nothing more than a piece of tofu that could be broken with a single blow. You, die for this old man. Qianlong could naturally feel Gue Hun's expression and attitude. Gue Hun's attitude had already humiliated Qianlong. In addition to the previous incident, Qianlong's hatred had taken over his entire body. Not only his body, even his soul and thoughts had become slaves to his hatred. A surge of spiritual energy rushed out of Qianlong's body and turned into a giant hand. It grabbed the 1,000-meter-long sword's hilt and slashed down at Gue Li without stopping. Go to hell, go to hell. Ha ha! At this moment, Qianlong had gone completely mad. He did not care if his companions were there or not. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He wanted to destroy the person who had humiliated and looked down on him. Destroy him. Ha! A speck of light dares to compete with the sun and moon? An ant dares to be mentioned in the same breath as this exalted. Gue Hun stood where he was and raised his head to look at the descending sword. There was no fear in his eyes. Instead, there was only disdain and contempt for everything. Go strike. The speed at which the sword was descending was extremely fast. Just as the sword was about to cut Gue Li into pieces, Gue Hun moved. He waved his left arm, and a surge of black spiritual energy rushed out of his body. The black spiritual energy formed a sword in his hand. Looking at the incoming sword, Gue Hun unhurriedly raised his hand and collided with the sword. Bang! A loud sound was heard. At this moment, everyone present stopped what they were doing. Their gazes all turned to Gue Hun and Qianlong. How is this possible? At this moment, Qianlong, who had a smile on his face, thought that even if this attack could not kill Gue Hun, it would still be good to give him a heavy blow. But now everything had changed. He saw that the ultimate move that he was most proud of was easily blocked by someone. Moreover, the expression on that person's face was the same as before. He was extremely relaxed, as if this attack was nothing to him. Scorching sword art? That's all there is to it. Bang! Gotcha! Gotcha! Seeing Qianlong's shocked and frightened expression, Gue Hun did not hesitate. He casually pushed, and the fiery red broadsword was deflected. Not only that, but at the instant the broadsword was deflected, a strange sound attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, the saber that had been deflected by the long sword that Gue Hun had condensed with spiritual energy started to break into pieces in midair. No! When everyone saw this, Qianlong naturally saw it too. He wanted to see his old friend who had accompanied him for so many years shatter into pieces. At that moment, a roar came from his mouth. Come on, I've accepted your challenge. Now, it's time for you to accept my attack. Looking at him, Gue Hun waved his black sword with a mocking expression. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was, disappearing from everyone's sight. I've said that a grain of light dares to compete with the sun and the moon, but you refuse to listen. Since that's the case, I'll kill you too. But you'll be taught a lesson. At this moment, Qianlong, who was standing on the spot and releasing his divine sense to search for Gue Li's whereabouts, suddenly heard a cold voice from behind him. Immediately, a chill rose in his heart. A bad premonition crept into his heart at this moment. Ancestor Qianlong, be careful. At this moment, a middle-aged man who was standing not too far away, saw Gui Han behind Qianlong and quickly shouted at him. Bang! At this moment, a loud sound was heard. The moment the man who had reported to Qianlong, Gui Li, who was standing not too far away from him, his face darkened. Without saying a word, he sent the man flying with a chop. This scene stunned everyone. It happened so quickly that the few ultimate gods who were closest to the middle-aged man didn't even have time to react. Because of this, the Qinquan sect members didn't dare to act rashly. Although the speed of the attack was considered a sneak attack, they didn't react in time. At this moment, they had a rough understanding of the people who came to stop them. The Xuanzong sect members were much stronger than the Qinquan sect members. In fact, they were much stronger than the Qinquan sect members. It was also because of this incident that everyone from the Qinquan sect no longer had the intention to rescue Qianlong. You, what do you want? At that moment, Qianlong's forehead was drenched in cold sweat like rain when he heard the reminder from the sect's juniors. His expression was one of extreme terror. I've said that I won't kill you. However, there will still be interest. After all, I can't let you come here for nothing, right? As he spoke, the black sword was placed on Qianlong's left arm. The black light was imprinted in Qianlong's heart, and he would never forget it for the rest of his life. No, don't. At this moment, he would be an idiot if he couldn't figure out what Gui Li was trying to do. At this moment, the sword was placed on his arm. It was obvious that Gui Li wanted to use his arm as interest. However, he knew that if he lost his arm, the scorching blade skill would be completely useless. A streak of blood, a severed arm, and a miserable shriek were imprinted in everyone's eyes, hearts, and minds. A supreme god of the celestial world was helpless as his arm was chopped off without any resistance. If this matter were to spread, Qinquan sect wouldn't be able to stay in the celestial world anymore. This is a warning and punishment for you. Remember, there are some people you can't afford to offend. After doing all this, Gui Han returned to Gui Li's side and said coldly to the Xuanzong sect members, "Finish them off. It's up to you to teach them a lesson. Remember, don't kill them." Understood? Hearing what Gui Han said, all of the people from the profound sect present no longer concealed their strength. They instantly unleashed their cultivations and began a battle. Although it was not a massacre, it was still an incomparably bloody massacre. The Qinquan sect members were no longer the same as before. They didn't have the strength to retaliate at all. Just like Qianlong, they couldn't put up any resistance and were collected by Gui Li's group. At this moment, miserable screams resounded through the clouds, piercing through the universe. Everyone had the same expression on their faces. Hatred, so much hatred that their faces were hideous. It's over. It's over. Our sect is finished this time. Chapter 696. Looking at this scene, Qianlong's heart was filled with regret and endless hatred. After all, he was mostly responsible for this. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted the Xuanzong sect's martial arts, they would probably still be a top sect that dominated a region. But what about now? All the elders and grand elders of the Qinquan sect were here. They wanted to destroy the Xuanzong sect in one fell swoop. But now, they were the ones being destroyed. At this moment, there was nothing he could do other than hate. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Even if he wanted to take revenge, he didn't have the chance. The elders and grand elders of the Qinquan sect were all crippled. Their strength was greatly reduced, and they didn't have the strength to fight back. You guys are doing well. This time, we are only collecting interest. But don't worry, there will be people who will take your lives. I hope you don't die too quickly. Otherwise, it won't be fun. What? At this moment, the young man standing at the front looked at Qianlong, who was in a daze. His lips curled into a mocking smile. However, Qianlong's face became even more ferocious. He was even more confused when he heard the young man's words. Moreover, he had been suspicious ever since they came here and didn't kill anyone. If it were any other sect, they would only be able to solve the problem by killing. As the saying goes, if you don't remove the roots, the grass will grow again. However, they did this. Ah, all right. I won't waste my time with you guys. You guys can leave now. Looking at Qianlong, the young man didn't even look at him. He turned around and prepared to leave. All right, remember this. Don't interfere in the battle between the younger generation. Of course, if you guys insist on interfering, I don't mind killing the chicken to warn the monkey. I will use you guys to stop the bleeding and scare the rest of the sections. With that, the young man brought Ghost Li and the rest of them and disappeared from the spot, leaving behind the elders and grand elders of Qinquan's sect in a daze. Sigh. At this moment, Qianlong, who was watching his younger brother and the others leave, was filled with regret. At the same time, he was also worried about the thousands of disciples who were heading to the Xuanzong sect. He wanted to rush over to stop them, and even wanted to rush over to help. However, when he thought of the words that the man had said before he left, his originally restless body stopped. It wasn't that he was doing it on his own accord, but that his body didn't listen to him at this moment and stopped on its own accord. Qian, old ancestor Qianlong, what should we do? Our sect has 1,000 sect disciples? Don't tell me. At this moment, a middle-aged man who also had a broken arm walked up and asked with pity in his eyes. That's right, old ancestor. Those are the elites of the sect. If they all, then the sect is really finished. At that moment, with the middle-aged man taking the lead, voices began to appear in Qianlong's ears one after another. They began to linger, unable to be dispelled and unable to be dispelled. It was like a curse, causing his body and mind to be tormented and in unbearable pain. Alas, Qianlong raised his head and swept his gaze across the crowd. His face was filled with disappointment and helplessness. What can I do? What do you think I can do? Look at our current situation. Our strength is not as strong as before. If we go now, it's very likely that we won't be able to return. Although I know that disciples are the foundation of the sect, you have to know that it's not enough to just have disciples. Only with the nurturing of ancestors like you can we achieve great things. At this point, Qianlong continued, so one thing I want is for us to return to the sect now and ask you to let them go out and recruit a group of talented disciples. After 1,000 years, they will definitely become the new batch of pillars of the sect. Of course, all of this is inseparable from your knowledge. So, make your choice. Do you want to be destroyed now? Or do you want to return to the sect and nurture new disciples? In this way, a short 100 years will be a long time. You have to know that for us, 1,000 years is just a snap of the fingers. At that moment, Qianlong's words had been heard by everyone present. As long as they were sensible people, they would know what to do with this choice. After all, they also knew the importance of this matter. However, what they didn't know was that above them, the men who had already left were looking at them from the void. Ha! I didn't expect this. Qianlong, gotta have some brains? Sigh. But even if he has brains, the destruction of Qinquan's sect is already destined. So, let's go. There's nothing for us to do here. When Ghostly Dong Run heard his brother's words, he nodded his head. After that, everyone disappeared from where they were. Like a shooting star, they rushed towards the direction of Xian's sect in an instant. At this moment, Qianlong, who was discussing whether to retreat or not, looked at his subordinates who were so hesitant, and a trace of disappointment appeared on his face. Forget it. You guys can slowly think about it here. I will leave first. After that, Qianlong disappeared from everyone's sight. Sigh. Seeing their ancestor disappear, everyone instantly had an answer in their hearts. Let's go, everyone. The ancestor is right. Where there's life, there's hope. As long as there's life, there's hope. If the Green Mountain doesn't change, the green water will continue to flow. If you want to take revenge in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities. As soon as he said that, the last line of defense in everyone's hearts completely collapsed. At this moment, everyone looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Then, they disappeared from the spot. The battle ended just like that. For this time, the Xuanzong sect had won a great victory. However, it wasn't just here. Even at this moment, it was the same in front of the Xuanzong sect's mountain gate. At this moment, in front of the Xian sect's mountain gate, smoke filled the air and the flames of war raged on. Blood was everywhere, and it had already formed a thin stream the size of a finger. There were even more broken fingers and broken limbs in the field. At this moment, in front of the mountain gate, it was no longer a beautiful place with beautiful scenery. Instead, it had become a hell of Azura, causing people to be terrified. Sect leader, I don't know what's going on. There's no hierarch expert among the disciples. There are only 2 or 3 divine emperors. The rest are all divine emperors or god sects. What? At this moment, standing at the entrance of the Xuanzong sect, he looked down at the scene below like a deity. He sneered in his heart. However, right at this moment, Jianfeng arrived, and the information he said shocked Lin Yun. Yes, sect leader. Not only that, the Qinkuan sect's disciples who came here are all injured. Based on my guess, it's very likely that they went through a terrifying battle before they came here. Hearing Jianfeng's report, Lin Yun fell into silence for a moment as he pondered. Moreover, there are divine emperors among them. Therefore, I think those hierarch experts might have been stopped. All right, let's not think about this anymore. No matter who it is, I have to thank him. I'm afraid the sect is already in a precarious situation. At this moment, Lin Yun, who was deep in thought, heard Jianfeng's speculation. He immediately came to his senses and ordered, "Go! Since someone is helping us, we can't let them down." This time, none of the Qinkuan sect's disciples who came to attack the sect are to be spared. Kill them all. As soon as these words came out, an aura of contempt filled Lin Yun's surroundings at this moment. Jianfeng, who was beside Lin Yun, could naturally feel it. When Jianfeng sensed the aura, he immediately accepted the order and said, "Yes, I will give the order now. Kill all the people who came to invade this time." "Okay, go." "Yes." After receiving the order, Jianfeng did not stay and immediately turned around and flew down. Next, all the Xuanzong sect disciples received Jianfeng's order and attacked even more crazily and fiercely. It was as if they had been revived and became very fierce. At this moment, in the sky above the battlefield, the young man and the others who had returned had cast an invisibility spell on themselves so that no one could see them. Looks like we don't have to worry anymore. Yes, not bad. Moreover, Bai Qi and Dianwei are both peak divine emperors. This is a piece of cake for them. Yes, in that case, let's go. Everyone had their own opinions. In the end, when they looked at the current situation of the battlefield, they realized that the Xuanzong sect had formed an absolute suppression. They were relieved and did not stay any longer. They directly walked into the sect and flew toward the Xuanzong sect's mystic realm. However, Lin Yun naturally did not know about the figures and conversations of the young man and the others. At this moment, he was only concerned about the outcome of the battle. After all, if the Qinkuan sect's disciples were wiped out in one fell swoop, the Xuanzong sect's reputation would spread throughout the divine realm. They could even use this as an excuse to replace the Qinkuan sect and become as famous as the other top sects in the divine realm. Lin Yun had never thought about this before. If it were not for this matter, it would probably take some time for the Xuanzong sect's reputation to spread. But now it was as easy as blowing away dust. Previously, he was still worried about the destruction of the sect. Now, he was thinking about the future of the sect. Time passed by slowly. The battlefield was filled with screams, cries for mercy, and cries of pain and regret. The people of the Xuanzong sect could not do anything about it. This was not only because of the hatred they had for the immortal world, but also because of the war in the immortal world. They hated the Qinkuan sect even more for coming to stir up trouble. Therefore, the people of the Xuanzong sect showed no mercy. As long as it was a disciple of the Qinkuan sect, they would kill them. The battle lasted for a day and a night. Finally, all the disciples of the Qinkuan sect who came this time were killed. Not a single one was left alive. This news spread throughout the entire divine realm like the wind. However, in the 9 continents, only the 9th continent did not know about this matter. After Xuanzong found out about this matter, he wasn't happy. However, he couldn't say that he was unhappy either. Just like that, the battle ended with a crushing defeat by the Xuanzong sect. This time, The Chinquin sect could be said to have suffered heavy injuries. After this incident, the first-grade sects in the divine realm started to stir. They started to move around the Chinquin sect. Even the top-grade sects in the divine realm started to make some moves. None of them could stop this from happening. After all, they knew that Chinquin sect was done for because of this incident. Everyone knew how strong the Xuanzong sect was. After this battle, everyone knew that they could not afford to offend the Xuanzong sect. Even the Chinquin sect, which had lasted until now, was almost destroyed. They did not think that they had the strength to do so. At this moment, everyone placed the Xuanzong sect in the top-grade sects in their hearts. However, no one in the Xuanzong sect knew about this. After the battle with the Chinquin sect ended, Lin Yun quickly called back all the disciples who were in charge of gathering information. Therefore, no one in the Xuanzong sect knew about the situation in the outside world. It had been more than a month since the battle between the Xuanzong sect and the Chinquin sect ended. In this month, all the major forces in the divine realm started to make their moves. After this incident, the undercurrents in the divine realm started to move. Just like that, the Xuanzong sect inadvertently started a reshuffling of the cards in the divine realm. At this moment, 2 men and a woman were standing at the entrance of the mountain in the north. They raised their heads and looked at the magnificent scene at the entrance. At this moment, 2 horned dragons were chained to the sides of the mountain. They were like door gods guarding the entrance. Why are there horned dragons here? And why are they chained up like this? Don't they know how to resist? Moreover, I can see that their cultivation is already in the hierarch realm. If they were in the divine realm, they would be considered experts who ruled over a region. Why are they here? At this moment, one of the men was blind, but his face was like jade. His eyebrows were sharp and his eyes were bright. There was also an invisible aura around him that made people submit to him. Why, young master? We don't know. However, these 2 horned dragons seem to have been here for a long time. As for why they are chained up, we don't know. Moreover, the Danzong sect's library doesn't have any records of this. At this moment, the other man heard the question of the blind young man and quickly lowered his head to answer respectfully. Oh, is that so? At this moment, after listening to his reply, the man fell silent for a moment. At this moment, the 3 people standing at the entrance of the mountain were none other than Lin Rei, Chu Xi, and Yun Kai, who came from the Xuanzong sect. After a long journey, they finally arrived here today. However, after arriving here, Lin Li could tell that something was off. For example, 2 hierarch-level horned dragons were rare even in the entire God realm, let alone 2 of them. Furthermore, they were locked up. Lin Li was very puzzled by this. He was puzzled as to who was able to suppress them here. Chapter 697. Let's go. Young master. Lin Rei, who was deep in thought, quickly came to his senses when he heard Chu Xi's words. He nodded. Yes, let's go. As he spoke, Lin Li stepped forward, intending to pass through. However, who would have thought that the horned dragons that had been chained to the sides of the valley, which had been quiet earlier, would suddenly let out 2 furious roars the moment Lin Li stepped through the entrance. They instantly roared at Lin Li and the other 2 with a majestic pressure. It was also at this moment that Lin Li's body froze on the spot when he heard the horned dragon's furious roar. One of his feet was outside the entrance, while the other was inside the entrance, suspended in midair. However, the strange thing was that Chu Xi and Yun Kai had already entered, but they did not seem to have any problems. The horned dragons on both sides of the valley seemed to be targeting him alone. What's going on? At that moment, Chu Xi, who had already entered the valley, was puzzled when he saw this strange scene. He did not know what was going on either. Furthermore, this was his first time returning from the outside. Previously, this place had always been sealed, so he was confused by the current situation. Roar, the angry roars continued, and the roars seemed to be growing louder and louder. Lin Li began to feel sullen in his heart. F***CK. F***CK. Are you messing with me? Huh. He raised his head to look at the 2 horned dragons with a hint of anger on his face, but he did not lose his temper. After all, The ones who were dissatisfied with him were two godly venerables. If they were god emperors, he would have destroyed them with the Chaos Dragon Spear. Senior, I wonder why you're doing this? At that moment, Yunkai looked troubled when she saw this scene. Then, as if she had thought of something, she raised her head and respectfully asked the horned dragons above her, Senior, we are all disciples of the Ninth Continent. I wonder if you can let the three of us pass through. This junior will definitely thank you for your great kindness in the future. Hearing Yun Kai's words, Lin Rei was speechless for a moment. However, even though he was speechless, the effect was still very good. Not long after Yun Kai finished speaking in a humble manner, a man's powerful voice sounded at this moment. Oomph! How dare you? As soon as he said that, the entire valley began to tremble. His voice was like the sound of an ancient bell that spread far and wide. Senior, at this moment, Yun Kai's entire body trembled, and her face was deathly pale. Her internal organs were churning in her stomach, and there was a sweet taste in her throat. A mouthful of blood had already reached her throat. Kair, when Chu Si saw his fiancée in such a state, he immediately hurried to her side and placed his hand on her back. A strand of pure energy entered her body and began to nourish her injured organs. At the same time, when he felt that his fiancée's internal organs had been damaged, a surge of qi gushed out. However, he knew that he did not have the strength to do so. Nevertheless, he would remember this grudge deeply in his heart. At this moment, Chu Si secretly swore that when he was stronger than them in the future, he would definitely take revenge for today. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was still rooted to the spot, had already sensed Chu Si's qi. At the same time, Lin Rei naturally knew what Chu Si was thinking. Cough, cough. At this moment, because of Chu Si's help, the pain from the damaged organs in her stomach eased a little. However, if it was not treated in time, it would probably leave a lasting effect. How are you? Does it still hurt? When he heard his fiancée cough, Chu Si immediately stopped asking for more energy from her. Instead, he walked up to her with a nervous expression and asked with concern, I'm fine. Yun Kai opened her eyes and saw how nervous Chu Si was. For a moment, 2 red spots appeared on her pale cheeks. At this moment, Yun Kai's delicate appearance was especially lovable. You juniors are full of lies. As a disciple of the Ninth Continent, you let an outer region disciple in. Do you know your crime? The sudden voice interrupted the two of them. Because of this voice, the two of them did not dare to look at Chu Si. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was still in the same posture as before, moved at this moment. Previously, one of his feet was still hanging in the air, but now his entire body naturally entered the entrance. There was a trace of madness on his face, and his tone was so cold that it made Yun Kai and Chu Si, who were standing beside him, feel a chill in their hearts. Horned dragons? So what if you're horned dragons? He raised his head and extended his consciousness to look at the 2 horned dragons above him. You're just 2 animals. Moreover, what right do you have to restrict this sovereign? Who do you think you are? Gods? Or the gods of this entrance? At this point, a look of disdain fell into the eyes of the 2 horned dragons. What about you? Let me tell you, this sovereign is definitely going to enter this place today. The 2 horned dragons did not react to the change in Lin Rei's attitude. Just as they said the word they were directly interrupted by Lin Rei and retorted, You're not convinced? Bite me if you're not convinced. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Lin Rei's words. Even Chu Si and Chu Si, who were beside him, could not help but laugh out loud. Especially Yun Kai. Her face, which was originally pale, was now flushed red from laughing. It was full of charm. Ha. This kid is always so ostentatious wherever he goes. I really don't know what can change his temper. At this moment, in a hidden place outside the valley, a young woman in red clothes was smiling mischievously as she watched what was happening in the valley. If Lin Rei was here, he would definitely recognize her. He would definitely be able to recognize that this woman was none other than Demonic Phoenix, whom Linley had rejected long ago. So, Just when Lin Ray was about to leave, Xiefeng already knew about it. So after sending Lin Ling away, she turned invisible and followed them. Along the way, the four of them had been following at such a distance. Perhaps because Xiefeng's cultivation level was high, or perhaps because Lin Ray did not expect her to follow them. Lin Ray and the other two did not notice that someone was following them. Looking at the horned dragons on both sides of the valley, Xiefeng revealed an amused smile. She released a chilling intent instantly and arrived beside the two horned dragons. At this moment, Xiefeng's chilling intent turned the two horned dragons from their domineering demeanor into obedient babies. Their arrogant heads lowered at this moment. However, not only the two horned dragons, but Lin Ray, who had been observing them with his spirit sense, also felt the chilling intense attack at this moment. This feeling, although that chilling intent gave him a headache, this feeling felt familiar to him as though he had felt it somewhere before. Impossible? She didn't follow us? At this moment, Xiefeng's figure appeared in his mind. However, the moment Xiefeng's figure appeared, Lin Ray waved it away. This was because he had already told Xiefeng not to follow him when he came out. Hence, at this moment, he chose to believe that Xiefeng would listen to him. However, what he did not expect was that. He believed that Xiefeng was hiding in a secret place not far away from the valley. Moreover, she was watching every move he made right now. After this thought disappeared, he could no longer think of the source of that chilling intent. Although he did not know who it was, he knew that there were not only the three of them and the two horned dragons here. There must be someone else here, but he did not know. The moment he felt the chilling intent, he had also released his spirit sense to take in everything within a 50-kilometer radius in his mind. However, to his disappointment, there was nothing within a 50-kilometer radius except for the existence of a person. At this moment, Linley secretly grew vigilant. The only explanation for all of these strange occurrences was that the cultivation level of this person who was emitting this cold aura was definitely extremely high. So high that even his divine sense was unable to detect the other party's existence. Be careful, there might be experts here. Quickly leave in a while and rush into the depths of the valley. Rush out of here as soon as possible. Enter the 9th continent. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. At this moment, they suddenly heard Lin Ray's message. For a moment, the two of them were stunned. Then, they quickly came back to their senses and hurriedly nodded in response. Yes, just remember, when I tell you to leave, leave quickly. Looking at them, Lin Ray turned around and said to the two horned dragons above him, "Make a sound. I'm meditating here today. If you have the ability, come at me." As he spoke, the chaotic dragon spear instantly appeared in his hand and was tightly gripped in his hand. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent rushed out and rushed towards the two horned dragons above him. Oh, as members of the dragon race, even though they were from the outer branch of the dragon race, they were still disciples of the dragon race. The dignity of the dragon race was not to be blasphemed. At this moment, when they saw Lin Ray's actions, they felt that their dignity was being humiliated. Instantly, a furious roar pierced through the air. At this moment, it was unknown whether it was because the two dragons had activated their will or something else, but the originally clear sky suddenly began to slowly darken. Soon afterwards, a bolt of lightning shot out of the clouds like a lightning serpent, charging towards Linley. "Hey, come at me." This was what he wanted to see the most. In a situation where he did not know whether the expert hiding in the dark was a friend or foe, the first thing that came to his mind was the danger that the two of them would be in. Therefore, he had no choice but to do this. Hurry up and leave this place. This place is slowly being surrounded by the aura field. Before it completely envelopes this place, leave quickly and reach the 9th continent as soon as possible. Young master, at this moment, Lin Ray's words made the two of them feel extremely ashamed. However, they knew that a battle of this level was not something that they could participate in even though they were already Emperor Gods. As smart people, they naturally knew that leaving was the best way to help Lin Ray. Hurry up and leave, hurry. Looking at them, Lin Ray knew what they meant. However, when he saw that the aura field was about to surround the two of them, he passed through his mouth and ignored them. Instead, he leaped up and used a martial god to collide with the descending lightning snake. Hurry up, Kair. Let's leave this place quickly. At this moment, hearing Lin Rei's angry roar, Chu Si hurriedly put away the shame in her heart. Then, she released her cultivation and wrapped her fiancé in it. Using the medicine god steps, the two of them instantly disappeared from the spot. Hee. At this moment, Lin Rei, who was colliding with the lightning snake, had already sensed that the two of them had left. In response, a trace of relief appeared on his face. Then, a shocking battle intent rushed out of his body at this moment. With a trace of madness on his face, he charged forward courageously to attack the root of the problem. Bang! Beast with a loud bang, lightning exploded. Immediately, the entire entrance of the search mountain was enveloped in lightning. The outside could not see in, and the inside could not see out either. At this moment, Xie Feng, who was not far away from the valley, saw this scene again and became worried. That brat, what is he thinking? I've already helped him to subdue the two horned dragons. Why didn't he step forward? Why is he fighting the horned dragons here now? At this moment, she was very puzzled by Lin Rei's actions. However, if he knew that it was all because of her, she would probably die of embarrassment. The horned dragons were very much looking forward to this scene. At this moment, the two horned dragons looked at the silver light and were instantly delighted. Time passed by slowly. After a while, the silver light disappeared. However, the scene that the horned dragons were looking forward to did not appear. They saw a young man holding a long spear standing proudly in the sky. His entire body was emitting an aura that looked down on all living things. He looked down on the world and looked down on everything. The two horned dragons were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Their hearts were filled with doubt and unwillingness. They did not dare to believe that their attacks could not kill a mere emperor god human. Not only was this looking down on them, but it was also a humiliation to them. They would not allow this to happen. No, you must die. You must die. Ow! Ow! Angry roars could be heard. In the sky, a silver-white lightning was shuttling through the dark clouds as if it was looking for something. Ha! Aunt! Linley's heart was filled with disdain towards the lightning in the dark clouds above his head. It wasn't because the lightning wasn't strong, but because his body had already been tempered by the lightning of the Death Gorge's lightning field to the point that he was immune to lightning. Therefore, no matter how they attacked him with lightning, it was only an itch to him. He did not feel any pain. Boom! Boom! At this moment, when Lin Rei was disdainful of the lightning above his head, a few more lightning bolts rushed out of the dark clouds and descended towards him. This time, he could feel that the power of the lightning had increased. However, even so, he was not afraid at all. You're just an ant. Since you want to play, I will play with you to my heart's content today. Chapter 698. Looking at them, Lin Rei lost the intention to continue wasting time with them. Lin Rei held the spear in his hand and activated the martial god tactic. Instantly, the surrounding space started to change subtly. Go back and wait obediently. As he spoke, Lin Rei disappeared from where he was like a ghost. Seeing this, the two horned dragons who were chained on both sides of the valley frowned and squinted their eyes. At this moment, they were truly shocked. They really didn't expect Linley to be like this. In the past, they had seen many god emperors. Originally, they thought that today would be the same as before. But now, when they saw Linley disappear completely and they couldn't sense any aura from him, they started to respect this battle. It wasn't that they wanted to, but they had no choice because the strength that Lin Rei displayed was beyond their expectations. Why can't I find him? The moment Lin Rei disappeared, the two horned dragons started to use their consciousness to search for him. However, to their disappointment, they couldn't sense any aura from him. However, this was indeed the case. The more they thought about it, the more fearful they became. This proved that their opponent was very powerful. He was so powerful that they couldn't sense any aura from him. Just as the two horned dragons were searching anxiously, They heard a chilling sneer above their heads. What? How is this possible? The moment the sneer was heard, the two horned dragons were shocked and exclaimed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't believe that all of this was real. Everything is possible. At this moment, Linley silently appeared above the heads of the two horned dragons. A primal chaos dragon spear was aimed at them. Immediately, the war god commanded the spear to attack them. The two horned dragons were caught off guard by this sudden attack. They could only use their claws to block it. This was the only way they could use so far. Of course, they could choose not to use it. However, they would be using their own bodies. In front of such an unprofitable thing, they would rather minimize the harm. Bam, bam. The giant claw and the spear collided, and two loud booms rang out. Because of their battle, the entire valley on both sides paid a terrible price. Landslides and boulders fell. In a short period of time, other than the boulders that sealed the horned dragon, everything else was in ruins. Hey, you brat. Wherever you go, you'll suffer. I wonder if you were the reincarnation of the god of destruction in your previous life. At this moment, outside the valley, in the place where CFone was hiding not too far away, Lin Ray's current actions, as well as the surrounding mountains that had been turned into ruins because of him, all of this fell into her eyes. The evil phoenix revealed a smile, a teasing smile on his face. He stared unblinkingly in the direction where Linley was, murmuring to himself. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the next moment, a figure could be seen retreating from the battle. Bam, bam! Two loud booms could be heard. At this moment, the figure that was sent flying hit the ground and rolled 2 rounds before slowly coming to a stop. At a glance, the figure that had stopped was none other than Lin Ray, who was holding the Chaos Dragon Spear. At this moment, there was a claw mark on his body, and all of his divine weapons were in tatters. He was indeed in a terrible state. Ever since he started cultivating, apart from the fact that his strength was not as strong as that of the half-living person, which resulted in him losing his memory, this scene had also shocked Lin Ray. As it turned out, just as Linley had thought that he was going to win for sure, when the spear and the dragon claw had collided, everything he had thought about before had changed. At the moment when the two sides collided, a terrifying energy was instantly released from the dragon claw. It began to slowly devour the energy of the martial god until he was forced to fight. At first, he thought that he could escape unscathed. However, he did not expect the dragon claw to be so powerful that he did not expect it to be. A dragon claw instantly slashed across his chest. At this moment, he, who was extremely confident in his physical body, felt a burning pain as if he had been electrocuted. It instantly spread throughout his entire body. Just when his body was numb, another dragon claw suddenly slammed toward him. In response, the moment Lin Ray knew the power of the dragon claw, he forcibly mobilized the numb energy and placed the spear in front of his chest. If he was a little slower, he would have lost his life here. In the end, the spear resisted the corrosion of the dragon claw. However, his entire body was instantly knocked out of the battle, which led to the current situation. Cough, cough, cough. Lying on the ground, his face was pale and purple blood flowed from his chest. A demonic feeling arose spontaneously. Lin Ray was not the only one who could not believe this scene. Even CFone, who was hiding in the dark, was naturally dumbfounded. She felt as if she was dreaming. She knew about Lin Ray's strength, and she also knew about the strength of the two horned dragons. Moreover, although there was a huge difference in their levels, their combat strength was indeed on par. Neither of them could do anything to the other. However, now everything had changed. The change made her somewhat dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is Lin Ray like this? Logically speaking, although this kid should not have won this battle, he should not have lost. Moreover, he lost so miserably. Why? Unable to understand, CFone could not figure out why this happened. Clearly, the combat strength of both sides were on par. Cough, cough. A coughing sound was heard. Immediately, CFane's gaze gathered on Lin Ray's body. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was suppressed on the ground by the horned dragon, had a pale face. Purple blood flowed out of his mouth and chest continuously. He would even cough from time to time. Hiss. Damn it, it really hurts. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was lying on the ground, began to try to get up. However, just as his body moved, a despairing pain instantly spread throughout his body. His internal organs were rolling around in his abdomen. However, what made it hard for him to accept this was that he had lost, and lost so thoroughly. Now, he did not even have the strength to fight back. He was like Xiefeng. His heart was filled with countless questions. It was clearly not like this, but now, he could not figure it out. However, the most important thing now was to stand up and suppress the pain in his body. Otherwise, the following battle would be completely hopeless. As the saying goes, it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He did not think that he was a gentleman. In his dictionary, as long as he could take revenge, it did not matter whether he was a gentleman or not. Revenge was the way of a king. Moreover, he did not want to die in the hands of these two beasts. At that moment, the humiliation made him forget all the pain in his body. He clenched his teeth as purple blood flowed out. However, Lin Ray ignored it and allowed it to flow. Little by little, Ji Lei's body crawled up. However, in the process of crawling up, large beads of sweat dripped down as though they were free. Along with the beads of sweat, his blood started to boil. Ha! Ha! Although he said it didn't hurt, Lin Lei's face had turned even paler and more ferocious than before. The violet blood on the ground emitted a fragrant aroma, causing anyone who smelled it to feel as if they wouldn't want to leave. Lin Ray did not pay any attention to that. His consciousness had been looking at the two horned dragons above him the entire time. The fury in his heart had completely enraged him. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Crunching sounds rang out at that moment. Although Lin Ray had stood up, his legs were still bent. They were even crooked and trembling, as if a gust of wind could make him fall again. However, his back was like the majestic body of a god with such a body. It was firm, domineering, disdainful, and contemptuous. Many pills appeared in Lin Ray's hand. Not only that, but Lin Ray also stuffed handfuls into his mouth as if he had gone mad. If a pill refiner was there and saw the appearance of the pills in Lin Ray's hand and their fragrance, they would definitely greedily rush up to snatch them. It was for no other reason than any random pill in his hand could make all cultivators and pill refiners go crazy. However, the current Lin Ray acted as if he was eating worthless candy. He stuffed the pills into his mouth as if they were worthless. He did not feel any heartache at all. However, to put it bluntly, those pills had already completed their mission. At that moment, the purple blood that was originally flowing on Lin Ray's chest had stopped at that moment. The scratches on his chest were also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Facing all of that, Lin Ray's face faintly revealed a trace of a smile. However, no one noticed that smile. As for his originally deathly pale face at this moment, because of the medicinal pill, the color of blood slowly returned to his face. He was no longer as pale as a corpse from before. However, that scene was already seen by the two horned dragons above Lin Ray. They were extremely shocked at that scene. This guy? What other trump cards does this guy have? Why? Why is he so powerful? That's right. Why? Why is it like this? If it wasn't for our combined ultimate skill, I'm afraid that we would either be dead or injured. If he were to do that again, I'm afraid, at that moment, the two horned dragons saw that Lin Ray's injuries were rapidly recovering. At that moment, their hearts were beating like drums. At the same time, their hearts were filled with fear. Others might not know, but they were very clear about the original reason. If the previous attack came again, they were afraid that they would not be able to withstand Lin Ray's attack like before. No, let's take advantage of his illness and kill him. Okay, got it. At that moment, a thought flashed through Twin Dragon's mind. As he thought about it, streams of sword chi instantly shot out, carrying traces of cold light as they charged towards Lin Ray. There were traces of killing intent on the sword chi. At that moment, Xiefeng, who was hiding in the distance, saw it, and her face was filled with hatred. Bastards, a group of bastards, actually dared to launch a sneak attack. You are truly a disgrace to the dragon race. At that moment, when she saw Lin Ray and saw the traces of sword chi that were inches away from Lin Ray, she panicked. The worry in her expression could no longer be hidden and completely exploded at that moment. At the same time, at that moment, she could no longer hide. For Lin Ray's safety, at that moment, she did not think about anything else. The only thought in her mind was to rush up and protect him so that he would not be harmed in the slightest. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, when the traces of cold sword chi were about to tear Lin Ray into pieces, when the two horned dragons were happy because they were about to kill Lin Ray, a fiery red figure suddenly appeared and used its body to protect Lin Ray. As for the sword chi which had been about to tear Linley to shreds, it had now landed on the fiery red figure. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, Lin Ray also released his divine sense. When he saw that the person in front of him was Xie Feng, Lin Ray was dumbfounded. Damn, was it really her before? When he saw her, he thought of the chill he felt before. At that moment, everything made sense. At the same time, Lin Ray's face revealed a helpless expression. One had to know that the person hiding in the dark was Xie Feng. Why did he have to look for trouble for no reason? It was so good that he could not get out of the situation now. Although he thought that it was very likely that it was Xie Feng before. After all, he felt a sense of familiarity with the chill from before. However, in the end, he was still unsure. If he had been a little more determined back then, the current situation would not have happened. Of course, it was already too late to say these things. However, when he thought of how the evil phoenix had blocked the sword intent for him, for a moment, Linley couldn't care less about his injuries. He immediately went to her back to check on her injuries. At this moment, when he came behind Xie Feng and saw the state of her back, Lin Ray was stunned. He could not help but reveal a distressed expression. At this moment, Xie Feng's back is badly mutilated. Blood has seeped through her clothes and is flowing down. Looking at this scene, a nameless fire burned in his heart. However, Lin Ray did not lose his mind at this moment. Looking at the wound on her back, Lin Ray quickly took out a dozen pills from his storage ring. Before Xie Feng could speak, Lin Ray directly stuffed the pills into her mouth. Eat it. I'll go and kill them. At this moment, Lin Ray was so domineering that Xie Feng did not dare to have any objections. Bastards, you deserve to die. What should we do? At this moment, the horned dragons on both sides of the valley felt the pressure from Lin Ray's nameless anger. For a moment, the two horned dragons were terrified. They felt as if they had fallen into the depths of ice. At this moment, the two horned dragons regretted their previous actions. They really regretted it. If they knew this would happen, they would have let this killing god go directly. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Before doing anything, one had to think of all the possible consequences. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was holding the spear, raised his head and looked at them with his divine sense. Although his injuries had not healed and he would feel pain, whenever he moved, he felt all the pain in his body at this moment when he thought of how Xie Feng was injured because of him. His only thought was to kill them to avenge Xie Feng. Chapter 699. All of you deserve to die. As soon as he said that, the boundless murderous aura that had been forcefully suppressed was completely released. Wisps of black gas began to condense above Lin Ray's head. Slowly, the amount of black gas increased. Eventually, it formed a weapon that looked exactly like the Chaos Dragon spear in his hand. Only then did it stop. How is this possible? At this moment, the two horned dragons widened their eyes when they saw the strange phenomenon above Lin Ray's head. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and disbelief. At this moment, they were truly afraid and regretful. They knew about the spear that was condensed from the black gas. The black gas was none other than the boundless murderous aura. Such a thing was usually only possessed by those who had killed until they were numb to it. However, such a thing was not allowed to exist in the great Tao of Tendo. That was because it had broken the conventional rules. However, They never imagined that the person before them would possess such a heaven-defying, murderous aura. At this moment, they were terrified. They were scared. Not only them, but even Siafone was shocked by Lin Rei's actions. She did not expect that after following him for so long, he did not reveal his murderous aura. At this moment, Siafone was even more curious about Lin Rei. As a powerful being in the prehistoric era, she naturally knew about the boundless, murderous aura. Besides, she was also very afraid of it. After all, the demon ancestor, Rahu, used to be in existence with boundless, murderous aura. However, he was born at the wrong time. Besides, he was too ostentatious and did not know how to restrain himself. In the end, he was killed by Dao ancestor Hongjun. As for Rahu, she still felt a lingering fear whenever she thought of him. After all, he was the most powerful being in Hongming. Go! At this moment, a cold voice suddenly sounded in the quiet atmosphere. Then, the spear that was suspended above Lin Rei's head moved. Whoosh, a sound was heard, and a black shadow streaked across the sky in a flash. Psish, the sound of flesh being pierced rang out, followed by a miserable shriek. Looking over, one could see that the spear Lin Rei condensed from boundless killing chi had already pierced into the head of a horned dragon. The life force of a dragon was very vigorous and long-lived. Therefore, even though the spear pierced through its head, it did not immediately die. However, the endless murderous aura could not only kill, but also corrode. Not long after, a horned dragon died completely. The other horned dragon watched helplessly as his companion, who had accompanied him for such a long time, died. For a moment, hatred bloomed in his heart. He swore that if he was alive, he would definitely kill the person in front of him to avenge his companion. It was a good idea, but would Linley given the chance to do so? To Linley, if you cut the weeds without removing the roots, then the weeds would be blown away by the wind. That was his motto. He couldn't possibly know that he deserved it. With a calamity capable of threatening him by his side, not only was this a threat to him, it was also a threat to the people around him. He wouldn't allow this to happen. Even though he was called a devil by the world for doing these things, he did not regret it. As long as he could protect his friends and family, he would rather become a devil. Looking at the remaining horned dragon and the hatred in his eyes, Lin Fan smiled. Linley laughed, and the corners of his mouth tilted upwards by 20 degrees. A bloodthirsty, callous smile appeared on Linley's face. This smile not only caused the realm horned dragon's heart to tremble, but even the remaining evil phoenix couldn't help but take a step back. Unknowingly, its forehead was already covered in sweat. At this moment, she had a new understanding of Lin Rei. At the same time, she was even more curious about Lin Rei. Accept your fate. Since you hurt my people, you should be prepared to die. No matter who you are, no matter what the power behind you is, as long as you do something that crosses my bottom line, no one can save you. At this moment, Linley's voice rang out once again. The spear that was stabbed into the head of the other horned dragon was pulled out the moment Linley finished speaking. The smell of blood, coupled with the coldness, caused the horned dragon's body to tremble uncontrollably. Die. I hope you can be a good dragon in your next life. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold back and kill you all. Before the horned dragon could react, a swoosh sound was heard. Then, accompanied by a scream, the two horned dragons were in his hands. Huff! 10 minutes later, Lin Rei let out a long breath. His face was covered in cold sweat. His whole body seemed to be exhausted, and he fell backward unconsciously. However, at this moment, Siafone saw Lin Rei's action. After a scream, she instantly hugged him and held him in her arms. Then, she sat on the ground with him in her arms. And in that moment, as he felt that warm, smooth arm wrapped around him, Linley knew who it was. He wanted to struggle free, but because of the boundless killing intent, in addition to his previous injuries, even though he had medicinal pills to help him recover, he was unable to do so. Finally, at this moment, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Her injuries completely broke out. Even with the help of pills, she still needed to rest for a period of time. Otherwise, if there were side effects, it would be terrible. Huff! After a long sigh, Lin Ray didn't say anything. Instead, he began to cultivate and recover. At this moment, sensing the rapid flow of spiritual energy in Lin Ray's body, she knew that Lin Ray had begun to cultivate and recover from his injuries. At this moment, Xiefeng was unusually quiet. She quietly looked at the young man in her arms who was many years younger than her. It was such a person that made her heart, which had been firm for so many years, completely fall in love with him at this moment. However, Lin Ray naturally didn't know about this. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't say it or even say it out loud. After all, he wasn't strong enough now, and there were still many things waiting for him to do. He didn't have the time, and he didn't have the experience. Not for anything else, but to make himself better. Deep in the Sun Valley, at the entrance of a whirlpool, Chu Ci and Yun Kai, who had escaped from the entrance of the valley, were now standing in front of the whirlpool. They looked at the entrance anxiously, their faces full of depression. Chu Ci, why isn't young master here yet? Do you think he's don't talk nonsense? Young master is so powerful. Something must have happened to him. Also, since young master told us to wait for him, he'll come looking for us. So, don't get any ideas, understand? Yin Kai mischievously stuck out her tongue at her fiancé's attitude, but she didn't say anything else. She knew that what she said just now was a little inappropriate. However, they had already seen the strength of the two horned dragons. So, young master, you mustn't let anything happen to you. At this moment, Chu Ci, who was reprimanding his fiancée, secretly prayed in his heart. He was also afraid that his fiancée's words would become reality. He was afraid time passed little by little. Chu Ci and Yun Kai, who were waiting at the entrance of the ninth continent, were very anxious. At this moment, at the entrance of the Sun Mountain, Lin Ray and Xiefeng's actions were still the same as before. Lin Ray was lying on Xiefeng's body, and she was hugging him. Their actions were very intimate. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Xiefeng originally thought that Lin Ray's injuries would take at least 3 or 4 days to heal. However, on the second day, the spiritual qi around his body finally disappeared. Xiefeng sensed that and knew that Lin Ray was fine. Xiefeng felt a little disappointed about this matter. Phew, I'm finally healed. At this moment, he stopped circulating his cultivation technique. Fortunately, his injuries were more or less healed, and his heart was filled with relief. Brat, hurry up and get off my body since you're awake. How long do you plan to lie on my body for? Just as Lin Ray was relaxing, a voice suddenly sounded. He was caught off guard. Only then did he remember that he had fallen on Xiefeng's body. When he thought of that, he extended his divine sense and realized that he was still lying on her body. Instantly, Linley was shocked. He hurriedly stood up and said to her immediately, I'm sorry. I was too badly injured. It was an unintentional mistake. Please forgive me. Ha. Xiefeng did not care about Lin Ray's apology. However, when she saw Lin Ray's silly appearance, she laughed. She laughed very happily. Coupled with Xiefeng's peerless beauty, Lin Ray was completely mesmerized by her smile. As the saying went, everyone loved beauty. With such a beautiful appearance and her blooming smile, Lin Ray felt as if everything around him had completely disappeared. It was as if she was the only person in the world and nothing else existed. Seeing Linley's current appearance, Evil Phoenix felt a bit smug in her heart. After all, the boy she liked was smitten by her beauty. If this happened to any other woman, she would feel happy as well. Cough. Looking at Lin Ray, Xiefeng coughed mischievously and woke him up. Let's go. It's time to find Chu Ci. Lin Ray, who was awakened by the coughing, knew that he had lost his composure. For a moment, Lin Ray panicked and hurriedly changed the topic. He then walked towards the depths of the mountain. TCH, Xiefeng was still full of smiles when she saw Lin Ray's current appearance. I didn't expect you to have such a cute side. Looks like I have to tease you more in the future. At this moment, Lin Ray did not know what Xiefeng was thinking. At this moment, Lin Ray naturally jumped out of the previous matter. After all, his purpose in coming here was related to his life. He could not be careless, or he would not be able to keep his life. The two of them moved very quickly, one in front and one behind. In the process, the two of them had already reached a speed that completely disappeared from everyone's eyes. Time passed quickly. At this moment, at the entrance of the ninth continent, the two people waiting for Lin Ray were looking left and right. Not long ago, the two of them had discussed that if they could not wait any longer, the two of them would set off to search at the entrance. Kyra, why don't we go find... He's here? At this moment, Chu Si, who was anxiously waiting, was about to go find Lin Ray when he heard Yun Kai's voice. For a moment, Chu Si turned his head in confusion, only to see Lin Ray, who had been causing him worry, rushing toward him quickly. At this moment, he could finally relax. However, at this moment, another figure rushed into his line of sight. When he saw the figure that rushed into his eyes, Chu Si cried out in surprise. Damn, why is Xiefeng here? Didn't you say that she wasn't coming? You'll have to ask young master about this. In response, the two of them looked at each other, then quickly walked over, bowed respectfully, and said, The two of us have been waiting. Young master, you've turned danger into safety. All right, lead the way and enter the ninth continent. Time is of the essence, and the mission is important. We have to finish this within 60 years. Chu Si didn't refuse Linley's orders at all. All right, young master, please come with me. As he spoke, Chu Si took Yun Kai's hand and led Lin Ray and Yun Kai into the vortex. As the saying went, heaven and hell were separated by a single thought. One moment, they were in a desolate mountain, and the next moment, they were in a rich land. Lin Ray had never experienced this difference before. Passing by, this time, he experienced the true meaning of heaven. At this moment, the scenery was beautiful, and the spiritual qi was abundant. All kinds of rare and exotic beasts that could not be seen in the divine realm could be found here. There were too many to count. However, this was Lin Ray's consciousness. If it was already like this when he first entered, he would probably be reluctant to leave if he stayed here for a while. The density of spiritual qi here was much better than outside. Moreover, the spiritual qi here was 2 to 3 times purer than outside. For a moment, he was filled with doubts about this ratio. Young master, there's actually something you might not know. At this moment, Chu Si, who was standing beside Lin Ray, seemed to know about Lin Ray's doubts and began to explain, in the eyes of the people of the ninth continent, the 9 prefectures you speak of is only the outer 9 prefectures, which is the outer layer of the 9 prefectures. Our place is the true land of the 9 prefectures. What? At this moment, Lin Ray could not help but exclaim in shock when he heard Chu Si's words. If what Chu Si said was true, then he had not entered the true divine realm for such a long time. Thinking of this, Lin Ray's heart was filled with grievance and hatred. He did not expect that the divine realm he had roamed was only the outer 9 prefectures. Yes, that's right. According to the books, this is the essence of the entire divine realm, and the outside world is just an existence abandoned by the divine realm. Here, I have something that the divine realm does not have, and there is also spiritual qi that the divine realm does not have. Of course, even the cultivators who enter here to train don't know about this. Chapter 700. Upon hearing this, Lin Ray was both surprised and curious. At this moment, he found that things were getting more and more interesting. He originally thought that he would enter the holy world after reaching the peak of the supreme god realm, but now he realized that nothing was going according to his expectations. For example, take the current situation as an example. He originally thought that the holy world was the holy world, but now he realized that everything was just a fantasy in his subjective consciousness. However, at the same time, he came here after learning about this world. He wanted to explore the various secret realms and hidden places of the holy world. He wanted to know how many secrets there were in the holy world that he had not discovered. He wanted to see how wonderful the holy world was. He had always thought that the holy world was just SOSO, but he did not expect that what he originally thought was actually his ignorance. One could imagine the difference between the inner and outer layer of the holy world. At the same time, he also wanted to see how strong the cultivators in the inner layer of the holy world were. They thought that they had such resources and environment. He wanted to see if the inner disciples who were superior to others were flowers in a greenhouse or weeds on a windy cliff. He wanted to see if the vitality of the flowers or the weeds was stronger. At this moment, he really wanted to find an inner disciple to fight. He wanted to see the difference between his cultivation and the inner disciples of the holy world. But before that, he wanted to know more about the division of forces in the holy world, the sects, and a series of other things that he did not know. When he thought of this, Linley turned his head to look at Chu Si. In a very shameless manner, he asked, Chu Si, tell me about the differences between the outer and inner layers of the deity realm. Tell me about the excesses of the sects and what we need to pay attention to. Also, young master, don't lose. Please allow me to tell you about the division of forces here. It's not like the outside world. It's full of power here. Well, go ahead. Lin Rei was not dissatisfied with Chu Si's action. Instead, he smiled and said calmly, Young master, the division of forces in the inner layer is much clearer than the outside world. Here, the forces are divided into first grade, second grade, and third grade. There's no such thing as a top sect here. Oh, hearing Chu's words, Lin Rei couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked casually. However, the instant Chu Si stopped speaking, he realized his actions. Immediately, he revealed an embarrassed expression and said, You can continue. After saying that, Lin Rei closed his mouth and looked like he was listening attentively. When Yun Kai saw this, a smile appeared on her face. It was the first time she had seen Lin Rei's expression since they had met, so she couldn't help but be curious. Chu Si was different from Yun Kai. He was very serious. When he saw that Lin Rei didn't say anything, he continued, Yes, as you can see, the Danzong sect is a first-grade sect. Although we don't have the authority to command other first-grade sects, we are still an influential force here. And Chu Si's eyes darted around for a moment before he continued. The weapon refining sect is also a first-rank sect here. Oh, hearing this, Lin Rei sighed deeply. He knew why Chu Si had been avoiding his eyes and talking so much. It was all because he felt humiliated by the weapon refining sect's disciple. What about the other forces? What sects are they from? How strong are they? There are even saint-level experts here. At this moment, Lin Rei's mouth was like a cannon. He didn't stop talking. All the questions in his heart were asked at this moment. Seeing Lin Rei's actions, Chu Si knew that it was impossible to stop him. He could only helplessly accept his fate. It's like this. Lin Rei, who was talking nonstop, suddenly stopped when he heard Chu Si's voice. He stopped talking and closed his mouth to listen carefully. There are a total of 7 first-rank sects here. They are the Danzong sect, the weapon refining sect, the talisman sect, the matrix sect, the fire sect, the rain sect, and the strongest here, the sword sect. At this point, Chu Si's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. Among the 7 sects, the sword sect is the leader, followed by the rain sect, the fire sect, the matrix sect, the talisman sect, the weapon sect, and finally our Danzong sect. However, our Danzong sect is an indispensable existence in the God realm. Chu Si's eyes shone with extraordinary emotion. Yes, indeed, the Danzong sect is very important among the 7 sections. Without the support of pills, I'm afraid the other sects would suffer heavy losses. After all, without the support of pills, it would be difficult to cultivate quickly, recover from injuries, and do a series of other things. Lin Rei didn't need to think to know what Chu Si meant. If he was the Danzong sect's sect master, he definitely wouldn't let the Danzong sect fall to the bottom of the 7 sections. Although the Danzong sect wasn't the only sect that could concoct pills, the Danzong sect was the most powerful sect in the entire God realm. It had the most alchemists and could nurture alchemists. Of course, other sects could nurture alchemists as well. However, Nurturing an alchemist required a huge amount of resources and materials. Not only that, but the most important thing was that the person had to have the ability to concoct pills, spiritual roots, and comprehension. If one didn't have these, no matter how powerful they would be helpless in the end. Therefore, even if they wanted to nurture alchemists, they simply didn't have the experience. Rather than nurturing alchemists, it would be better to not let those resources go to disciples who cultivated. Therefore, it was just as Lin Rei thought. If he were the Danzong Sect's sect master, he definitely wouldn't let the Danzong Sect fall to the bottom of the 7 sections. However, he also knew that although it couldn't be the bottom of the 7 sects, it definitely couldn't be the main sect. After all, the bird that sticks out gets shot. Even so, the 2nd or 3rd sect master could still do it. He didn't know why the Danzong Sect's sect master would do this. Of course, Chu Xiai naturally didn't know what he was thinking at this moment. At this moment, he was proud that he was a member of the Danzong Sect. However, he didn't know that his pride was so weak and insignificant in Lin Rei's eyes. All right, continue. He didn't dare to disobey Lin Rei's orders. He immediately hid his pride and continued to talk about the 7 sections. Just like the ranking of the 7 sects, the Sword Sect is at the top, and the Danzong Sect is at the bottom. However, that's because the Danzong Sect mainly focuses on alchemy, so he neglected the cultivation of combat skills. As he spoke, Chu Xiai felt a little embarrassed. His voice became softer and softer, which showed how little confidence he had when he said these words. However, Lin Rei didn't care about him at all. After all, the Danzong Sect was a stranger to him. If it weren't for the 2 of them, he probably wouldn't have come here. All right, you don't have to say anymore. Let me say it. At this moment, just as Chu Xiai was starting to speak, Yun Kai, who was standing at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. She stepped forward and said, "To put it bluntly, the Danzong Sect's combat strength is the lowest. We don't even have any status in the weapon refining sect. Usually, when we make certain decisions, the Danzong Sect belongs to the type that follows the trend." At this moment, Yun Kai's words stunned Chu Xiai. However, Lin Rei was indeed quite satisfied with Yun Kai's current state. The 7 sects have beautiful names. Generally speaking, the Danzong Sect specializes in alchemy. If they don't have such skills in alchemy, I'm afraid the Danzong Sect can't even be rated as a first-rank sect. As for the other 6 sects, the Weapon Refining Sect refines weapons, the Formation Sect sets up formations, and the Talisman Sect specializes in drawing talismans. As she spoke, Yin Kai's tone became more serious. She then continued, "As for the Rain Sect, I don't know the origin of their name. However, I know that all their disciples have a single water attribute spiritual root. In the entire God realm, I'm afraid only the Rain Sect's ancestor and sect master know about this." Oh, a single water attribute spiritual root in a sect? At this moment, hearing Yun Kai's words, Lin Rei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a sect to only recruit disciples with a single attribute spiritual root. However, it appeared now. He was very puzzled about this, that Fire Sect. Don't tell me the Fire Sect only has a single fire attribute spiritual root. At this moment, Lin Rei, who seemed to have thought of something, hurriedly asked. However, although he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't accept reality. As expected, Lin Rei's guess was confirmed by Yun Kai. That's right. The Fire Sect indeed only has a single fire attribute spiritual root. This is exactly the same as the Water Sect. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had received confirmation, was stunned. Refining under such circumstances was the most difficult thing for him to understand since he started cultivating. It was very difficult for him to imagine a sect that only had water attribute spiritual roots. What was this about? At this moment, he felt that the inner layer of the God realm was not simple. It was really not simple. At this moment, seeing the complicated expression on Lin Rei's face, Yin Kai knew that he was very puzzled. However, this was something she couldn't explain. However, the Sword Sect is different. There are various kinds of spiritual roots in the sword sect, but their sect advocates the way of the sword very much. They cultivate the way of the sword and love it more. As she spoke, a mysterious smile appeared on Yun Kai's face. However, at the same time, although their nature is different, there are still similarities between the two sections. In the sword sect, there are people who cultivate other weapons, but these people will never be recognized by the sect because they don't cultivate the way of the sword. In the sword sect, there are only sword Dao battle techniques, cultivation methods, or spells. Those people can't stand this kind of rule. Some entered other sects, and some directly established their own sections. To tell you the truth, there are also a small number of disciples in the Danzong sect who came from the sword sect. In the end, the sect leader saw that their spiritual roots were very good and accepted them all. After hearing this, Lin Rei secretly calculated in his heart. He didn't believe that the strength of the 7 sects was really as it seemed on the surface. He believed that there must be something else that Yun Kai didn't say. Sure enough, Lin Rei had just thought up to this point when Yun Kai's voice sounded again. Moreover, what she said was exactly what he was thinking about just now. Even though the sword sect seems to be the leader of the 7 sects on the surface, it's actually not the case. Amongst the 7 sects, the Talisman Grandmaster is the most mysterious. Their abilities are the most mysterious existence in the entire 7 sections. No one knows their cultivation base. As for their ranks, they took the initiative to mention it all those years ago. As expected, at this moment, when he heard Yun Kai's words, Lin Rei understood in his heart. However, what made him curious was why Yun Kai knew what he was thinking every single time. Talisman Grandmaster? Kai, where did you hear all of this from? At this moment, Lin Rei and Yun Kai were both in a state of mind. Only Chu Ci seemed to have jumped out of it. However, Yun Kai seemed to be enjoying herself and started to explain to him. Lin Rei was speechless because he didn't know what to say. Not long after, a few minutes later, Yun Kai and Chu Ci's conversation ended. At this moment, Chu Ci seemed to have understood and nodded. What's after the Talisman Grandmaster? Since the Talisman Grandmaster is the first in the dark, then who's the second? Right at this moment, Xie Feng, who had been standing at the side and hadn't said a word, finally spoke. However, Lin Rei really wanted to know the answer to his question as well. Therefore, both of their gazes converged onto Yun Kai. It's the Rain Sect. Facing Lin Yun and the evil phoenix's thirsty gazes, Yun Kai took a step back and timidly replied, after the Talisman Grandmaster was the Rain Grandmaster. I don't know what happened after that, because I read it in a secret manual. As for the other information, it has been destroyed by some unknown thing. At this moment, a trace of disappointment floated across Lin Rei and Xie Feng's faces when they heard Yun Kai's words. However, this disappointment only lasted for a moment. Kid, do you really want to know the division of strength in this place? Do you really want to know why the Rain Sect, the Fire Sect, and the Sword Sect only have one attribute? Are you very unfamiliar with the God Realm? It's as if you've discovered a new world. Are you? Stop. At this moment, Lin Rei was feeling disappointed. He originally thought that this matter was over. However, he didn't expect that the silent little dragon would actually awaken at this moment. Moreover, the questions he asked were things that he was very puzzled about. Hurry up and tell me what you know. Don't tempt me endlessly. You know that I'll feel very uncomfortable if I don't get to the bottom of this. Ha ha. After Lin Rei finished speaking, a voice instantly filled his mind. At this moment, the little dragon's figure appeared in his mind. With a smile on his face, he said, "It's not impossible if you want to know. Accept the mission. As long as you accept the mission, all the answers you want to know will appear in front of you. How about it?" Mission? When the word mission appeared, Lin Rei subconsciously took a step back. He knew that this was definitely not a coincidence. He didn't believe that the mission would come at such a timely time. What? Kid, you don't dare to accept it? Although the little dragon's provocation never failed, Lin Rei revealed a firm expression at this moment. I accept. Chapter 701. That's more like it. The little dragon wasn't surprised by Lin Ray's decision at all. As someone who understood Lin Ray the best, he naturally knew that Lin Ray wouldn't reject the mission. The little dragon's lips curled into a grin when he heard Lin Fan's reply. All right, since that's the case, accept the mission. As he spoke, the little dragon's update disappeared. Lin Ray no longer looked as nonchalant as before and became much more serious. Ding dong. However, at this moment, the system's familiar voice rang in Lin Ray's mind. Ding dong. Main mission. Become the Sect Master of the Talisman Sect within 100 years. Ding dong. Mission reward. The correct refining method of the Heavenly Tower and a map of the Flying Immortal Lake. What? Lin Ray couldn't remain calm when he found out that his mission was to become the Sect Master of the #1 sect in the inner layer of the God world. Of course, this only lasted for a moment. The moment he remembered that he still had the mind-controlling pill, his uneasiness vanished like smoke into thin air. He had originally thought that it would be a simple matter. However, who would have thought that just as he was about to use the mind-controlling pill to control the entire Talisman Sect, the system notification rang out again. This time, the words that rang out made Linley feel completely helpless. He even had the urge to die. Ding dong, warning to the host. The host is not allowed to use any pills or similar items in this mission. If discovered, the system will not show any mercy and will kill you on the spot. You. At this moment, Linley couldn't say anything else, because at this moment, he knew that all of this was directed at him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a request. Oh, that's right. Your friends, family, and the entire Xuanzong sect. The Xuanzong sect was created by you and will naturally disappear with you. Similarly, Xie Feng is not allowed to help. If you help her, the consequences will be the same as the previous conditions. Unless you are killed, your family, friends, and even the entire Xuanzong sect will be completely destroyed and will cease to exist. Silence. At this moment, the entire scene was extremely quiet. Linley did not say anything. He knew that this time, the system had done this intentionally, and this intention was specifically targeted at him. Linley was very angry in his heart about this. However, there was nothing he could do. The main mission could not be rejected. After all, Xiaolong had already reminded him of this rule when he first accepted to become the leader of the mysterious sect. As for the consequences of rejecting the main storyline mission, needless to say, it was inevitable that they would be killed mercilessly. What was even more hateful was that they would even be imprisoned. Thus, at this moment, he found it difficult to refuse it all. Rather than saying that he was allowed to choose a mission, it would be more accurate to say that he was ordered to complete this mission. Of course, if there were benefits, there would be drawbacks as well. Even though the first mission no longer provided him with any assistance in becoming the Sect Master of the Talisman Sect within 100 years, the rewards from the other missions were still pretty good. In particular, the method to obtain the Heaven-Penetrating Tower would have an impact on the Heaven-Penetrating Tower. This was because this was a mission that he had accepted in Sky Might City. However, even though he did not know what the map of the soaring immortal lake was, he knew that it was something that he had obtained from the system. However, he knew that anything that could come out from the system was definitely good stuff. Linley naturally had no doubts about this. Kid? Just as Linley was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang out, waking him up and pulling him back to reality. Kid, what are you doing? Are you awake? The familiar voice rang out once again. Lin Ray, who had returned to his original body, naturally heard it. Naturally, he knew that this voice belonged to Xie Feng. This was because out of all the people who had come here, only Xie Feng dared to call him that. The other two naturally did not dare to do so. When Lin Ray returned to his senses, he reorganized his words before he asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" At this moment, everyone was shocked by Lin Ray's sudden question. However, at this moment, Xie Feng seemed to be a little displeased. "You still have the nerve to say that? Do you know that you've been standing here for half a day? I've been calling you for so long, yet you, hearing this. Lin Rei knew why Xie Feng's face was so dark. Regarding this, Lin Rei did not want to waste time on this matter. He immediately opened his mouth to beg for mercy. This is my fault. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. As soon as he finished speaking, the three of them were stunned. The three of them did not react to the sudden apology. This was because in their minds, this seemed to be the first time Lin Rei had said the three words, "I'm sorry." What's wrong? After the apology, hearing that there was no movement around him, Lin Rei immediately released his divine consciousness. The deep feelings of the three of them appeared in Lin Rei's mind. Seeing dazed God looking at him with a look of pleasant surprise, as if he had just discovered a new continent, Lin Li interrupted them, somewhat unaccustomed to it. No, nothing. Yes. No, nothing. At this moment, in response to Lin Rei's question, everyone quickly returned to normal. Ha! Lin Li smiled as he watched their every action, after which he asked Chu Ci, why don't you tell me more about the symbol sect? I am currently training in the Tao of Talismans. I wish to see exactly how powerful their sect is. Talisman Grandmaster? This sudden question instantly stunned Chu Ci. However, after being by his side for so long, Chu Ci had already learned to adapt. Thus, after being stunned by the question, Chu Ci immediately recovered and opened her mouth to respond to Lin Li's question. At this moment, in response to Chu Ci's question, Lin Rei nodded and said, "That's right. The Talisman Grandmaster. I want to know their level, power, and other things." Young Master, as you said, the Talisman Grandmaster mostly cultivates by drawing talismans. However, they have a good relationship with the Equipment Refining Sect and the Array Refining Sect. After all, talismans are of great use to both sections. Then, Chu Ci took a deep breath and continued. Take the Weapon Refining Sect, for example. If they add talismans to their weapons, the spiritual energy in their weapons will be unprecedented in terms of combat power and energy management. Another example is the Array Refining Sect. The Array Refining Sect and talismans have a deep relationship. I heard from the elders that both of them originated from the same sect when the sky was split open in Hongmeng. Therefore, I don't need to say more. Young Master, you should understand the relationship between them. At this moment, Lin Rei had a new understanding of the Talisman Grandmaster. Of course, he knew that Chu Ci had mentioned that the Talisman Grandmaster and the Array Refining Sect originated from the same sect when they were in Hongmeng. Moreover, he was also aware of the power of the combination of the Array Refining Sect and talismans. After all, he had experienced this before. Otherwise, he would not have come here today. However, according to Chu Ci, Lin Rei was even more troubled by the mission given by the system. After all, if the Talisman Grandmaster had close ties with the other two sects, the difficulty level of this mission would be raised by a few levels. However, correspondingly, a very good opportunity presented itself at this moment. Due to the Talisman Grandmaster's ability, a slight flaw was exposed, which gave him a rare opportunity. To him, this opportunity was the only one that could destroy the Talisman Grandmaster's plan. After all, it was impossible to subdue a massive sect like the Talisman Grandmaster without using external forces. Phew! At this thought, this plan began to brew in Lin Rei's mind. It was also at this moment that the inner layer of the godly world was no longer peaceful due to Ra's existence. All right, I will accompany you to the Danzong sect during this period of time. After you send me to the ancient corpse trove, I have other missions for you. However, before that, you still have to tell me about the strange happenings in the godly world. When they heard Lin Rei's instructions, the two of them were stunned for a moment before they quickly responded. Yes, young master. Young master, actually, there aren't many strange happenings in this place. However, there are a few hidden grounds, forbidden grounds, and secret realms. For example, the ancient corpse trove that you are heading to is the most terrifying place in the hidden grounds. At this point, Chu Ci's expression clearly turned ugly. Lin Li knew why he was like this, but he did not pay any attention to it. Instead, he listened intently to Chu Si's explanation. Other than the ancient corpse trove, there is also the Flying Deity Lake. This is also a place that you should not go to. The Flying Deity Lake is not inferior to the ancient corpse trove. In fact, it is even more powerful. Flying Deity Lake? It was a familiar name. Today, this name had appeared twice, and the first time was from the system. Originally, he didn't know where the map was, but now, after hearing Chu Si's words, he knew some things about it. Of course, it was also at this moment that he decided that he would go to the Flying Deity Lake to investigate once he had settled the matter of his life. After all, he had a map of that place in his hands. Ahem, although he had not reached the place yet, it was only a matter of time. Of course, Chu Si did not know that Lin Rei had a map of the Flying Deity Lake. However, he knew a little about the Flying Deity Lake. When he heard Lin Rei's question, Chu Si hurriedly explained. The Flying Deity Lake is a forbidden ground in our hidden grounds. There are many resources in there that even make us green with envy. Even the other sects would fight to obtain any of the spiritual herbs, let alone the Danzong sect. In the end, they would not hesitate to expend a portion of their sect's strength. Of course, in the end, no matter who it is, they will bring the spiritual herbs to the Danzong sect so that our great elders can refine the spiritual herbs for them. At this moment, Chu Si's face revealed a trace of pride, as if this matter was something amazing. I understand. Lin Rei nodded indifferently when he heard Chu Si's words. Then, he walked towards this new land alone. Xie Feng, who had been following behind Lin Rei, guessed that something was on his mind. However, she did not know what it was that could make him so worried. Then why don't you tell me about other things? For example, the common currency here, and some other things. I really want to know what I haven't seen or heard of in this place that's even larger than the outer layer of the God realm. As he walked, Lin Rei, who had already understood the strength of the experts in this place, thought of something else and asked. Regarding this, Chu Si had been telling him everything he knew. As long as he wanted to know, he would tell him everything he knew. Chu Si naturally knew what to say. Young master, the common currency here is exactly the same as the outer layer of the God realm. Even the 4 great guilds in the outer layer have it. However, the 4 great guilds here are indeed the headquarters of the 4 great guilds in the outer layer of the God realm. The guilds here are all elders of the guilds. Some of them are even the founders of the guilds. There are also 4 great guilds here. At this moment, as if he had heard something interesting, Lin Rei could not help but stop walking. He asked, if there are also 4 great guilds here, doesn't that mean, suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Lin Rei's face revealed a trace of astonishment. That's right. Young master, your guess is correct. Just as you've guessed, the 4 great guilds here were founded by the 4 great sects. However, although they were founded by the sects, for some reason, they broke away from the control of the sects a long time ago and formed their own individuals. Because of this, their development became even more unstoppable. In the end, regardless of whether it is the inner layer of the God realm or the outer layer of the God realm, all of them have a special distribution. I truly did not expect this. I truly did not expect that the guilds would not only develop them to the 9 underworlds, but also have their headquarters in the inner layer of the God realm. At this moment, after hearing so many interesting and new things, Lin Rei's brain was unable to process them all. After hearing Chu Si's words, Lin Rei was silent for a while. When he came back to his senses again, Lin Rei had returned to normal. Phew, that's enough. Let's end this matter here. After saying that, Lin Rei let out a long sigh of relief. He then turned to Chu Si and said, lead the way. We've wasted enough time here. It's time to go to the Danzong sect. Yes, young master. Although Chu Si was somewhat puzzled by Lin Rei's sudden change of topic, he could not help but feel excited at the thought of being able to see his benevolent master soon. But at the same time, the thought of leaving the Danzong sect was like a bucket of cold water being poured over his head, instantly waking him up. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's take it one step at a time. Chu Si hurriedly stopped his wild thoughts. He then took a step forward and leaped into the air, looking for the direction to the Danzong sect. In an instant, he shot out like a bolt of lightning. Ha! At this moment, sensing Chu Si's state, Lin Ray smiled and ignored him. He then led the other two into the air and chased after Chu Si's figure, disappearing into the air. Chapter 702. At the center of the inner layer of the realm of the gods, there was a palace on top of a towering mountain peak. Outside the palace, there was a stream of water and a forest that wrapped around the magnificent palace like an embrace. However, on the surface of the palace, there were carvings of all kinds of rare beasts. Some of the rare beasts did not belong to the realm of the gods. However, it was within this palace that a matter that was closely related to Linley had occurred. At this moment, in the palace, there was a young man in a long robe. He had a delicate face and looked very refined. He held a 9-clawed evil fan in his hand. There were even some unknown runes carved on it. At this moment, the young man's face was ugly. He looked at the old man in front of him and said, "Master, I lost contact with the 2 horned dragons guarding the mountain just now. Seems what?" At this moment, the old man standing in front of the young man had a kind face. He raised his hand and revealed a trace of nobility. However, in his actions, there was a sense of superiority. However, after hearing the young man's words, the old man's face instantly turned ugly. His tone was extremely gloomy. It was as if he was on the verge of losing his temper. At this moment, when the old man spoke, the young man's body could not help but tremble. There was even a look of fear on his face. It seems that he has died." "What?" The young man did not hesitate to answer the old man's question. However, as soon as the young man spoke, a majestic pressure instantly rushed out and crushed the young man's body. Pooh! The moment the old man released his pressure, the young man's face turned pale. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment, the young man's face became even paler. Master, I can't take it. I can't take it anymore." The old man continued to release his pressure. At this moment, the young man could no longer withstand the pressure and power. At this moment, the young man hurriedly begged the old man. At that moment, when the old man heard the young man's words, he looked over and saw the blood on the ground. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper, and the old man was naturally able to see it. He was stunned for a moment before he spoke with a guilty expression. "I was too excited just now and didn't consider your existence. This is Master's fault. Here, Master apologizes to you." No. Master, you didn't do it on purpose. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your disciple's cultivation for being too weak. That's why it led to the current situation. This lesson is to warn your disciple that I will continue to work hard in the future." At this moment, when the young man heard his master's apology, his face trembled and he hurriedly put all the blame on himself. At that moment, as he looked at his disciple, he revealed an amused smile. Then he shook his head and said, You must know that you are Mai Ming's disciple, Jiang. As my disciple, you must possess the spirit of ruling over everything. In the future, you must not say such words again. Also, you have to convince people with reason. Right is right, wrong is wrong. It was my fault in the first place, but because of me, you have to shoulder the responsibility. This is a warning. Next time, I won't say it so lightly. Do you understand? At that moment, when he heard his master's admonishment, the fear and cowardice on Jie Yang's face instantly disappeared. Yes, master. I understand. I will never do it again. Jie Yang's voice was filled with determination and courage. He no longer had the weak feeling he had before. When Ming sensed the change in her disciple, she revealed a gratified smile. This time, we must pay attention to the death of the horned dragon. After all, they are the guardians of the mountain-seeking entrance. They are the guardians of the divine world's inner layer. We must find out who killed them. To our realm palace, this is a huge matter. Who knows, it might even involve the interest of some people. Saying that, Ming's face revealed a cruel smile. However, you must remember that I will always be your strong backing. Of course, I will not say it normally. However, if someone dares to threaten your life, I will not allow it. You are not only my disciple, you are also the next successor of the Realm Palace. At that moment, when Ji heard those words, he suddenly felt deep veneration. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel proud that he was the next successor of the Realm Palace. I understand, Master. This time, I will definitely investigate the death of the Horned Dragon. Don't worry, Amen. Since that's the case, you can go. Remember, the inner layer of the divine world is not our Realm Palace. Ever since you were born, you have never left the mountain. Remember what I said. The human heart is sinister. In the divine world, no matter who it is, you cannot trust them. The only person you can trust is yourself. Do not put yourself in danger. Saying that, Ming's figure slowly faded from his eyes. However, his voice was still loud and dignified. I understand, Master. I'll remember every word you said. Feeling the care and concern from his master, Jiayong quickly bowed and kowtowed. However, at that moment, Ming's figure completely disappeared from the palace. His voice also did not resound. Jiayong straightened his back and looked at the place where his master disappeared. After being stunned for a moment, his eyes were filled with determination. He then turned around, walked out of the palace, and flew down the mountain. At that moment, Jiayang's existence, even the entire divine world, including the inner layer and outer layer, did not know about the existence of this palace. As for the existence of Ming and Jiayong, they were even more clueless about it. However, they only knew that there was a mountain in the central area of the inner layer. This mountain was so tall that it reached the clouds. Even a cultivator at the peak of the divine realm would not be able to climb it. Therefore, no one knew about the existence of the Realm Palace. At that moment, after a few months of flying, Lin Rei finally arrived at the Danzong Sect. He did not know that because he killed the Horned Dragon, he had attracted the attention of the Realm Palace's investigator, Jiayong. However, Lin Rei was very happy at that moment, because the matter that he had promised Chu Si was about to be completed. After that, he would be able to easily do the things that he wanted to do. At that moment, after a few months of flying, they had finally arrived at the entrance of the Danzong Sect. Under Chu Si's lead, Lin Rei and the others did not touch the Danzong Sect protecting formation and arrived at the entrance. However, this was only because of Chu Si. If it was anyone else, they would have touched the formation before entering the range of 1,000 miles from the entrance of the Danzong Sect. They would have been killed by the formation. At that moment, Chu Si, who was walking at the very front, had her back to Lin Rei. She looked at the sect that she had left for a long time. For a moment, tears welled up in her eyes. However, Lin Rei was naturally sentimental about this. He did not say anything about it. At the same time, he was not overly anxious. He wanted to quickly finish the matter here. Just like that, he quietly waited for Chu Si. After a quarter of an hour, Chu Si returned to her usual sentimental state. The tears in her eyes had already disappeared. Phew! It's been a long time since I've returned to the Danzong Sect. Master, have you been well without me? Has the sect been well? As soon as she sighed emotionally, Yin Kai took a step forward and grabbed her arm. She said gently, "Si, we've returned. We'll be able to see the sect master in a while." Yes, we'll be able to see him in a while. Chu Si nodded in melancholy at the words of his fiancée. However, another thought appeared in her mind, one that was completely different from what she was saying. Yes, we've returned, but we'll be leaving very soon. Moreover, this time, we'll be leaving forever. Lin Rei naturally did not know what Chu Si was thinking, but at the same time, he did not want to know either. Let's go in. Chu Si turned her head to look at Yun Kai, then slowly said to Lin Li and the other two behind her. She then walked into the sect first. Who are you? How dare you trespass on the Danzong Sect's restricted grounds? Don't you know that the Danzong Sect is senior brother Chu Si? The sudden voice caused Chu Si and the others, who had just entered the mountain gate, to freeze in place. Before the person who had spoken could finish his sentence, another voice filled with pleasant surprise interrupted the person who had spoken. What? Chu Ci? Senior brother Chu Ci? However, when he heard his companion's cry of surprise, the disciple from the Pill sect who had reprimanded Chu Ci and the others quickly rubbed his eyes until they hurt. Only then did he recognize Chu Ci. The moment he recognized Chu Ci, the disciple immediately apologized. Senior brother, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I've just arrived and I don't think I've seen you before. Regardless of your appearance, I've heard others mention you before, but I didn't recognize you. I'm extremely sorry about that. At this moment, when he heard this disciple that he didn't know speak so long-winded, he was speechless. However, he had no choice but to interrupt him and ask, Junior brother, may I know if we can go in now? Yes, please go in. Hearing Chu Ci's words, the disciple guarding the mountain gate immediately realized that he had lost his composure. He quickly stepped aside and respectfully welcomed the group into the distance. Phew! Chu Ci let out a long sigh, and his helpless expression faded away. Then, he turned to Lin Rei with a face full of smiles and asked, Young master, may I know if you're going to meet my master directly, or shall I arrange a place for you to stay? Arrange a place for me to stay first. When Lin Rei heard Chu Ci's question and was about to answer, Xiefeng did not give Lin Rei a chance to speak. The moment the word "I" left his mouth, Xiefeng beat him to it. Regarding Xiefeng's interruption and interference with his decision, although Lin Rei was a little angry, after seeing Xiefeng's pleading expression, the previous atmosphere was completely obliterated in the cradle. Lin Rei helplessly instructed Chu Ci according to Xiefeng's instructions. Just follow Xiefeng's instructions. Arrange a quiet place for us. Then, go and meet your master and inform him of my purpose of coming here. Of course, it would be best if he agrees directly. If he doesn't, after we settle down, bring me to reason with him personally. Yes, I will arrange a quiet place for you to stay. He knew that there was nothing he could do to change Linley's decision. Thus, he could only obey Linley's decision. Okay, in that case, let's go. Yes, young master. After replying to Lin Rei, Chu Ci led Lin Rei and the others in the direction of the purple bamboo garden where he used to live. Hello, senior brother Chu Ci, senior sister Yun Kai. Hello, senior brother Chu Ci, senior sister Yun Kai. Along the way, wherever Chu Ci passed by, the disciples would respectfully address her. Linley had always believed this to be the case. However, when he saw that although those disciples spoke respectfully to Chu Ci, their eyes were filled with disdain. He knew that Chu Ci had suffered a lot in this place. However, Yun Kai, who had always been protective of Chu Ci, didn't say anything in this situation. However, it could be seen that the anger in her eyes was burning fiercely. Fortunately, Yun Kai was a person who could control herself. If this happened again, she might really explode. If that happened, things would get out of hand. The Purple Bamboo Garden was an independent place in the depths of the Danzong Sect. At this moment, outside the Purple Bamboo Garden, Chu Ci led Lin Rei to his residence. The Purple Bamboo Garden, as its name implied, was because the bamboo here was all purple and did not depart from green at all. Therefore, the garden naturally became the Purple Bamboo Garden. Looking at the Purple Bamboo Garden, Chu Ci sighed. Then he turned around and said, Young master, we've arrived at my humble abode. In a while, you can enter the bamboo garden. And I will go to visit our master's home. Okay, go ahead. I'll just walk around here. Yes, then we'll take our leave first. Chu Ci and Kai said their goodbyes and then disappeared from the spot, disappearing from Lin Rei's sight. The two of them flew towards the west. They left quite quickly. Looking at the two of them until they disappeared, Lin Rei retracted his gaze and fixed it on the Purple Bamboo Garden in front of him. TSK. Boy, let's not talk about how lucky you are. Sometimes I'm a little envious of you. What? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Chapter 703. At this time, when Linley heard Xiaolong's words, it could be said that he was completely confused. He was completely at a loss. He did not understand what the little dragon meant. Lin Rei's reaction stunned the little dragon, but it recovered immediately. Sigh, it's normal that you don't know. What do you mean I don't know? Lin Rei was getting more and more anxious by the little dragon's deliberate mystification. He was a straightforward person, and now that the little dragon was behaving like this, how could he not be anxious? He wanted to know the meaning of the little dragon's words, but the little dragon was being so hesitant and not straightforward. This made Lin Rei very anxious. You're getting anxious. The little dragon saw Lin Rei's anxiety and rolled its eyes. It said unhurriedly, "Do you see the purple bamboo in front of you?" "Yes, I see it." "Is there anything wrong with the purple bamboo?" At this moment in the system, the little dragon saw how stupid Lin Rei was and really wanted to buy him a piece of tofu and let him kill himself. Sigh. Looking at Lin Rei, the little dragon sighed and then explained the origin of the purple bamboo in detail. Purple bamboo is a kind of magical material that can be used to inscribe formations and to refine magical weapons. This kind of thing usually only grows in places with extreme yang, and it grows very slowly. This kind of thing is hard to find, and I didn't expect there to be so many of them here. And, as it spoke, the little dragon's eyes revealed a puzzled look. However, Lin Rei, who had been listening, asked anxiously when the little dragon stopped talking. "And what? Just say it, don't stop." Hearing Lin Rei's words, the little dragon's puzzlement was interrupted and it could only continue. And this kind of thing is usually not planted in so many places. Moreover, purple bamboo is a very rare thing. Why? Why is it that no one uses it here? And according to my observation, this bamboo forest seems to have never been cut down before. What? At this moment, Linley, who had understood, focused his divine sense on the entire purple bamboo forest. For a moment, his heart was filled with excitement. At the same time, he rejoiced in his heart. He rejoiced that the people of the Pill Sect didn't know what was good for them, because all of these things were already in his bag. Lin Rei could not help but smile foolishly. Xie Feng, who had been standing at the side, looked at Lin Rei's reaction and there was some worry in her eyes. Sigh. Seeing Lin Rei's reaction, the little dragon sighed. "I say, can you be a little more promising? It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you can't take these things away with your current ability. If you don't believe me, you can go and try. Of course, don't be too embarrassed if you can't move them. TCH, who are you looking down on? Fine, I'll go. Isn't it just bamboo? Since those idiots from the Danzong Sect don't want it, these things are mine, Lin Rei." At this moment, Lin Rei did not cut off the deal with the little dragon. His consciousness returned to his body, and the chaotic dragon spear appeared in his hand. At this moment, Lin Rei was acting like this because he was angry with the little dragon. At the same time, he also wanted to take the purple bamboo for himself. However, he didn't care about Evil Phoenix, who had been standing beside him all this time. Just a moment ago, Xie Feng saw Lin Rei's sudden action and became alert. Seeing Lin Rei take out the chaotic dragon spear, she thought that there were enemies nearby. But at the next moment, Lin Rei's action made Xie Feng dumbfounded. Lin Rei, who was holding onto the chaotic dragon spear, walked towards a purple bamboo. At this moment, Xie Feng's eyes were filled with vigilance. But the next scene made Xie Feng completely dumbfounded. Lin Rei, who was holding onto the chaotic dragon spear, released his cultivation. His cultivation was at the middle stage God-Emperor realm. His majestic spiritual energy engulfed the entire Danzong Sect. The suppression of a middle-stage God-Emperor realm cultivator caused the entire Danzong Sect to turn pale and vomit blood the moment they felt the suppression from Lin Rei. Of course, Celestial the Arch Realm cultivators wouldn't vomit blood. However, this sudden pressure was too much for them to handle. Sensing Linley's current state, the demonic phoenix grew even more vigilant. This was because there weren't many people in the entire God realm who could cause Linley to act in such a manner. She had no choice but to remain vigilant, not just for herself, but also for the sake of protecting Linley. But the next scene made Xiefeng feel that it was hard to accept. Lin Rei held onto the chaotic dragon spear and raised it above his head. Immediately, the surrounding spiritual energy became extremely sharp. The chaotic dragon spear followed the momentum and chopped down on the purple bamboo. At this moment, Lin Rei revealed a smile on his face. He thought that the purple bamboo should be broken this time. But things did not always go according to one's wishes. Pong, like the sound of weapons clashing, instantly entered Lin Rei's ears. At this moment, Lin Rei felt that something was wrong. He immediately released his spiritual sense. When he saw the purple bamboo that was chopped down by him, Lin Rei was dumbfounded. Not because of anything else, but because the purple bamboo was still intact. There was only a faint white mark left on the place where it was chopped down. But not long after, even the white mark disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Lin Rei's body and mind suffered a huge blow. He was sure that with his previous move, he could not kill a God Emperor Realm Cultivator. But now he could not even chop down a single bamboo. No one could bear such humiliation. Ha ha! Lin Rei was completely humiliated. He thought of how he told the little dragon that he could chop down the bamboo, but now he heard the little dragon's laughter. At this moment, Lin Rei wanted nothing more than to find a hole and plunge into it, never to come out again. He did not want to see anyone, especially the little dragon. Okay. Actually, I already knew that you couldn't do it. You just didn't listen to your elders, and now you're at a disadvantage. In the system, the little dragon, who was sitting on the lake, saw the disappointment on Lin Rei's face through the system and quickly comforted him. However, his comforting words made Lin Rei even more depressed. Why can't I chop it down even after using the Chaos Dragon Spear? Is this purple bamboo really that strong? Is it really that hard? Lin Rei asked one question after another. These questions were all doubts in his heart at this moment. He was originally very confident, but this matter was a huge blow to him. He had to ask this question clearly. Otherwise, he would spend the rest of his cultivation in silence thinking about these questions. Okay, I'll tell you. Xiaolong, who knew what Lin Li's temperament was like, immediately opened his mouth to answer Lin Li's question. This purple bamboo's hardness is unshakable by anyone below the Sage Realm. And your combat strength, is at most able to defeat a small, godly, venerable realm cultivator. Tell me, with such hardness, how can you? I can't, but Xiefeng can. At this moment, after listening to the little dragon's words, before he could finish speaking, Lin Rei's mind flashed, and Xiefeng's figure appeared in his mind. Yes, I can't, but Xiefeng can. As long as Xiefeng makes a move, won't she be able to take all of these purple bamboo? Saying that, he did not greet the little dragon and immediately returned to his body. The moment he returned to his body, Lin Rei turned around and said to Xiefeng, who was standing behind him, Xiefeng, can you? Yes. Without waiting for Lin Rei to say what he meant, Xiefeng immediately agreed. Yes. You don't even know what I'm going to say, but you can. What if I? Do you think I'm stupid? Seeing Lin Rei's reaction, Xiefeng said without hesitation, your actions just now have already revealed what you want me to do. Moreover, do you think I don't know the purpose of this purple bamboo? Back in the Eldritch era, I didn't even care for such a small thing. Saying that, without waiting for Lin Rei to speak, Xiefeng instantly appeared in front of the purple bamboo. Then, she stretched out her hand and chopped at the purple bamboo across the air. Crack! A strange sound rang out. Lin Li was overjoyed at this. He immediately turned and chopped out with his divine sense, only to see that a piece of violet bamboo had already been chopped off. At this moment, Lin Rei's heart was filled with gratitude towards Xiefeng. At the same time, he was happy to be able to obtain the purple bamboo. Just like that, with Xiefeng's help, the purple bamboo was all in Lin Rei's pocket. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Lin Rei was happy, but Chu Xiai and Yun Kai, who had gone to find their master, were worried. At this moment, Chu Xiai and Yun Kai had already arrived at the entrance of the Danzong Sect's Drifting Cloud Hall, where only the sect master could stay. However, Chu Si looked troubled and did not know what to say. Si, it's fine. This time we came to say goodbye. Moreover, the Sect Master likes you so much. I'm sure he knows that the pill poison in your body has been removed and that your cultivation has increased because of it. I'm sure he'll be happy for you. Chu Si stood in place with a complicated expression. When he heard his fiancée's words, his mind became conflicted for a moment. On one side was his master who had raised him, and on the other side was someone who had saved his life and given him the opportunity to increase his cultivation. On one side was the grace of raising him, and on the other side was the grace of recognizing his worth. As the saying went, it was difficult to have both sides. At this moment, Chu Si had fallen into this situation and did not know what to do. Let's go. The young master is still waiting. If the young master wants to come personally when he reaches a certain level, then things won't be as easy to resolve as they are now. Yes. Chu Si immediately came back to his senses when he heard Yunsai's words. He knew a thing or two about Linley's temper, but he had a complete understanding of Linley's battle strength. He did not want the entire sect to be implicated because of his own matters. Thinking of this, Chu Si let out a long sigh of relief. He squeezed out the trace of a smile on his face with great difficulty, then pulled Yun Kai's hand and stepped into the hall. At this moment, in the drifting cloud hall, a white-haired man was sitting on a seat. His eyes were darting around as if he was contemplating something. He did not notice Chu Si and Yun Kai's arrival. This person was Chu Si's master, the current sect master of the Danzong sect, Chu Tiansheng. Master D, disciple has returned. The hall was as quiet as before. After Chu Si bowed, Chu Tiansheng's voice did not come for a long time. Chu Si thought that Chu Tiansheng had found out about his matter and immediately felt guilty. With a plop, Chu Si directly knelt on the ground. With tears in his eyes, he said, "Master, disciple. Disciple was wrong. Disciple didn't report to you, and..." Si, what did you come back? Why didn't you inform Master so that Master could come and pick you up? The sudden question interrupted Chu Si. In response, Chu Si was stunned. Damn, so you didn't hear me. Of course, this sentence could not be said out loud. Master, disciple has also just returned. I didn't have time to report to you, so, in that case, stand up. There are no outsiders here. Don't kneel for no reason. As the saying goes, men have gold under their knees. If you kneel for no reason, then don't come and see me in the future. Hearing his master, who is also his master and father, say such words, Chu Si was so frightened that he did not dare to stay on the ground for even a moment. He instantly bounced up from the ground. When Yun Kai saw this scene, she immediately beamed with joy. At this moment, she became even more beautiful, fresh, and refined. Oh, little Kai is also here. At this moment, Yun Kai's laughter attracted Chu Tiansheng's attention. In an instant, Chu Tiansheng hurriedly greeted her. Yes, I came with Brother Sai. When she saw the elder who made her a venerable one mention Chu Si in his reply, her originally fair and clear face instantly blushed with shyness. Oh, ha. Okay. When Yun Kai addressed Chu Si in such a manner, even a fool would be able to tell the relationship between the two, let alone a sect master. At this moment, he sensed that his disciple had found his wife. He had always thought that the marriage between the two of them was inappropriate, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. This result, in his opinion, couldn't be better. He couldn't wait for this to happen sooner. Master, this time I came here to say, seeing that his master was so sensitive, Chu Si did not want to disturb him. But if he did not say it now, when Lin Ray came, he was afraid that when the time came, the world would be turned upside down. However, before Chu Si could say anything, Chu Tian cut in and said, "That's right. What? You know everything." At this moment, when he heard his master say the words, "I know," Chu Si's strength instantly disappeared. His face was filled with guilt. Yes, that's right. The few junior brothers who went out with you have all returned. They told me about your situation. They said that you followed someone and that you are no longer a member of the Danzong sect. Is this what you want to say? Chapter 704. Seeing his master like this. The words that Chu Si had thought of were about to come out of his mouth. But as soon as the word I left his mouth, he choked on something and couldn't say anything else. For some reason, he could only look at his master with tears in his eyes and trembling lips. At that moment, he felt as if all the strength in his body had been sucked away. His body was unable to move as he fell backwards. Si, are you all right? However, the moment Chu Si's body tilted backwards, Yun Kai, who was standing at the side, felt that something was wrong with her fiancé. She quickly reached out to support him. She spoke to him in a concerned tone, her eyes filled with worry and concern. I am fine. Chu Si immediately steadied himself when he heard her words. He stubbornly persisted, not allowing himself to be in the same situation as before. Chu Tiansheng, who was standing above, naturally saw Chu Si's situation. The instant Chu Si was about to fall, his heart skipped a beat. However, after seeing Yun Kai's actions, Chu Tiansheng's anxious heart relaxed, and he retreated. Sir, it's not that I want to say this, but even if I agree, the elders and protectors of the sect will not allow you to leave the sect like this. After all, the sect has treated you well for so many years. With that, Chu Tiansheng's expression became troubled. He felt extremely troubled. He had always cared for his disciple and even treated him as his own son. When someone first told him about this, he did not believe it. However, it now seemed that there was no doubt about it. Master in terms of being troubled, no one was more troubled than Chu Si himself. He knew that leaving the sect was very wrong, but he could not go against his promise to Lin Rei. Moreover, he knew that if he did not leave the sect would face the danger of being destroyed. He did not dare to take this risk. Of course, if Lin Rei knew what Chu Si was thinking, he would definitely find it very funny. However, he could not deny that what Chu Si said was indeed correct. Of course, it was impossible for the sect to be destroyed. Bang! A loud bang suddenly rang out in the quiet palace. At that moment, the people in the palace who had already sunk into silence turned their heads to look in the direction of the loud bang. At this moment, the door to the palace was kicked open by someone. There were a dozen people. There were old people and middle-aged people. Their faces were filled with ferocity and disdain as they walked in. They arrived next to Chu Si and stood next to him. Looking at these people, Chu Si frowned. He knew that these people did not come with good intentions. There were many elders, protectors, and deacons among them. Looking at them, Chu Si knew that what he wanted to do would be difficult. Junior Chu Si greets the elders, protectors, and deacons. Junior Yun Kai greets elder, protector, and deacon. May I know what business you have here? The two of us are currently reporting to the sect master. All right, stop pretending. Just as Yun Kai was speaking respectfully, a middle-aged man among the dozen or so people spoke with a ferocious expression. His tone was cold and even carried a trace of killing intent. Shut up. Do you think Kai is someone you can reprimand? Do you want to die? At this moment, a battle was about to break out. The moment the middle-aged man reprimanded Yun Kai, a terrifying spiritual energy was emitted from Chu Si's body. The suppression of a middle-stage god emperor was fully displayed. Pooh! Several sounds of blood spurting could be heard from the side. Chu Si, who was releasing his suppression, did not care about this. Instead, he came to the side of the person who reprimanded Yun Kai previously. He was an old man with a ferocious expression. His tone was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. If I remember correctly, you should be a deacon of the law enforcement hall. At this moment, the change in Chu Si's attitude stunned everyone present. Everyone was stunned by his actions and the suppression emitted from his body. At this moment, the Chu Si they saw was completely different from the Chu Si in their memories. At this moment, they even suspected that this person who seemed to be Chu Si was not the Chu Si they knew. They were actively denying this possibility in their hearts. It was not just the deacon elders and protectors. Even Chu Si's teacher, the sect master of the Danzong sect, Chu Tian Sheng, did not dare to believe it. The person who knew Chu Si the best was none other than the person who taught him. But at this moment, he felt as if he was looking at a stranger. At this moment, the scene was extremely quiet. It was so quiet that even a needle dropping on the ground could be heard clearly. At this moment, the middle-aged man who reprimanded Yun Kai previously was already crying in his heart. He did not know whether to laugh or cry on his face. He felt extremely sullen in his heart. In any case, he was a law enforcement officer of the Danzong sect's law enforcement hall. But now, he was actually being humiliated by a disciple, and he did not even dare to resist. At this moment, he deeply felt that his face, the dignity that he valued the most, had been completely destroyed. Pa! A crisp and clear sound rang out at this moment. At this moment, the crisp sound once again made everyone present feel as if they had entered an illusion. It was for no other reason than the fact that the deacon was a deacon of the law enforcement hall, a cultivator with the cultivation of a divine lord. But now he had been slapped in the face by a disciple of the later generation, and a disciple that he had looked down on the most in the past. He could not accept it no matter what. Bastard, bastard, you actually dare to hit me. I'll kill you, you bastard. At this moment, the law enforcement hall's deacon, Qiu Jing, had already gone mad. His face was twisted and filled with a murderous aura. A 3-foot-long blade of cold light instantly appeared in his hand. A wave of killing intent rushed out of his body and spread in all directions. Ha! I told you not to attack. Chu Si's heart was filled with excitement and pleasure as he stood there and looked at Qiu Jing. Previously, he had already reached the end of his patience because of Yun Kai's reprimand. However, it had not reached the point where he wanted to kill Yun Kai. But who would have thought that this idiot would actually call him a bastard? Chu Si could no longer hold it in. After so many years, the bitterness in his heart, the grievances in his heart, completely exploded under the influence of the word bastard. Perhaps Chu Si had not realized that his actions were exactly the same as Lin Rei's. There was no other reason. Those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. His reverse scale could not be touched. If it was touched, he would not rest until he was dead. Seeing that Qiu Jing had already made up his mind to kill him, Chu Si no longer showed any mercy. Even though Qiu Jing was from the same sect as him. So what? He had already announced that he would withdraw from the Danzong sect. Thus, he was no longer afraid of the rules of the sect. Right now, his only thought was to kill all those who had ridiculed him, looked down on him, and even secretly injured him. Even if he did not kill them, he absolutely could not allow them to do so. After all, he could not bear the sins that he had suffered for all these years for nothing. He wanted to not get back at them one by one. He very well come. Let me see the strength of the Danzong sect's law enforcement hall's deacon, Qiu Jing. Let me see if you have the ability to be a law enforcer in the law enforcement hall. After saying that, Chu Si did not use any weapon, nor did he use the divine tool that Lin Rei had given him. Instead, he simply stood there with a calm expression. It was as if he was waiting for Qiu Jing's arrival. This scene seemed to be exactly what Qiu Jing wanted. At this moment, he became even crazier. His eyes turned scarlet red. At this moment, he no longer resembled a normal person. Instead, he resembled a ferocious beast that had its prey snatched from the tiger's mouth. Be careful. This person is not easy to deal with. Remember, when necessary, it is unavoidable to kill in order to save your own life. Sect Master will not blame you for this. At this moment, even though she knew that her fiancé was a god emperor and was not afraid in the slightest when facing a divine sovereign, it was better to be safe than sorry. What if Qiu Jing had a backup plan? As the saying goes, caution is the parent of safety. Qiu Jing was a vile person. She had to be on guard against him. Amen, got it. Seeing Yun Kai's concern, Chu Si's face lit up with joy. Then, He turned his head and became serious. Even so, Yin Kai did not know that he had never intended to let Qiu Jing go. The only result of this battle was either one of them would die or one of them would live. Whoosh! At the moment when their eyes met, Qiu Jing's eyes went blank. His sharp killing intent instantly rushed out. Then, he disappeared from his original position. Ha! Ant, how dare a grain of rice compete with the sun and the moon? Show yourself. In the eyes of the crowd, Qiu Jing's speed was extremely fast. He had even disappeared from their sight. However, they did not know that because Lin Rei had tempered Chu Si with the illusory spirit blood fire, he was different from the crowd at this moment. He could easily see the trajectory of Qiu Jing rushing towards him and his figure. Of course, he did not think that it was because he was tempered by the illusory spirit blood fire. Instead, he attributed it to the fact that he had already reached the God Emperor realm. Looking at Qiu Jing, who was rushing towards him, Chu Si did not show any mercy. If one does not remove the roots of the weeds, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. At this moment, Chu Si moved. Chu Si placed his right hand in front of his chest. His ordinary palm strike was like a clap of thunder. He casually slapped forward. At this moment, his action could be described as a joke in the eyes of the crowd. Even his master, Chu Tiansheng, could not help but worry. He was worried that his disciple would be killed. However, just as the crowd was about to ridicule Chu Si, they saw that Qiu Jing, who had disappeared, had already made intimate contact with Chu Si's right hand. However, what was different from before was that the fierce Qiu Jing from before was no longer there. The only thing that remained was a deathly pale complexion. The blood-red color in his eyes had already receded, and what remained was a gaze filled with disbelief. His mouth was opened very wide, and a trace of eye-catching fresh blood flowed out from his mouth. How is this possible? After all, as soon as he appeared, everyone present was stunned. They didn't dare to believe this scene, nor did they want to believe it. They believed that this was a ruin from the past, but after making a trip out, he had actually become someone who could defeat a divine Lord powerhouse in a single move. God Emperor. Middle stage God Emperor? Chu Si. He has already reached the middle stage God Emperor realm? At this moment, an old man's voice suddenly rang out. Immediately, everyone looked at Chu Si in disbelief when they heard this sudden news. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Chu Tiansheng, Chu Si's master, was stunned. He knew what a middle-stage God Emperor realm cultivation meant. One had to know that he, as a sect master, was merely a late-stage God Emperor, and now his disciple was about to surpass him. For a moment, he was both happy and nervous. He was happy because his disciple had surpassed his master. He was nervous because his disciple would no longer need him in the future. These emotions became opposing states in his heart. Neither of them wanted to admit defeat. Oh, not bad. You know quite a lot. At that moment, Chu Si had no intention of hiding her cultivation from the crowd. She sneered and no longer paid attention to the crowd. Instead, she shifted her gaze to the Qiu Jing who had been injured by her. Looking at him, the killing intent in Chu Si's eyes became even denser. The palm that was placed on Qiu Jing's body slowly condensed the scattered spiritual energy. An aura of death instantly spread throughout Qiu Jing's body. Fear. Fear. At this moment, he regretted. He regretted those words he had said previously. He regretted mocking, ridiculing, and suppressing him. At this moment, he felt that his actions in the past were ironic. However, it was already too late. Qiu Jing, you shouldn't have called me a bastard. You shouldn't have scolded my fiancée. Originally, I only came here to withdraw from the sect, but you just had to stand out and find trouble. Tell me, isn't this the same as the god of longevity hanging himself? Are you tired of living? Hearing Chu Si's voice transmission, Qiu Jing's body moved. Immediately, a heart-piercing pain spread throughout his body. His expression became distorted. I was wrong. You should keep those words. Keep them and remember to be a good person in your next life. He knew what Qiu Jing wanted to say. However, he chose not to forgive him. Therefore, he couldn't say those words out loud. The lightning palm contained in his palm was activated at this moment. In an instant, a light that was the size of a grain of rice entered Qiu Jing's heart. Bang! A muffled sound came from Qiu Jing's heart. However, only Chu Ci could hear this sound. It wasn't for any other reason, but because it was the lightning palm that he had released. Lightning palm. This lightning palm was given to him by Lin Ray. This lightning palm didn't belong to anyone else. It was something that Lin Ray had researched when he was bored. After all, he used lightning-attributed spiritual energy and lightning-attributed spiritual roots. Therefore, this lightning palm was extremely suitable for him. The best realm of this lightning palm was the sound of thunder. It could kill people silently. A small lightning palm ended the life of a late-stage monarch god just like that. Plop! Qiu Jing's body lost all strength at this moment. His body went limp and fell to the ground. Chapter 705. You killed him? Seeing the deacon being killed, everyone was stunned for a moment. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but tremble. They were afraid. This Chu Ci, who was both familiar and unfamiliar to them, who had always been labeled as trash in their hearts, would really do something like kill a fellow disciple. So what if I killed him? That's not all. What I want to do is far from enough. Chu Ci glared hatefully at the crowd, the people who had mocked and humiliated him in the past. His silver teeth were clenched tightly together, and his expression was filled with terrifying killing intent. You've humiliated me, cursed me, and mocked me. Today, I'll put an end to it. Hiss. As soon as he said that, everyone gasped and their faces turned pale. When they heard Chu Ci's words, they couldn't help but take a few steps back from the hatred in his voice. They were truly afraid. See, Chu Tiansheng stood on top of the stage and looked at his disciple. When he heard his disciple's words, coupled with his previous actions and killing intent, he knew that things wouldn't end peacefully today. However, he didn't want to see such an outcome. At the same time, he knew that this disciple of his had suffered a lot in the past. He even knew that he was often looked down upon by the other disciples of the sect, and even his fellow disciples. Now he finally exploded. However, he couldn't accept such a method. If he really did what he wanted, the entire sect would be wiped out. At this moment, he had no choice but to step forward. After all, the Danzong sect was one of the 7 sections. Although it was the weakest, he didn't want the sect to be defeated by his own disciple. Master, I can't agree to this. When he heard his master's words, he didn't wait for him to finish because he knew that if his master begged him, the consequences wouldn't be what he imagined. Therefore, before he could finish speaking, he opened his mouth to stop him and said, Originally, I came to withdraw from the sect this time, but they treated my wife like this. I originally didn't want to pursue the matter in the past, but there too. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell into a deathly silence. It was not that they did not want to speak or defend themselves, but they did not have the face to defend themselves. At this moment, they were regretting the mistakes they had made in the past. Alas! Hearing this, Chu Tiantian's face was full of sadness and bitterness. At the same time, he knew that his disciple was not in the wrong. As the saying goes, if one doesn't take revenge, then one is not a gentleman. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? Sir, can you give me face and let them go? After hearing those words, Chu Tiansheng did not shut his mouth. Instead, he continued, I know that in the past, I didn't dare to do it. In fact, I even caused you pain. But now that you have the strength, then his words stopped. He couldn't continue. He knew that what he said was very unreasonable, but he couldn't just watch the upper echelons of the sect die like this. Master, you don't force me. At this moment, the tears in his eyes couldn't help but flow down. His face was full of struggle, dissatisfaction, and many emotions that he didn't dare to express in the past. Because at this moment, he had the strength to shake the sect. He had the strength to do whatever he wanted. On the side, When Yun Kai saw that her fiancé was in so much pain, her heart also ached. She couldn't help but cry. Reporting, a particularly loud voice came from the silent main hall. From the sound of the voice, it seemed that the person who shouted hadn't come in yet. However, the person's voice came before the person, so it was obvious that the person was in a hurry. At this moment, everyone forgot about everything. Everyone, including Chu Si and Yun Kai, focused their eyes on the entrance of the main hall. In less than a minute, a young man wearing the Danzong Sect's uniform could be seen. His face was pale and anxious, just like everyone else in the main hall. At this moment, the young man quickly walked over. With a plop, the man came to Chu Si's side. Without saying anything, he directly knelt on the ground and said in a very hurried tone, "Sect Master, the guest that senior brother Chu brought back suddenly cut down all the purple bamboos in the purple bamboo garden for some unknown reason. Moreover, the terrifying pressure from before was, as he spoke, the man turned his head and glanced at Chu Si, who was standing beside him with a hesitant gaze. His lips moved twice. Say, what was it?" At this moment, Chu Tianxing heard that the disciple who came to report was hesitant. For a moment, Chu Tianxing anxiously urged. However, at this moment, when Chu Si heard the young man's words, he already knew what he was going to say. Not for anything else, but because he was very familiar with the terrifying pressure from before. It was none other than Lin Rei who was brought here by him. That was why he was able to come out of the three great sects. However, seeing that he was hesitant to speak, Chu Si didn't hide anything for a moment. Then the kneeling man said, "Let me speak." Saying that, Chu Si's gaze swept over everyone. In the end, his gaze focused on his master, Chu Tianxing, and then he explained the cause and effect of the sudden burst of pressure from before. It's like this. When I returned to the sect, I brought back two people. The sudden burst of pressure from before was emitted by that person. However, I am certain that he has no ill intentions towards the sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here right now. I'm afraid that you would have already become ice-cold corpses. What? You actually dared to bring an outsider into the sect without permission. Did you forget that the sect, at this moment, the elder who objected to Chu Si's words spoke up. However, the moment he finished speaking, Chu Tianxing's expression changed, and he hurriedly said, "Enough, let's not talk about this matter for now." Saying that, Chu Tianxing looked at the elder, who criticized Chu Si. For a moment, he angrily muttered in his heart, "He really doesn't know what he's talking about." It seems that the deacon's death didn't have any effect. Of course, as the sect master of the Danzong sect, he couldn't say these words out loud. Since that person was brought back by Sir, then he's a guest of our Danzong sect. As for the purple bamboo courtyard, that is CI's residence. As long as CI it doesn't mind, then it's fine. Does anyone have any objections? At this moment, Chu Tianxing's words carried a trace of a commanding tone. Of course, no one present was stupid. As long as they were smart, they wouldn't choose to stand out. After all, they clearly experienced the terrifying pressure from before. He believed that. Even he himself might not be a match for the person who released that terrifying pressure. Therefore, this kind of person, they could only be friends, not enemies. Yes, we all understand. At this moment, everyone nodded in agreement with Chu Tianxing's words. It wasn't because they were afraid of Chu Tianxing, but because they felt that it made sense. Moreover, they also felt the pressure from before. Why? That purple bamboo courtyard belongs to our Danzong sect. Why should we let them take it away? Originally, they thought that this matter would be over, but who would have thought that a very discordant voice would suddenly appear at this moment and disrupt the originally calm scene? Moreover, didn't Chu Si already request to withdraw from the sect? Since that's the case, that purple bamboo courtyard belongs to our Danzong sect. Since that's the case, why should the guest he brought be like this? Speechless, stunned, blaming, and all kinds of emotions. The moment that voice sounded, everyone looked at him. Everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. Is that so? An extremely cold voice, so cold that it made everyone's body involuntarily tremble the moment they heard this. Is that so? A man and a woman, without any signs of life, appeared beside Chu Si and Yun Kai. Their faces were cold, and their whole body was emitting the aura of a superior overlord. Young, young, young master. The moment the man and woman appeared, Chu Si felt a familiar aura. He hurriedly turned around and cupped his hands in greeting. Young master, why? Why are you here? You still have a nerve to ask. Hearing Chu Si's words, Lin Rei turned around and released his divine sense to look at him. His face was as cold as ice as he said, "Disappointing thing, this venerable's face has been thrown away by you. Put on." The moment Lin Rei's words sounded, Chu Si was so frightened that his entire body trembled. In the end, his body became soft, and he directly knelt on the ground. He lowered his head and no longer spoke. And this scene completely appeared in the eyes of everyone in the hall. Everyone was shocked by this scene. How is this possible? He's a middle-stage god emperor. How is this possible? Chu Si is so respectful to this person. Then what's his reason for being? At this moment, everyone began to guess Lin Rei's position in Chu Si's heart. At the same time, they also began to guess the strength of this mysterious person who had suddenly appeared. When have I, Lin Rei, ever bullied my people? Tell me you. Seeing Chu Si suddenly kneel down, Lin Rei revealed a helpless expression. You don't have to worry about this matter. Leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic wave of spiritual energy rushed out of Lin Li's arm and transformed into a huge hand that pulled Chu Si up from the ground. Remember, no matter when, don't kneel. Your knees are to the heavens, to the earth, to your parents, to your master. Don't kneel to anyone else. Even I don't want to. Remember, if you do it again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yes, I understand. Chu Si, who was lifted up by the hand of spiritual energy, lowered her head and bowed. She then stood to the side without saying anything else, but her eyes were focused on what Lin Rei was going to do. The moment Lin Rei finished reprimanding Chu Si, he strode over to the person who had just spoken. Looking at him, Lin Rei's face was as cold as ice, and his voice was filled with killing intent. Since you said that this item belongs to your Danzong sect, then you're saying that this reverend stole something from your Danzong sect? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone from the Danzong sect revealed a difficult expression. After witnessing Chu Si's strength, they knew that this blind youth before them was not simple. However, at this moment, the middle-aged man who had retorted before was covered in cold sweat. His heart was already in his throat, and an aura of death filled his entire body. The scene was filled with smoke. Just as another deacon of the Danzong sect was about to die, Chu Tiansheng, who had been standing on top of the stage, finally spoke. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Oh, you are? Hearing this voice, Lin Rei turned around and released his divine sense to follow the voice. He saw a person appear in his mind, looking at him. In an instant, Lin Rei knew who this person was. So it's the Danzong sect master, Chu Si's master. Looking at him, Lin Li's expression was calm and unhurried as he slowly walked towards him. As he walked, he said, "Actually, you want this matter to end. It's very simple." Oh, hearing this, Chu Tianxing frowned and said with interest, "What do you think?" It's very simple. Release Chu Si and Yun Kai. They are now my Xuanzong sect's alchemists, and you are my guest elders. I don't need to tell you what to do next, right? Hearing this, Chu Tianxing's expression became difficult. He really couldn't bear to let go of this disciple of his. After all, he had raised him single-handedly, and now that he was so strong, how could he bear to let him go? However, no matter how unwilling he was, there was nothing he could do in this situation. The matter was already set in stone. Okay, but I have a condition. If you agree, I will agree to let CI or will leave the sect. Of course, you can refuse, but condition. Hearing his words, Lin Li asked with some interest, "Tell me, what's your condition? As long as it's not too outrageous, I'll agree." Okay. At this moment, Chu Tiansheng was not surprised at all. He was surprised that Lin Rei would agree so readily. However, since he agreed so readily, it would be unwise to go back on his word. Chu Tiansheng didn't think too much about it and said what he wanted. Since you agree, I'll say it. Saying this, Chu Tiansheng looked at Chu Si and said, in 2 months in Qiong City, there will be an alchemy convention. My Danzong sect will participate, but we lack a strong and young disciple, so... A disdainful laugh. At this moment, Linley laughed without any words. His face was filled with mockery. Condition? What kind of condition is this? This is clearly a deal. Why do you care if it's a condition or a suggestion? As long as you can help my Danzong sect become the champion of the alchemy convention, Chu Si will be yours. From now on, he will have nothing to do with my Danzong sect. Chapter 706. You're too talkative. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. The person who had spoken was sent flying by Linley's slap. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without the slightest pause, and without anyone noticing at all. Just like that, a cultivator at the peak of the divine monarch realm was sent flying with a casual slap. Bang! PFFF. He flew back 100 meters, forming a perfect parabola in the air. Finally, in the most beautiful posture, his head hit the ground, and his teeth knocked into the ground. At this moment, his body was already at the entrance of the hall. He was battered and exhausted. Everyone was so shocked that they didn't dare to make a move. At the same time, because of his actions, they were able to confirm the strength of this blind youth. This made them feel a sense of danger. They knew that they couldn't afford to provoke such a person. Of course, although the sect had hierarch cultivators like the Grand Elder, they were in seclusion all year round. How could they care about such things? However, at this moment, Linley turned around and looked at Chu Tian with his divine sense. With a mocking expression, he said, "Not bad, Sect Master Chu. You haven't even spoken, and the people below are already so restless. If others didn't know better, they would have thought he was the Sect Master." After he spoke, everyone was speechless. Even Chu Tiansheng and the person who had been sent flying didn't say a word. At this moment, the atmosphere turned solemn and cold. No one dared to speak, and no one dared to make a sound. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly, for fear that their breathing would affect Linley's mood and lead to what had just happened. Time slowly passed. After an unknown amount of time, the silent atmosphere became more and more oppressive. In the end, Chu Tiansheng couldn't take it anymore and broke the silence. "That, fellow Taoist, you see, it was all his fault before. I will definitely be strict with him in the future. However, what do you think of our other matter?" Hearing his words, Linley smiled and said, Sure. In any case, I'm here to help Chu Si, but what?" Lin raised but made everyone involuntarily stare blankly, their faces full of doubt. "I can agree to your request. However, other than releasing Chu Si and Chu Feng, you all still need to help me with something. Of course, this condition, this suggestion, as long as you all agree to it, this exalted will definitely help you all obtain first place in the alchemy competition." As he spoke, Lin Rei's divine sense locked onto everyone present, and a trace of smile appeared on his face. "Of course, you can choose not to agree to this condition. However, if you do that, I'll forcefully take Chu Si and Chu Li away. At that time, I'm afraid you'll really be gone forever." With that, Lin Rei led Xie Feng and Chu Si out the door. He didn't look back, nor did he hesitate. Just as the four of them were about to step out of the door, Chu Tianxing's voice sounded from behind them. "Fellow cultivator, don't be in such a hurry to leave." As he spoke, Chu Tianxing's figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already beside Lin Rei and said in a sincere tone, "You only said that it's a deal, but you still have to tell me the details. You can't expect me to do whatever you want me to do. First, tell me your conditions. If they're reasonable, then we'll consider a deal. If they're not reasonable, then..." Lin Rei and the others stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the corners of Lin Rei's mouth lifted slightly, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. "Ah, I was waiting for you to say that." Lin Rei turned around and looked at Chu Tiansheng. Then, he used a voice transmission to directly enter Chu Tiansheng's mind. "Actually, the condition of this suggestion is nothing much. It's just that I want to become the Sect Master of the Talisman Grandmaster, and I'll need your help during this period." What? At this moment, apart from shock, there was only shock left in Chu Tiansheng. The Talisman Grandmaster was an enormous sect. He did not know what it meant in other places. However, in his heart, the Talisman Grandmaster was the #1 sect in this place. Although a small sect like his was also a refinement sect, compared to the Talisman Grandmaster, the refining ability of the Danzong sect was akin to that of an ant. If they did not possess such ability, then the current 7 sects would likely have to change sections. Someone from such a powerful sect actually told him that he wanted to become the sect master of the Talisman Grandmaster. Chu Tiansheng was completely dumbfounded by these words. "Oh, what's wrong? You don't dare?" Lin Rei had already mentally prepared himself for Chu Tiansheng's current appearance. However, when he saw Chu Tiansheng's terrified appearance, Lin Rei felt slightly disappointed in his heart. "You?" Chu Tiansheng stuttered in the face of Lin Rei's crazy idea. He did not know what to say. "The weakest of the 7 sections, I truly did not expect this. So it's not that the Danzong sect is incapable. It's that you, the sect master, are incapable." Lin Rei's face was filled with disdain as he spoke. "You, what about you? Do you only know how to say one word right now?" Without giving him a chance to speak, Lin Rei retorted, "A perfectly fine sect has been turned into this by you. A perfectly fine disciple was actually filled with elixir poison because of you. If it wasn't for me, I'm afraid he would have died long ago." Chu Tiansheng was even more speechless when he heard those words. He felt extremely guilty about the elixir poison that Lin Rei had mentioned. "All right, that's all for now. I'll give you some time to think about it. If you agree, go to Chu Si's purple bamboo courtyard to look for me. If you don't agree, inform me, and I'll leave with the 2 of them." With that, Lin Rei turned around and walked out of the hall with the other 3 people. "Oh, by the way, even if you don't agree, it doesn't mean that the other sects won't agree. I believe that many people will agree to the conditions I put forward, and many people will want to see that scene. At that time, the 7 sects will probably have to change." Lin Rei didn't use voice transmission to say those words. Instead, he spoke as he walked. His voice became more and more distant until it finally disappeared completely. Alas, Chu Tiansheng, who had been watching the backs of Lin Rei and the others until they disappeared, retracted his gaze and sighed. Then he walked to his seat and sat down without saying anything. "Boy, what did you say to that old man just now? Why are you acting so sneakily? Tell me quickly." At this time, Lin Rei had already left the hall. He thought that he could have some peace and quiet for a while. But who knew? Just when he thought that he could have some peace and quiet, Xie Feng's voice sounded. He originally thought that he could have some peace and quiet. "Nothing much. I just have nothing to do. Didn't I cultivate Talisman Dao some time ago? So, I thought of looking for a sect to play with. When I came here, Chu Si said that there is a Talisman Grandmaster here. Moreover, it seems to be the #1 sect. So, you set your sights on the position of the sect master of the Talisman Grandmaster, right?" When he heard Xie Feng's speaker mind, Lin Rei's heart was instantly filled with fear. "You are also troublesome. As long as you say it, let alone a small Talisman Grandmaster, I will help you even if you want to rule the entire divine world. So, why do you have to do this?" Chu Si and the others raised their eyebrows when they heard Xie Feng's words. They were completely stunned, and cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. I'm afraid that she is the only one who dares to say this." Chu Si looked at his fiancée and used his eyes to express his thoughts. Yes, her tone is so domineering. When their eyes met, Yun Kai's eyes seemed to be saying, "When will you do this for me?" This. Chu Si naturally understood the meaning behind Yun Kai's words. However, he knew that he would not be able to fulfill such a request. At this moment, Lin Rei did not speak after he heard Xie Feng's words. It was not because he did not want to speak, but because he did not know what to say. Lin Ray could naturally raise a request. However, it would be meaningless if he did so. Moreover, this was a mission given by the system, and it was not appropriate to give special treatment. Of course, the most important thing was that the system had clearly stated that no one could help except for him. Otherwise, why would he not use such a capable assistant by his side? Unless he was a fool. However, he couldn't say anything about the system mission, so he could only say that he was speechless at this moment. Let's go, let's go. Lin Ray's silence made Xie Feng's mood sour instantly. She was in a bad mood. Then, she said to everyone and disappeared in a flash. Lin Ray could only smile bitterly at Xie Feng's action. Seeing that she had disappeared, Lin Ray turned around and said to Chu Ci and Chu Ci, "Let's go. Go back and have a good rest. After that, come find me. I have something for you to do." "Yes, we will do as you say." The two of them did not refute Lin Ray's sudden order and lowered their heads to accept it. However, when they looked up, Lin Ray had already disappeared. Both of them showed a helpless expression. "Sigh, let's go, Ci." The two of them had nothing to say about this. After all, they were subordinates and could not afford to offend them. Moreover, they were very willing to do whatever Lin Ray asked them to do. "Okay, let's go." Just like that, the two of them also left. However, the way they left was very simple. They left on foot. Along the way, they saw the surrounding scenery. Streams, rivers, mountains, and hills. The two of them talked and laughed, just like a pair of young lovers for the first time. They were green and lovely. As the saying goes, when someone is happy, there will naturally be someone who is unhappy. For example, the Danzong Sect's sect master, Chu Tiansheng. At this moment, Chu Tiansheng, who had watched Lin Ray and the rest leave, returned to his seat and fell into silence. His mind was filled with what Lin Ray had said to him previously. "Sigh, what should I do? The Talisman Sect is not an ordinary sect. If I take action and succeed, everything will be fine. If I fail, all my efforts will be in vain, and the Danzong Sect may even disappear from the entire world. As the sect master, he does not have the right to make such a decision. After all, he has tens of thousands of disciples who are waiting for him to provide for them." At this moment, Chu Tiansheng was caught in a dilemma. At this moment, there seemed to be two of him in his heart. However, the difference was that the two of them were on opposing sides. One of them was telling him that he had to agree to Lin Ray's conditions. If he succeeded, he would become the leader of the 7 sects. A general success was built on thousands of bones. It was said that a single battle would worry 100 gods. However, the other him was also telling him that if he failed, he would miscalculate and lose everything. In fact, he might even lose everything in the end. These two thoughts had always been opposing each other, and these two thoughts were tormenting him. At this moment, he could not stand it any longer, and his mind was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, the elders, deacons, and protectors below him saw that Chu Tiansheng's face was filled with uncertainty. Sometimes it was distorted, sometimes it was calm, and sometimes it was excited. In an instant, the dissatisfaction in their hearts was suppressed, and they did not dare to say anything. Time passed in the blink of an eye. The sun and moon alternated, and the stars moved. In the blink of an eye, they had been in the Danzong Sect for more than half a month. During this time, Lin Ray could be said to have lived the life he had when he lost his memories in the profound sky continent. Every day, he would wake up to drink and eat with Xie Feng. When he was bored, he would play a few games of chess to liven things up. Occasionally, he would talk about the extreme Tao with Xie Feng. During this time, the two's life could be said to be ordinary. There was no killing like before. Although they were not used to it, the two of them were very comfortable and peaceful. During this half a month, Chu Tiansheng did not come to the purple bamboo courtyard to look for him. Similarly, during this time, Lin Ray had been waiting. On the first day, he was still looking forward to it. On the 5th day, he was disappointed. On the 10th day, he no longer looked forward to it. Now, he no longer had any expectations. He originally thought that the Danzong Sect was Chu Si's sect. It should have been easier to talk to, but he did not expect. This scene was really unexpected. Alas, it seems that he won't come. At this time, in the bamboo house in the purple bamboo courtyard, Lin Rei and Xie Feng sat facing each other. There was a game of chess between them. 2 cups of tea were placed next to them. The fragrance of the tea wafted in the air. However, Lin Rei's face was filled with disappointment. He faced the window and used his divine sense to look inside the house. Sitting opposite him, Xie Feng was different. Lin Rei's face was filled with disappointment and worry. She, on the other hand, was relaxed and full of smiles. She looked extremely happy. If he won't come, then he won't come. Didn't you see how he was at that time? He was scared to death. Do you really think that everyone has the courage and decisiveness like you? It's not that I'm looking down on him. Let me tell you, that Chu Tiansheng, I can guarantee that he definitely won't. He's here. Just as Xie Feng was filled with confidence and patting her chest, the silent Lin Rei opened his mouth. The moment he said those 2 words, Xie Feng's expression changed. She immediately released her divine sense and found that Lin Rei, who had been crazy for half a month, had arrived. A slap to the face, a real slap to the face, and a very loud one at that. At this moment, Xie Feng deeply felt that she had been slapped in the face. Chapter 707. I think I have something else to do. You do what you need to do. I'll be leaving first. At this moment, the demonic phoenix, who had been slapped in the face, didn't even wait for Linley to say anything. It hurriedly replied, then disappeared from the bamboo hut. She ran so fast. He already knew about Xie Feng's actions, so he didn't say anything. Chu Si, let your master in. Chu Si, who had been guarding Lin Rei at the door, was in a dilemma when he saw his master. But Lin Rei's voice suddenly came, which solved his immediate problem. Then Chu Si smiled and said to his former master, "Master, the young master invites you in." Okay, got it. Chu Tiansheng didn't find anything strange about Chu Si's words. After all, Chu Si was a cultivator stronger than him, so it was impossible for him not to know that he had come. Chu Si nodded at him. With a smile, he took a step forward and entered the room. Lin Rei, who was sitting cross-legged on the bamboo bed, didn't even turn his head. He had a smile on his face, a cup of tea, and a piece of chess. He looked like an expert who lived in seclusion. The fragrance of tea filled the room. Perhaps it was because it was early in the morning, but the fragrance of grass and bamboo leaves mixed with the morning sun and the fragrance of tea in the room made Chu Tianxing frown. He couldn't help but close his eyes, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. Ha! Sect Master Chu, could it be that you came so early just to smell the quiet and secluded air of my bamboo house? At this moment, Chu Tiansheng, who had been affected by the aura in the room, suddenly heard Linley's words. He quickly regained his senses and bowed. Fellow Taoist Lin, you must be joking. With that, Chu Tiansheng revealed an awkward expression and walked toward Lin Rei. Step by step, he walked with vigorous steps. However, in Lin Rei's eyes, his image was already fixed. Cowardly, timid, afraid of the wolf in front and the tiger behind, as cowardly as a mouse. There was nothing else. Of course, Linley naturally couldn't say such things out loud. On the surface, he still had to be polite to him. After all, he was Chu Si's master. He had to be polite on the surface. Otherwise, if things became awkward, it would be difficult for Chu Si to return. Moreover, the most important thing was that if he did this, then it would be hard for both sides to not be afraid of death when they work together in the future. Yeah, you must be joking. At this moment, knowing that Chu Tiansheng was already in front of him, Lin Rei put down the teacup in his hand and looked up with the same expression. I wonder what brings Sect Master Chu here today. Hearing Lin Rei's words, Chu Tiansheng was stunned. He secretly muttered in his heart, "Tisich, aren't you asking the obvious?" Even though that was what he was thinking, his words were different. They were impassioned and came from the bottom of his heart. Fellow Taoist Lin, you must be joking. With that, Chu Tian sat down and continued. Half a month ago, I didn't answer fellow cultivator Jin's question in time. It was my fault. In the past half a month, I've thought about it again and decided, half a month ago. Knowing that he came from Lin Rei, Chu Tianxing couldn't let him off so easily. He had waited here for half a month, and now he was going to let him off so easily with just a few words. This was Lin Rei we were talking about. Oh, that's right. Half a month ago, didn't you say that you wanted to become a talisman grandmaster? I've been thinking about it for the past few days, and I think that it's possible. I wonder, so that's what you're talking about. Hearing his words, Lin Rei pretended to remember. However, a sinister and evil smile appeared on his face. That's right, I wonder, hold on. Just as Chu Tianxing was about to speak, Lin Rei interrupted him. Grandmaster Chu, what you're talking about is something that happened half a month ago. The conditions that I offered back then were definitely beneficial to your Danzong sect. But you rejected me resolutely and decisively. Initially, I had already given up and wanted to bring the two of them to the Array sect to look for a deal. What? Lin Rei's words ignited Chu Tianxing instantly. No, this fellow Taoist Lin knew at this moment Chu Tianxing was extremely frustrated. In fact, he wanted to give himself a few tight slaps. In the past half a month, he had weighed the pros and cons of this matter. Be it the pill crafting assembly or the talisman grandmaster, no matter which one it was, there were benefits to be had. And it was a huge one. In the past half a month, he had thought about many things. Just yesterday, he had thought about it. He had wanted to come over yesterday, but he was afraid that he would disturb Lin Rei. Therefore, he delayed his visit. But now, he was extremely particular about the pros and cons. Therefore, when Lin Rei said that he wanted to look for the talisman grandmaster for a deal, he regretted it. He truly regretted it. No. Definitely not. Fellow Taoist Lin, please listen to me. Just like that, a monk began to recite scriptures to him. All sorts of great principles and all sorts of irrelevant matters were all brought to this matter by the dignified sect leader of the Pill sect. Regarding this, Linley adopted the attitude of watching a show. He drank his tea and played chess with himself. It could be said that he was rather relaxed and at ease. Of course, if there wasn't this chattering Chu Tianxing beside him, it would be even more perfect. Time passed bit by bit. Lin Rei was truly impressed by Chu Tianxing's eloquence. That little mouth of his was chattering nonstop. Midway through, Lin Rei passed him some tea. However, he seemed to be extremely nervous and afraid, and did not take a single sip. Just like that, he chattered from morning till night. Sigh. Fellow Taoist Lin, look, after talking so much, you should at least express your stance. I've shown you all my sincerity. As long as you say it, Chu Tianxing, will definitely do it. As long as we can reach a deal, it's fine. Lin Rei, who was feeling sleepy, suddenly heard the chattering sound in his ear disappear. Then, his sleepiness also disappeared at this moment. Oh, my ears finally have some peace. He stretched his body and was about to stand up and leave. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed him. Fellow Taoist Jean, look at you. When this voice suddenly appeared, even Linley was a little scared. He was already afraid of this voice. He could keep talking for an entire day. In response, Linley hurriedly responded, Sect Master Chu, it's already dark. Shouldn't you? As he spoke, Linley hurriedly broke free from Chu Tianxing's grasp and gestured towards the door. This gesture was enough to show what it meant. He believed that as long as he wasn't a fool, he would understand. However, what Lin Rei didn't expect was that Chu Tianxing would be so shameless. Chu Tianxing had clearly seen his gesture and understood the meaning behind it, but he pretended not to see it. Lin Rei was helpless about this. Yes, Grandmaster Chu, you're really good. Looking at him, Lin Rei nodded and sat down again with a helpless expression. He said, I can ask for your previous conditions. Of course, the conditions have to be changed. Yes, say it. As long as the deal is reached, and as long as it doesn't endanger the Danzong sect, I'll agree to everything you said. At this moment, Chu Tianxing's face was full of smiles. The shameless expression from before had disappeared. He had now returned to his old, cunning self. Of course, Lin Ray naturally sensed that he had agreed so readily. He didn't waste any more time and directly said, "Actually, it's not a big deal. Actually, the condition I want to add isn't anything big. I just want your Pill Sect to help me gather all the information about the Fire Sect, Rain Sect, Talisman Sect, and Sword Sect. Of course, this condition may seem simple, but it's actually full of danger. If you don't handle it well, the entire Danzong Sect will be implicated and may even be wiped out." Lin Ray's words made Chu Tianxing fall silent at this moment. However, Lin Ray could see that his eyes were very firm. Lin Ray understood this. The final condition is also very good. The Danzong Sect will be the leader of the 7 sects. Similarly, the Xuanzong Sect will become your ally. You should know that a venerable great alchemist is very important to a sect that specializes in alchemy. What? Venerable? Venerable grade alchemist? That's possible. Nothing is impossible. You should know that there are all kinds of strange things in the world. What you know and see is just a cluster of icebergs in the world. The venerable grade alchemist realm is just the current realm. It's not certain how high it will be in the future. At this moment, shock, surprise, joy, anticipation, and all kinds of complicated expressions appeared in Chu Tianxing's eyes. At the same time, his heart to form an alliance with Lin Ray became even more firm at this moment. He was firm, so firm that he wouldn't allow it. "How about it? Do you agree?" Or, "I agree, of course I agree." Before Lin Ray could finish speaking, Chu Tianxing moved closer to Lin Ray with a smile and said in a pleading tone, "That, fellow Taoist Lin Ray, you see, next month is the Alchemy Conference. All the forces will gather there to watch the event. Say, if a venerable great alchemist comes personally, then..." You're dreaming." His appearance made Lin Ray want to vomit. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone as shameless as him. However, in order to make sure that his life would still be his after 100 years, Lin Ray didn't refuse. "Okay, when the time comes, I will ask the venerable great alchemist of my sect to help you. At the same time, you have to express your attitude. I will know everything about the 4 sections. Remember, I want to know everything about their sons, grandsons, and even what grudges they had in their previous lives. What grudges they had with their sons, and even what enemies they have. I want to know everything." As he spoke, Lin Ray's aura changed instantly. A moment ago, it was warm, but the next moment, it was as cold as the Grim Reaper. "If you can't do that, I will let you know that I, Lin Ray, don't make deals carelessly. I will let you know that the price of being perfunctory with me will be the death of your entire sect, including your clan, as compensation for my loss." I know. Fear. He, who was in a high position, also knew the taste of fear. For millions of years, he had been living under the protection of his clan and his master. He had lived a very peaceful life. Even if the other 6 sects were eyeing him covetously, there was no danger to his life. But now he knew the taste of fear. It was so despairing. It was suffocating. At the same time, he swore that he couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him. Similarly, no one in the entire God realm could offend him. As for those who dared to provoke him, they would all meet a hellish end. "Okay, as long as you remember." Looking at his current appearance, Lin Ray smiled. Then, he stood up and left the room in a flash, leaving Chu Si's line of sight. And this deal was made just like that. Although he didn't gain much from it, he didn't care. After all, this was related to his life. So, he felt that it was worth it. If he lost his life, it would be useless no matter how much he gained. After death, everything would turn into nothingness, and he could only turn into a pile of yellow soil. Am I free? At this moment, Lin Ray, who had just left the room, wanted to go out and take a look at the beautiful scenery of the Danzong Sect. Perhaps Xiefeng had been waiting for him all this time. Damn, he knew this voice very well and was very familiar with it. After all, they had been together for so many years. Hearing her words, Lin Ray smiled bitterly. Then, he hurriedly turned around. The bitter smile from before disappeared. At this moment, he was smiling and looked very happy. CF phone, you didn't go out to play? Why? You don't want to see me that much? What are you talking about? Why wouldn't I want to see you? You're a Saint Stage expert. I can't wait to curry favor with you. TSK, forget it. Seeing Lin Ray's reaction, CF phone rolled her eyes at him. Then, she said, Kid, don't say that I'm not on your side. The Danzong Sect is not simple. Oh, he was already bored to death. When he heard Xiefeng's words, he was naturally tempted and curious. When I went out to play today, I felt a terrifying aura in the back of the mountain. This aura made me feel sick and disgusted. Oh, something that could make you feel fear must be very powerful. Looking at Xiefeng, Lin Ray thought about what she had just said. Suddenly, a wave of curiosity rose in Lin Ray's heart. Oh, you're tempted? Yes, Xiefeng knows me well. He was no longer surprised that Xiefeng knew him well. There's still 1.5 months before the alchemy conference. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well go there and take a look. Maybe I can find something interesting. After all, it's too boring here. I can't just drink tea, chat, and play chess for the rest of my days. That's true. Since that's the case, let's go. Anyway, there's nothing to do here. You've already finished your discussion with Old Man Chu. Chapter 708. Min, you're right. After saying that, the two disappeared from the bamboo house. At this moment, Chu Tianxing walked out of the room. What was different was that he was worried when he entered the room. But now, that worry had disappeared without a trace. Only a smile was left on his face. It could be seen that his problem was solved. At the back of the mountain, Lin Ray and Xiefeng, who disappeared from the door of the bamboo house, arrived at this moment. They looked at the pitch-black surroundings. Occasionally, there would be a few strands of bright moonlight shining on a few places. Damn, don't tell me this is the place you're talking about. Standing at the same place, he released his divine sense to investigate the place Xiefeng told him. He originally thought that there would be some rare heavenly treasures, but after his investigation, he was 100% sure that there was nothing here. Other than desolate, Lin Ray could not think of any other words to describe this place. Yes, it's here. Previously, I felt that disgusting energy here. Believe me, I won't feel it. Furthermore, that disgusting energy came from the bottom of my heart. After saying that, Xiefeng's face was filled with disgust. A look of disgust. Linley, who had been observing her this entire time, could sense from her eyes a deep sense of disgust from deep within her soul. It was also because of this that Lin Ray became more curious. He could not figure out what kind of energy could make a super expert like Xiefeng feel so disgusted. The silent and tranquil atmosphere, in addition to the sudden chilly wind and the desolate surroundings, for a moment, cold sweat overflowed from his forehead. Damn, what the hell? Lin Ray was embarrassed by his current situation. He was a dignified middle-stage god emperor who had climbed through mountains of corpses and seas of blood until now. Who would have thought that a chilly wind and the surrounding environment would make him nervous? What one feared would come. At this moment, Xiefeng noticed Lin Ray's expression and state. She did not care about her image and burst out laughing. F***CK. At this moment, seeing Xiefeng like this, Lin Ray wished he could find a hole to hide in and never come out. Of course, he knew that this was impossible. For this reason, he could only pretend to be calm. The nervousness and panic from before had been forcefully removed by Lin Ray at this moment. However, as he panicked, some questions that he didn't understand surfaced at this moment. It had been a long time since he felt this kind of panic, except for when he first came to the profound sky continent. Furthermore, this place made him feel slightly suppressed. At this moment, he felt that this place was not as simple as it seemed. He also began to cultivate. He believed in Xiefeng's words. This place contained the energy that made him feel disgusted. However, he didn't know where he was right now. Hey, Xiefeng's voice came out of nowhere. For a moment, Lin Ray, who was deep in thought, woke up with a start. Perhaps his movements were too big, causing Xiefeng to reveal herself again. Hee hee. Xiefeng's laughter made Lin Rei a little speechless. He had really embarrassed himself today. At this moment, he really wanted to find a piece of tofu and kill himself so that he wouldn't do anything else. Xiefeng, who had lived for a long time, naturally understood Lin Rei's feelings at a glance. Then, Xiefeng, who was smiling a moment ago, became as serious as ice in the next moment. All right, hurry up and tell me. Did you detect that disgusting energy? Is it as disgusting as I said? But at the same time, Xiefeng said helplessly. At the same time, it's also very powerful. No, not at all. In response to Xiefeng's words, Lin Rei told the truth. He really didn't feel that terrifying energy. In fact, he didn't even see a trace of it. However, because of this, he was puzzled. That was why he was puzzled. Logically speaking, although there wasn't any terrifying energy here, there should still be spirit energy. However, there wasn't even a trace of spirit energy here, let alone dense spirit energy. Moreover, when he felt that this place was strange, Lin Rei released his divine sense to explore again. Within 1,000 meters, there wasn't a trace of spiritual energy. On the contrary, outside 1,000 meters, the spiritual energy was very rich. It was rich to the point of being surprising. Moreover, looking at the direction of the spiritual energy flow, it seemed that all of it was spreading in all directions, bypassing this place as the center. In this regard, Lin Rei was full of doubts. Looking at them, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. Good thing, there was something here that made them feel afraid. At this moment, Lin Rei's spirit was tense. He couldn't help but be tense. As the saying goes, if something is abnormal, there must be a demon. Lin Rei believed that these spiritual energy flows were telling him that there was a terrifying existence here, and they didn't dare to come close. That's impossible. How? At this moment, Xiefeng, who was standing to the side, heard Lin Rei's words and said to him in disbelief. However, before she could finish speaking, Lin Rei interrupted her and said, I know what you just said. However, just now, I really didn't feel any energy that made me afraid. However, when I thought about it, although there isn't any terrifying energy here, I realized that this place isn't simple. It's very simple. I know that there are all kinds of things that you and I are afraid of. What? Things that you and I are afraid of? Xiefeng, who was originally a little unhappy with Lin Rei's interruption, was shocked after hearing Lin Rei's words. A trace of doubt and disbelief appeared in her expression. Yes, I don't know what this thing is at the moment, but you can use your divine sense to explore the spiritual energy fluctuations outside and within 1,000 meters. Moreover, have you noticed that within 1,000 meters of where we are, there isn't a trace of spiritual energy circulating at all? Oh, after hearing Lin Rei's words, Xiefeng didn't waste any time and released her divine sense. In the next second, Xiefeng's expression changed drastically. Ha! How is it? Did you see it? Yes, but I didn't feel it before. Now that I look at it, it's really the case. Yes, not bad. Looking at Xiefeng at this moment, Lin Rei smiled and continued. You have to know that spiritual energy is everywhere. Even if spiritual energy is scarce and thin, there will still be spiritual energy. However, there's obviously none here. Therefore, I'm sure that within 1,000 meters, there must be some kind of existence that can make spiritual energy tremble. This alone is enough to prove that this place isn't simple. Yes, not bad. At this moment, Xiefeng agreed with Lin Rei's words. Then, a look of admiration appeared on her face. All right, wait here for a while. I'll go check it out. If I find anything, I'll inform you. Before Xiefeng could speak, Lin Rei had already disappeared as soon as the word I left her mouth. In this regard, Xiefeng pulled a long face and was full of complaints. Brat, you didn't take me with you again. Fine, when you come back, I'll beat you to death. However, in the end, Xiefeng could only sit down obediently and wait for Lin Rei's return. Although she had complaints in her heart, at this moment, the worry in her heart far exceeded the complaints in her heart. At this moment, Lin Rei, who had separated from Xie Feng, came to the foot of a mountain and explored the surroundings with his divine sense. He was looking for the place where spiritual energy circulated thousands of miles away. He wanted to see how big this place without spiritual energy was. As the saying goes, if you don't look, you won't know. Once you look, you'll be shocked. At this moment, Lin Rei was deeply shocked by this moment. At this moment, the place without spiritual energy was tens of thousands of miles away. It was actually 10,000 meters wide. Seeing this, Lin Rei's heart was filled with shock. The bigger the place without spiritual energy, the more powerful the thing that existed in the place without spiritual energy. In this regard, Lin Rei had no choice but to be careful. He knew his own strength. He believed that the power that could make Xie Feng loathe was not something that he could resist right now. Thinking of this, his divine sense instantly increased by countless times. The entire place without spiritual energy appeared in Lin Rei's mind. The more terrifying and mysterious it is, the more interested this sovereign is. Looking at the scene in his mind, Lin Rei's face revealed a trace of an interested smile. Not good. This is within the Danzong Sect's territory. They should know of this place's existence. Thinking of this, Lin Rei's face revealed a smile and said to himself, "It seems that the Danzong Sect is not simple." However, at this moment, Lin Rei's thoughts were different. As the sect master of the Danzong Sect, Chu Tiansheng did not know that at this moment, he was excited because Lin Rei had agreed to his deal. At this moment, in the Danzong Sect's main hall, there were 7 or 8 people besides Chu Tiansheng. Most of them were middle-aged and only 2 of them were old. At this moment, other than Chu Tiansheng, who was sitting in the main seat, the remaining 8 people were whispering to each other and chattering endlessly. "Hey, old man, why do you think the sect master called us 2 old things here? Moreover, the 2 protectors and the leaders that we assassinated are also here. Could something have happened? I don't know, but the sect master summoned all of us here at once. I believe that something big must have happened. Moreover, the assassination of the leaders is a secret force. Under normal circumstances, the sect master would not allow these people to appear in the open, but now." At this moment, the other 6 people heard the conversation between the 2 old men. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a sallow face and a head full of messy hair stood up and spoke with a fierce expression. "Who cares? The sect leader has summoned us, and as the leader of the assassination team, as well as your orders, we have to obey. You lot are chattering away, and the sect leader hasn't even said anything yet. Are you all trying to... All right, let's stop talking." At this moment, Chu Tiansheng, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. His cold gaze swept across the people below, and he spoke in a flat tone. "This time, I gathered all of you here because there is something that I need you to do. This mission is not only urgent, but also dangerous. The risk factor is very high, and there's a high possibility of death. So, everyone, I wonder if this mission will be, we will do our best for the sect until our deaths. We will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for the sect master. We accept this mission. Sect master, please give us the order." Everyone's words made Chu Tiansheng's heart tighten, but at least he didn't retreat. "Good. Since that is the case, then this mission will be handed over to you all." Saying that, Chu Tiansheng spoke in full detail about the deal with Lin Rei. There was not a single mistake in the middle. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed, and his speech to everyone was coming to an end. "Everyone, you should be clear. You only need to gather all the information about the sect masters of the 4 sects. After that, you don't need to worry about anything." "Yes, we understand." The 8 people didn't hesitate to agree to Chu Tiansheng's mission. Very good. Since that is the case, then go. Looking at them, Chu Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand at everyone, then closed his eyes and fell silent. Everyone understood Chu Tiansheng's meaning. After bowing to him, they left the hall and walked out. The moment everyone left the hall, Chu Tiansheng, who had fallen silent, opened his eyes. His expression was filled with guilt. "Be careful. You must come back alive." His words were a pity for the people who had already left. They were too far away to hear him. On the other side, Lin Ray, who had already begun his investigation, had a serious expression. Not long ago, when he was 100 meters into the area without any spirit chi, there was no change, but after 100 meters, a faint pressure appeared. The appearance of the pressure made Lin Ray nervous. But he was only nervous about it. He didn't intend to withdraw. But the deeper Lin Ray went, the stronger the pressure became. At that moment, Lin Ray's heart was in his throat. Phew! Feeling the enormous pressure, Lin Ray's expression became more and more serious. He was becoming more and more worried. But the more it was like this, the more curious he became. He really wanted to see just what it was that made the pressure so strong. Thinking about it, Lin Ray couldn't care less. To satisfy his curiosity, he clenched his teeth and stomped his foot. He circulated his cultivation and rushed toward the center as fast as he could. He wasn't very far from the central region to begin with, but because of the presence of the pressure, although Linley was using all of his power, his speed was becoming slower and slower. At the same time, when he was 5,000 meters deep, originally, there was only pressure in the space, but suddenly, a corrosive spirit chi appeared without any warning. Damn, it's demonic energy. Lin Ray was very familiar with this aura. Back in the immortal world, he had practiced the demon race's cultivation method. Moreover, there was still demonic energy in his body. It was just that he hadn't used it in a long time. Now that demonic energy had appeared here, he felt puzzled. Why would demonic energy appear in the Danzong sect? Moreover, this was the immortal world, where the demon race couldn't invade. At that moment, all his doubts and curiosity appeared. Kid, don't go too deep. This thing isn't something you can touch now. Just as Lin Ray was hesitating, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded. At that moment, the little dragon's words made Lin Ray's eyes light up. Since the little dragon said so, it meant that it knew what was inside. Chapter 709. Then do you know, without waiting for Lin Ray to ask, the little dragon seemed to know what he wanted to ask and said, when the sky was opened, there were 3,000 gods and demons. You should know this. Yes, I know. What's wrong? Does the demonic chi here have anything to do with that? Lin Ray was puzzled. Yes, it has something to do with it, and it's not small. Oh? What's going on? Hearing this, Lin Ray's interest was even more intense. The little dragon was not stingy and directly told him about the demonic chi here. In the primeval age, Demon Lord Luo Ho fought with Hong Jun, but unfortunately, Luo Ho could not defeat Hong Jun and was later destroyed. As he spoke, Xiaolong suddenly sighed sadly and continued. When Luo Ho died, he seemed to have expected this. At the moment of his death, he divided his origin into 4 parts and sealed them in the immortal slaying sword formation, the destruction sword formation, and the 12th grade black lotus. The remaining trace of origin also escaped when Hong Jun was not paying attention. You can't be saying that this is... Hearing the little dragon's words, Lin Ray looked at the central area with some disbelief for a moment. He could not believe that there were some popular figures in the primeval age here. The origin of Demon Lord Luo Ho. Yes, that's right. Lin Ray's words made the little dragon smile, and then continued. When Luo Ho was destroyed, the 12th grade Black Lotus was obtained by Ancestor Mingi, and the fairy slaying sword formation and destruction were also suppressed by Hong Jun. Finally, during his 3rd sermon, he gave it to the 3 pure ones, but he did not know that Luo Ho escaped this calamity, but similarly, he did not escape. What do you mean? Lin Ray could not understand the little dragon's words for a moment. He did not understand the meaning behind it. Oh, in other words, although Luo Ho escaped Hongjuan's suppression, he didn't get any benefits. In the end, he even had the intention to escape. After countless years, his origin suffered a destructive nature. After Hong Jun merged with the Tao and became Tendo, he learned about a trace of Rahu's origin. After Hong Jun mercilessly hunted him down, the last trace of consciousness in the origin completely disappeared. As it spoke, the little dragon directly exited the system space and went straight to the central area. It said in a low voice, "The demonic aura here is the strand of Rahu's origin that escaped. Similarly, it has no origin. As long as you can enter it and tame it, it will be yours." However, at this point, just as he was enjoying himself to the fullest, the little dragon's tone suddenly changed. Just a second ago, it was still deep and affectionate, but in the next moment, it was full of viciousness and killing intent. Although you can tame it, if you don't have the strength to do so, then what awaits you in the end is Jiangshi being devoured by it, and then completely devoured by the Rahu's essence, becoming the new demon master, Rahu's Jiangshi. Hiss! At this moment, Lin Rei was completely stunned. He didn't know how many years had passed since the prehistoric era. He never thought that there would be so many powerhouses from the prehistoric era, or even the Hongmeng era, around him. Lin Rei didn't know if it was fortunate or unfortunate, but he knew that he didn't regret it. If it weren't for the system, perhaps he would have been a pile of dirt by now, and no one would remember him. However, he had read a similar novel about Rahu when he was on planet Aquablue. Rahu was a mainstream character in the prehistoric era. Why are you scared? At this moment, the little dragon standing in front of him saw Lin Rei's mouth slightly open and was stunned on the spot. It thought that he was scared. Tisk scared. Lin Rei was naturally disdainful of the little dragon's ridicule and contempt. Let me tell you, the word scared does not exist in my dictionary. Oh, is that so? Looking at Lin Rei's strong words, the little dragon almost admired him for a moment. However, the moment the little dragon closed its mouth after speaking, Lin Rei spoke again. However, unlike before, his tone was very firm, but now it was very soft. Of course, although I'm not scared at all, a wise man knows better than a fight when the odds are against him. There are still a lot of things waiting for me to do. I haven't fixed your body for you yet, so I'll take Raha's origin when I'm strong enough. With that said, Lin Rei's heart was filled with reluctance. He knew the energy of Rahu's origin. It was the path of destruction of the great Tao. If he could obtain it, perhaps he could really condense a territory and improve his realm. But after listening to the little dragon's words, he knew that with his current strength, if he wanted to obtain Ra's origin, he would only end up being devoured and Rahu would be reborn. If that really happened, the entire realm of the gods would fall into a prehistoric era. Although Lin Rei boasted that he was not a good person, if the realm of the gods was destroyed because of him, he would rather give up the energy that could help him break through. To put it nicely, it was for the realm of the gods. To put it bluntly, it was for his friends and family. When the little dragon heard Lin Rei's words, it was completely stunned. It looked at Lin Rei with eyes full of contempt and said indifferently, "All right, since you've decided, then leave. Quickly get your Danzong Sect first place in the alchemy conference, then hurry to the ancient corpse depository. You don't have much time left. Do you understand?" I understand. How can I not understand? Lin Rei's heart warmed at the little dragon's words. He knew that although the little dragon had a poisonous tongue, it was very concerned and protective of him. "All right, since you understand, then hurry up and leave. Rahu's origin is here. It's very safe. When you're strong enough, I'll tell you." "All right, I understand." After saying that, Lin Rei listened to the little dragon's words and did not move forward. Instead, he turned around and walked towards the outside. As for the little dragon, after it warned Lin Rei, it entered the system and did not say anything else. At this time, Xie Feng, who had been sitting in the same place waiting for Lin Rei, was very anxious. "This little bastard, he said he would hurry up and come out. It's been so long, and he still hasn't come back." After saying that, Xie Feng stood up and walked anxiously. Her eyes did not leave the place where Lin Rei left. At this moment, she really hoped that Lin Rei would appear in front of her immediately. Could it be that he was Xie Feng, who was walking back and forth, began to imagine. Thinking of the energy that made him feel disgusted, Xie Feng became even more worried. No, 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 I'd better go in and take a look. What if that kid is messing around? CF Feng, who was full of worry, thought of Lin Ray's temper and decided to go in and look for him. All right, aren't I out now? Just when CF Feng was about to go in and look for him, the voice that she was looking forward to appeared. You, turning around and seeing Lin Ray appear from the other side, CF Feng was slightly angry. You bastard, why didn't you die in there? You didn't come out for so long. I was going to go in and collect your corpse. At this moment, Lin Ray, who had a calm expression, was stunned when he heard this. His face revealed a look of guilt, and his lips squirmed a few times as if he wanted to say something. However, he did not say anything. Just like that, he quietly used his divine sense to scan CF Feng, not knowing what to do. CF Feng, on the other hand, seemed to feel that she had said something inappropriate, so she quickly changed the topic and directly changed the topic. Oh, right. Did you find anything in there? What is that disgusting energy? Have you figured it out? Yes, I found out. Lin Ray was naturally willing to see CF Feng like this. Immediately, the guilt from before disappeared, and he told CF Feng everything he knew. 10 minutes later, after listening to Lin Ray's words, she was stunned on the spot. Her face was full of disbelief. Oh no, she did not believe what he said at all. Impossible. This is impossible. How can Rahu still be alive? Huh, you don't have to be like this. Is indeed Rahu's origin in there? Besides, Rahu is not the only one who survived from the prehistoric era. Lin Ray did not expect CF Feng to be so shocked. Moreover, he had never seen CF Feng like this before. Even Hao Ian back then did not act like this. This showed how much influence Rahu had on her. No, impossible. Rahu, how can he still be alive? At this moment, CF Feng's eyes were filled with pain. Tears flowed from her eyes unconsciously, and her face was full of sorrow. At this moment, seeing CF Feng like this made Lin Ray feel inexplicably sad. He could not explain why, but he knew that he should go up and comfort her. Thinking about this, he took a step forward uncontrollably and hugged CF Feng, whose face was full of tears. He said in a low voice, "It's okay. Everything is in the past. So what if Rahu is still alive? At this moment, he is just a fool with no consciousness. Moreover, when my cultivation is high enough, I will absorb this energy. In the end, this energy will be absorbed by me, and Rahu will die in the end." CF Feng, who was in Lin Ray's embrace, lay silently in Lin Ray's arms. Her face was full of indescribable pain. At this moment, Lin Ray hugged her even tighter. Time passed little by little. Lin Ray did not know how much time had passed. He only knew that his hands were starting to ache. Phew! Right at this moment, demonic Phoenix, who had been lying quietly in his arms, suddenly understood. Her breathing became much calmer than before. In this moment, Linley knew that she was fine. "Are you okay?" "Yes, thank you," but the moment he heard CF Feng's thanks, Lin Ray's face revealed a smile. But then, the situation changed completely, which surprised him. He was a little caught off guard. "Although you comforted me, who allowed you to hug me?" Boom! As she said that, Lin Ray, who still did not let go, felt a terrifying energy quietly enter his body at this moment. F***CK. The ancients said that only women and villains were difficult to raise. The ancients also said that a woman's mouth was a liar. At this moment, Lin Ray finally understood what it meant. Although it was wrong of him to hug her without permission, he did not expect CF Feng to use her cultivation. At this moment, that terrifying energy began to wreak havoc within Linley's arm. Instantly, a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting pain spread throughout his entire body, as though he had been struck by lightning. This is a small price for hugging me without my permission. If it happens again, it won't be so simple. Do you hear me? Lin Ray, who was eroded by pain, heard CF Feng's words. For a moment, Lin Ray did not hold back at all. He said coldly, just you wait. This is the only time. Even if someone wants to kill you in the future, I won't care about you anymore." After saying that, Lin Ray ignored CF Feng and sat on the ground. He activated the chaotic heavenly scripture, and the illusory spirit blood fire began to rush toward his hands. As for Xie Feng's energy, although Lin Rui could not catch up to her realm, the only way he could think of to deal with it was his illusory spirit blood fire. Although Xie Feng's level was like heaven and earth, he was confident in his illusory spirit blood fire. Before activating the illusory spirit blood fire, he was confident. After activating it, his confidence grew even stronger. At this moment, the illusory spirit blood fire that Lin Rui had activated to the extreme began to nibble away at the terrifying energy that Xie Feng had instilled. At this moment, after hearing Lin Rui's cold words, Xie Feng, who was standing at the side, realized that she had gone too far. However, it was already too late, and it was already impossible for him to correct it. For a moment, Xie Feng, who was full of guilt, did not know what to do. In the end, she could only stand beside Lin Rui and protect him. This was the only thing she could do now. As for retrieving the energy, that was impossible. She also tried to exchange for her own energy. But after several attempts, the energy that was dormant in Lin Rui's arms did not move at all. It was as if the energy did not belong to her. However, Lin Rui was naturally unaware of this. At this moment, he was using all his strength to adjust his cultivation to refine the energy that Xie Feng had instilled in his arms. During the process, Lin Rui did not dare to be careless at all. Because he knew Xie Feng's cultivation, he had to be careful. This won't do. It's too slow. If this continues, I'm afraid it will take 10 days to half a month. Seeing how slow the refining speed was, Lin Rui became anxious. Devouring Heaven Execution, Whale Swallow. Immediately, the Devouring Heaven Execution's Whale Swallow was activated. Instantly, the speed of a snail before became the speed of a cheetah. Seeing this, Lin Rui smiled. What Lin Rui did not know was that the moment the Devouring Heaven Execution was activated, the spiritual energy within 1,000 meters suddenly changed. A dozen spiritual energy vortexes appeared around him. The spiritual energy that was originally isolated 1,000 meters away seemed to be attracted at this moment and swarmed into the spiritual energy vortexes. Chapter 710. His cultivation method. Xie Feng, who was guarding Lin Rui, looked at the place where Lin Rui was the moment she felt the fluctuation of spiritual qi. She saw that there were more than a dozen spiritual qi vortexes around him. They were like ancient beasts that devoured spiritual qi crazily. There were so many of them, and they lasted for a long time. Xie Feng was shocked by this scene. They were not devouring, but plundering. They were plundering the spiritual qi from 1,000 meters away. There was no spiritual qi in the area, but now there was abundant spiritual qi. Of course, they were not autonomous and did not stay there. They were crazily rushing to the dozens of spiritual qi vortexes around Lin Rui. What cultivation method is this? Why do I feel that it is more powerful than my cultivation method? She opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Rui, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. She muttered to herself in surprise. No, impossible. No matter what, my cultivation method was given by the Great Way after the creation of the sky. Yes, his cultivation method can't be more powerful than mine. Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, Xie Feng felt a little better in her heart. Although she thought so, she had unconsciously suppressed her own cultivation method. After all, the truth was in front of her. Although she wanted to deny it, she had acquiesced in the depths of her heart. If Ruolin knew that Xie Feng thought so, he would laugh out loud. After all, he knew that his cultivation method could not be compared with some cultivation methods that were given by the Great Way after the creation of the sky. Of course, sometimes people's cultivation was not necessarily judged by their cultivation method. Tendo rewards hard work. Even if your cultivation method was strong, if you did not work hard, you would eventually become a pile of mud that could only be trampled by others. Sometimes, Even if your cultivation method was weak, you would work 4 or even 10 times harder than others. In the end, you would encounter the wind and clouds and become a dragon, and your achievements would be extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Ray belonged to the former plus the latter. Not only did he have a good cultivation method, but he also worked 10 times harder than before. That was why he had today's achievements. Of course, although there were some elements of threat, his heart and determination to become a powerful expert could not be changed. Now, Lin Ray, who had refined the energy that Xiefeng had left in his body, was no longer crawling like a snail due to the value of the devouring heaven mantra. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this half a month, the sun and the moon rotated and day and night alternated. Lin Ray could be said to be unwavering. He didn't sleep at all as he refined Xiefeng's energy. Finally, after half a month, the last trace of energy in his body was completely refined. And in this half a month, Lin Ray's cultivation had increased a lot. Xiefeng's energy was equivalent to over 10 years of his usual cultivation. Although it was a disaster previously, it was also a blessing in disguise. Lin Ray was still quite happy in his heart. Gigi, just as Lin Ray was feeling happy about refining that strand of spiritual energy, the sound of birds chirping could be heard. At this moment, Lin Ray was even happier. He revealed a smile on his face, then stood up from the ground and casually flicked the dust off his body. And then, after standing up, Lin Ray released his spiritual perception. At this moment, he saw Xiefeng, who was sitting by the side and surrounded by fiery light, cultivating with her eyes closed. Looking at her, Lin Ray's heart was filled with complex feelings. Although he was angry about the energy that Xiefeng had planted in his body, thinking about how he had profited from this disaster, he became a divine emperor. He was a step closer to the late-stage god emperor realm. For a moment, the anger in his heart dissipated. AI, forget it. Looking at her, Lin Ray sighed. Then, without understanding her expression, he walked towards the mountain forest. His movements were light, as if he was afraid that he would disturb Xiefeng's cultivation. Brat, it's fine to just stand here. It's time to go to the alchemy conference, right? At this moment, walking on the mountain forest path, the occasional wildflower fragrance drifted over. At this moment, Lin Ray's heart was very peaceful. At this moment, the little dragon's voice suddenly sounded, instantly interrupting Lin Ray's peaceful state of mind. You really know how to pick the time. Why don't you let me rest? I just came out of cultivation. Hearing Lin Ray's words, the little dragon's figure disappeared from the system. When it reappeared, it was already in front of Lin Ray. Looking at him, the little dragon rolled its eyes, as if it had nothing to do with it. I don't care. I just want to remind you that you don't have much time. You have to know that within 100 years, there are 2 missions. If you don't hurry up, I'm afraid that what awaits you is only death, isn't it? A voice filled with helplessness came out of Lin Ray's mouth. At this moment, Lin Ray naturally understood the little dragon's unfinished words. After all, he, the system, and the little dragon had been together for so many years. He already had a rough idea of their temperament. That's right. Looking at Lin Ray, the little dragon did not hide anything. Instead, it directly said, as if it was taboo, "And I know." Saying that, Lin Ray frowned and shook his head. The previous indifferent and relaxed appearance disappeared at this moment. This matter, I know what I'm doing. Instead of talking nonsense with me, why don't you tell me about the Corpse King level Ancient Corpse and the Ancient Corpse Trove? That system is looking for me. I'll leave first. At this moment, as soon as Lin Ray spoke, the little dragon was stunned for a moment. However, it quickly regained its senses. However, at the moment when it regained its senses, the little dragon pretended to be ignorant and left an insignificant sentence before hurriedly leaving. F***CK. Shameless. Lin Ray did not expect the little dragon to be like this. He also did not expect the little dragon to be so irresponsible. Forget it. If you don't want to help, then don't help. His consciousness looked at the place where the little dragon disappeared. After a helpless sigh, he temporarily threw all the troubles in his mind to the back of his mind. Roar! Just as Lin Ray was silent, a deafening roar of a beast came from the forest not far ahead. In response, Lin Ray, who was awakened, slightly raised the corner of his mouth to reveal a smile and said, "It's you." As he spoke, Lin Ray used his cultivation and teleported. In the next second, Lin Ray's figure disappeared on the spot. At this moment, where Xiefeng was, the flames around Xiefeng, who was in the midst of cultivation, began to converge at this moment. With a soft groan, Xiefeng, whose eyes were tightly closed, slowly opened her eyes at this moment. Phew! Xiefeng, who let out a long breath, slowly stood up. She raised her head to look at the moonlight hanging high in the sky and revealed a relaxed smile. However, at this moment, just as Xiefeng was feeling relaxed, she thought of Lin Ray and immediately turned to look at the place where Lin Ray was cultivating. At this moment, except for a mark, Lin Ray, who was sitting there, had disappeared. W8, what's going on? Where did Lin Ray go? Xiefeng's heart sank when Lin Ray disappeared. At the same time, she kept asking herself where Lin Ray went. How? How can this be? Could it be? At this moment, she suddenly thought of her previous actions. She couldn't help but associate Lin Ray's disappearance with the energy that she had used on him. Of course, she didn't mean that Lin Ray would die because of that energy. She was afraid that Lin Ray would share the burden with her because of that energy, and the two of them would no longer have any connection in the future. At this moment, Xiefeng panicked. She was afraid and regretful. She was afraid that Lin Ray would leave just like that and ignore her in the future. However, in a mountain forest not far from here, the Lin Ray that she was looking for was currently carrying a huge four-legged demonic beast that looked like a rhinoceros on his back. He was currently walking in her direction. Along the way, Lin Ray was happily singing a little tune. If those old ancestors and disciples of the sects in the outer layer of the divine realm were to see Lin Ray's current appearance, they would probably go crazy. After all, in their minds, Lin Ray was a demon that killed people without batting an eyelid. He was a devil, an Azura, a demon that could lock souls, and a demon that could kill gods and immortals. This demonic beast shouldn't taste too bad, right? Lin Ray, who was walking, turned his head and looked at the demonic beast on his back. For a moment, he was looking forward to the taste of roasted meat. However, he didn't know that because of his sudden disappearance, Xiefeng, who had just woken up, was already very anxious. At this moment, Xiefeng's entire body was emitting a dispirited aura. Her body was limp as she sat on the ground. Her face was filled with disappointment as she muttered to herself, "Could it be that I really did something wrong?" At this moment, Lin Ray, who was carrying the demonic beast's corpse, had already arrived behind her. However, when he saw her in such a state and her words, Lin Ray's dissatisfaction towards her disappeared in an instant. Looking at her, Lin Ray said, "Yes, you did something wrong. You have the cultivation of the sage realm. I'm only a god emperor with a low cultivation. You have such a huge amount of energy. If it was an ordinary god emperor, his body would have exploded and he would have died the moment he was imbued with energy. In the end, his meridians would have been damaged and he would have lost his cultivation. It wouldn't be too much to ask." Lin Ray. A scream came from Xiefeng's mouth. Whoosh! Xiefeng, who was screaming, bounced up from the ground in the blink of an eye. A phantom appeared, and her body was already hanging on Lin Ray's body. Their eyes met. Looking at Lin Ray, Xiefeng's dispirited aura and the disappointment on her face completely disappeared. Instead, she was filled with joy. "I won't mess around anymore. I won't." The way the evil phoenix was behaving, combined with her words, caused Linley to be stunned. A hint of redness crept onto his face from the evil phoenix's actions. Damn, it can't be. Lin Ray, who felt that something was wrong with himself, hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique and forcefully suppressed his abnormality. Kakik, A clear and melodious bell-like sound entered his ears at this moment. At this moment, Siefeng, who had her hands around Lin Rei's neck and her legs around Lin Rei's body, smiled happily when she felt Lin Rei's abnormality. Although Lin Rei used his cultivation to suppress his abnormality the moment it appeared, Siefeng was a sage state expert. She could still feel Lin Rei's abnormality. Little brother, what's wrong with you? Your heart is beating so fast, and your face is red. Are you sick? At this moment, Lin Rei really wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. He knew that Siefeng had already sensed something, and her words had already made the matter clear. However, Lin Rei really did not know how to deal with her. I'm going to roast the meat. After saying that, Lin Li forcibly activated his cultivation base. A trembling force appeared, expelling the evil phoenix from his body. Then, he fled like a wisp of smoke. Kikik! Laughter sounded again. Siefeng, who was shaken down by Lin Rei's cultivation, did not chase after Lin Rei. Instead, she stood where she was and watched Lin Rei's every move with a smile. Boom! At this moment, Lin Rei, who had escaped, found an open space and took out a dozen spiritual fruits and some spiritual herbs from his storage ring. He stuffed them all into the demonic beast's stomach. Then, the illusory spirit blood fire appeared and started to roast the demonic beast. Sizzle! The demonic beast that was enveloped by the illusory spirit blood fire felt uncomfortable. At this moment, sizzling sounds could be heard. Soon, a meaty aroma filled the air, mixed with the fragrance of fruits. On the other hand, the evil phoenix's mouth began to move after smelling the aroma. Its eyes were glued to the roasted meat in the illusory spirit blood fire. Its drooling face was exposed. After eating, we will immediately head to Jade City to participate in the alchemy conference. After that, I will go to the ancient corpse vault. You will wait in Jade City. The sudden sentence stunned Siefeng. However, she frowned and retorted, No, I will go with you to the alchemy conference and the ancient corpse vault. Whether you agree or not, I will follow you. At this moment, Siefeng's tone was firm, and there was no room for negotiation. Looking at Siefeng, Lin Rei sighed and said, Okay, don't you. Anyway, if you don't want me to go, I can go myself. You have to know that I dare and will do it. Lin Rei felt helpless after hearing Siefeng's words. Siefeng was right. He could not stop her at all. Sigh. Looking at her, Lin Rei sighed and shook his head. Then, he did not say anything. Just like that, Lin Rei did not stop Siefeng from making her decision. At the same time, he could not stop her. 5 minutes later, a meaty aroma filled the air. After smelling it, Lin Rei quickly put away the illusory spirit blood fire and turned around to pick up Siefeng. The meat is ready. Come and eat. After eating, we can go on our way. Siefeng was speechless after hearing Lin Rei's words. However, she still stood up and came to the side of the roast meat. Although his words were unpleasant, the charm of the roast meat had completely forgotten about Lin Rei's words. Chapter 711. Delicious, too delicious. Siefeng sat down and stretched out her hand. Suddenly, a knife made of spiritual energy appeared and chopped off one of the monster's legs. With a wave of her hand, the monster's leg fell into Siefeng's hand. Looking at the goblet of appetite in his hand, the evil phoenix started drooling. Without even thinking, he took a bite. Sizzle! Suddenly, oil splattered in all directions. In her hand, the oil on the monster's leg smoothed out the ice. The giant leg almost fell to the ground. A demonic phoenix's actions completely stunned the nearby Lin Li. This was the first time he had seen such a bold, unrestrained display of power. However, he saw a satisfied smile on Siefeng's face as she continued to stuff the meat into her mouth. Lin Rei suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. This feeling made Lin Rei a little uncomfortable. However, it was undeniable that at the very first moment, Lin Rei wanted to stay in this moment forever. However, The moment this thought arose, Lin Ray immediately killed it in the cradle. He knew that he cannot do this. He still had his blindness. His eyes had not recovered, and he had not avenged Hao Ian for destroying his eyes. He had not completed the mission in 100 years, and his cultivation had not reached the peak. He really wanted to waste everything he had done. Moreover, more importantly, if he did not hurry up and complete the mission in 100 years, he would die. He did not want to die. He still had a lot of things to do. He still had to protect his family, his lover, his son, and everything he wanted to protect. Phew. At this moment, Lin Ray thought a lot. Thinking about so many things, Lin Ray felt the burden in his heart become heavier. At this moment, he even felt like he was suffocating. Aren't you going to eat? At that moment, the evil phoenix, who was happily munching on a large piece of lotus flower, suddenly sensed Linley's odd behavior. It immediately stopped eating and turned to Linley. Yes, you go ahead, I don't really want to eat. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was brought back to reality by Xie Feng's words, smiled and said, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we'll leave this place. TSK, I know you're so long-winded. Looking at Linley, the demonic phoenix no longer paid him any attention. Once more, her gluttonous nature returned, and she simply couldn't stop eating. Lin Ray, whose heart had been heavy because of those heavy burdens, instantly relaxed a little when he saw Xie Feng like this. Time passed by slowly. An hour later, the 4-meter-long horned tiger was eaten clean by the slender and beautiful Xie Feng. Not bad. At this time, Xie Feng, who had just put down the last remaining bone, licked the meat oil on her fingers and nodded with a happy and satisfied smile. Ha. At this moment, Lin Ray was dumbfounded as he watched Xie Feng finish the entire horned tiger bite by bite. Even he would not be able to eat such a huge amount of food, and yet the evil phoenix still managed to finish it. What's wrong? You're not letting me eat this little thing? The look on Linley's face caused the delightful demonic phoenix to feel suspicious. No, I wouldn't dare. With that, Lin Ray stood up and straightened his messy clothes. Then, he lowered his head and said to Xie Feng, let's go. Since you're full, let's go back. We've wasted so much time here. It's time to go back to Qiong City. With that, he didn't wait for Xie Feng and walked toward the Danzong Sect's purple bamboo garden without looking back. Hey, wait for me. Lin Ray's sudden departure caught Xie Feng a little off guard. However, she didn't hesitate. She stood up and released her cultivation. In an instant, she disappeared from the spot and chased after Lin Ray. Demonic beasts usually had the habit of dozing off after eating their fill. Although the evil phoenix wasn't a demonic beast and was a divine beast, it was still a beast. Therefore, a wave of sleepiness surrounded the evil phoenix. In the purple bamboo garden, Chu Xi and Yun Kai sat cross-legged at the entrance and smiled at Chu Tiansheng. Master, young master isn't back yet. You come here 4 or 5 times a day. How could I lie to you? He's not here again. Then tell me, where did Cultivator Lin go? The alchemy conference is in less than a month. That supreme-level alchemist isn't here yet. Tell me, hearing her master's words, Chu Xi's smile widened. Master, don't worry. Young master is very punctual. Since he said he would go, there won't be a problem. Moreover, isn't it just an alchemy conference? I believe young master can win without any effort. You can rest assured. Oh, seeing his disciple's confident face, Chu Tianxing's worry inexplicably lessened at this moment. He knew the nature of his disciple, whom he had nurtured for 1,000 years. However, at the same time, he was worried. After all, this was related to the future development of the sect. How about this, master? You go back first. When young master comes back, I'll inform you. You see, you keep coming here and I've delayed your matters. I've wasted your time. What do you think? Hearing this, Chu Tianxing pondered for a moment. Then, he nodded and agreed. Okay, let's do that. But, the moment Cultivator Lin comes back, remember to inform me. Remember. Got it. Seeing her master so anxious, Chu Xi smiled bitterly. Okay, I'm leaving. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Chu Tianxing turned and walked out. At this moment, looking at her master's back, the tip of Chu Si's nose twitched. She quickly stood up and jumped behind Chu Tianxing. She silently followed behind him and sent him out of the bamboo garden. How could Chu Tianxing not know Chu Si behind him? Tears flowed from his old eyes. He looked just like a parent who was about to part with his child. His heart was filled with reluctance, but there was nothing he could do. Phew! At the door, Chu Tianxing didn't look back. With his back facing Chu Si, he let out a long breath. After forcing himself to calm down, he said, "Okay, you don't have to send me off. Remember, even if you follow Cultivator Lin, this is still your home. It is, and it will be in the future. I will always wait for you to come back." With that, without waiting for Chu Si to speak, Chu Tianxing disappeared at the door of the bamboo garden. Ooh! At this moment, the teary-eyed Chu Si couldn't see clearly. However, she still watched her master leave. Chu Si didn't say anything before he left. But in the next moment, Chu Si couldn't bear it anymore and let out a cry of pain. Woo-woo! Master! Master! At that moment, in Chu Si's mind, all the scenes of him being together with Chu Tianxing flashed through his mind. She was happy and unhappy. Happy, sad, and all kinds of memories and images swarmed into his mind like a swarm of bees. Sigh. At this moment, in the bamboo garden, Yin Kai was standing behind Chu Si. Seeing her fiancé in such a state, her heart was filled with torment and pain. At this moment, she even began to pray that she could share this pain with Chu Si. Hey, Lin Ray, you damn, what's going on? At this moment, not too far away from the bamboo garden, Linley and Demonic Phoenix, who had just returned from the back mountains, saw each other. Demonic Phoenix was just about to say something when Linley cursed. What's wrong? Lin Ray's words piqued Xie Feng's curiosity. She immediately raised her cultivation and stood side by side with Lin Ray. She looked at the bamboo garden and saw Chu Si standing there with tears in her eyes. Damn, it can't be, right? Seeing this scene, Xie Feng was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Maybe what you saw is like this. With that, Lin Ray walked towards Chu Si. He didn't know what was going on, but he had thought that if Chu Si was being bullied, he would fight back. After all, if she was bullied after following him, then it wouldn't be a slap to Chu Si's face, but a slap to his. What's going on? At this moment, Lin Ray, who had come to Chu Si's side, had already retracted his warm aura. At this moment, he was exuding a suffocating cold aura. This aura would make any cultivator below the God Emperor realm tremble and stiffen. Of course, if they were below the God Emperor realm, it would be even more obvious. If it was a light case, they would become retarded, and if it was a heavy case, they would die. This was because Lin Ray had already activated his killing intent. One should know that once Lin Ray activated his killing intent, millions of corpses would fall. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and bones would clatter. Young master? The sudden voice caused Chu Si, who was crying, to be stunned. When she saw that the person who had come was Linley, who had disappeared for a period of time, Chu Si immediately stopped crying. She wiped away the tears on her face and hurriedly bowed. Tell me, who bullied you? Tell me. I will kill them in a matter of minutes. Hearing Lin Ray's words, Chu Si looked at him in confusion. She said, No one bullied me. No one. His divine sense observed Chu Si's expression and every move. His face was full of confusion. If no one bullied you, then why are you crying? Tell me, don't be afraid. Even if this isn't our Xuanzong sect, even if this is the Danzong sect, as long as you tell me who bullied you, I will kill them. Even if I can't. Isn't there still Xie Feng? That's right. Tell me, who is it? At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words, Xie Feng hurriedly stepped forward and puffed out her voluptuous chest. Her face was full of disdain. Hearing this, Chu Si was stunned. She didn't know what to say. The scene was silent. No one said anything. They just looked at each other blankly. At this moment, while everyone was still in a daze, a voice suddenly sounded. Instantly, Lin Ray was embarrassed. Young Master, Senior CFO, both of you have misunderstood. At this moment, Yun Kai, who had been standing in the bamboo garden, saw this scene and hurriedly stepped forward to explain. It's like this. This was how Cloudy explained the entire situation. At this moment, Linley and Demonic Phoenix both smiled awkwardly and politely, causing Cloudy and Chu Ci to feel the urge to laugh out loud. A few minutes later, Yin Kai told Linley the entire story without missing a single word. By then, Linley was also aware of the situation. In an instant, he snapped at Chu Ci. I say, kid, can't you be a little more manly? It's not like we'll never see each other again. Do you have to cry like that? You made me think that you were bullied. Yeah, 6 at this moment, CF Fong also said, in the future, let's make things clear first. You made us look like idiots just now. With that, CF Fong left. She walked towards the bamboo garden. At this moment, although the two of them seemed to be reprimanding each other, in the eyes of Chu Ci and Yun Kai, their hearts were radiating warmth. They knew that Lin Ray and Yun Kai were only acting this way because they were afraid that they would be bullied. I'm sorry. I was wrong. It won't happen again. At this moment, seeing Lin Ray and Yun Kai like this, Chu Ci scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. That's enough. Seeing Chu Ci like this, Linley said, the matter is over. Don't bring it up again. Today's matter is only known to the 4 of us. If I hear it from a 5th person, A moment ago, he was full of concern, but the next second, he threatened. Yes. Yes, I understand. Seeing this master of his acting this way, he felt helpless. Although he seemed to be speaking softly, he didn't feel any coldness at all. Okay, since that's the case, go pack up and we'll set off for Cheongzhou. Now. At this moment, Lin Ray was simply speaking the truth. Chu Ci wasn't prepared at all. Previously, he had promised his master to inform Lin Ray as soon as he returned, but now, not bad? After hearing Yun Kai's words, he immediately understood what was going on. I know your master asked you to inform him, but I have my reasons for doing so. With that, Lin Ray's divine sense locked onto Chu Ci. With a serious expression, he said, since you've recognized me as your master, and this is the alchemy conference, I plan to arrive at Cheongzhou City in advance and teach you the techniques, knowledge, recipes, and experience of alchemy. Of course, if you don't want to learn, I can I want to learn. Young master, I want to learn. I really want to. At this moment, Chu Ci didn't care about the task Chu Tiansheng had given him. At this moment, he only wanted to arrive at Cheongzhou City as soon as possible. Then, he would start learning Lin Ray's alchemy skills. Seeing Chu Ci's current appearance, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Ray was very pleased with his thirst for knowledge. Chapter 712. All right, go and pack up. After saying these words to everyone, Linley himself didn't move. He just stood there, waiting for them to come. Apart from Lin Ray, the other 3 people walked into the room and came out after a while to look at them. Lin Ray smiled and didn't say anything. He leaped up and flew in the direction of the Danzong sect. At this moment, Chu Tiansheng was in the main hall, waiting for his disciple to send him a message. However, he didn't know that Chu Ci had already brought Lin Ray to Jade City ahead of time. Jade City was a lawless area. All the big sects and guilds had their own encampments there. Even some small sects had their own encampments there. To put it nicely, Jade City was a place where cultivators gathered. To put it bluntly, Jade City was a place where cultivators gathered. In this place, whether it was trading, shops, alchemy, or selling pills, there were all kinds of businesses. Here, there were people who occupied, killed, and robbed. It could be said that this place was not inferior to an advanced cultivation world. Of course, there were also ordinary people in Jade City. There were no restrictions on killing or robbing in this city. However, these 2 things weren't allowed. This was a rule that all the big sects, guilds, and small sects had come to an agreement. That was, no one was allowed to harm ordinary people in Jade City. If someone violated this rule, the person who did it would become the public enemy of all the cultivators in Jade City. They would be hunted to the ends of the earth and wouldn't stop until they were killed. If the person who killed was a disciple of a sect or guild, his sect or guild would take the initiative to remove him from the sect and personally issue a kill order to kill him. It was also because of this that Jade City became a lawless area. Here, you could squander as much as you wanted. It could be said that this was a money-squandering den for all the big sections. Outside Jade City, there was a blind young man holding a water-patterned folding fan in his hand. Although he couldn't be described as handsome, his light red eyes and his white and slightly purple hair made him stand out in the crowd. At this moment, there were two women and a man following behind the young man. The man looked delicate and had a scholarly air about him, giving people the impression that he was a well-read person who was not good at cultivation. As for the two women, one of them was dressed in fiery red. Her face was covered with a piece of red cloth, but her figure was indescribably good. Just by looking at her figure, she was able to attract the attention of the surrounding people, and all of them were focused on her. As for the other woman, she also had a similar figure and was extremely beautiful. However, her expression was ice-cold, giving off a feeling that she was unapproachable and unapproachable. "Young master, we've arrived at Jade City." At this moment, the young man behind him stepped forward and spoke. "Yes, got it." Hearing this, the young man opened his fan. Because of his scholarly robes and his blindness, he gave off an extremely weak and flawless feeling. "Hey, Lin Ray, what are we doing now?" At that moment, the red-clothed woman behind him spoke. Her tone was filled with displeasure. These four people were none other than Lin Ray's group from the Danzong sect. At this moment, Lin Ray, who was walking forward, heard Xie Feng's words and stopped. He turned around and stared at her with his divine sense. With a smile on his face, he said, "Let's enter the city and have some fun during this time." Really? Some people were happy about Lin Ray's words, while others were confused. For example, when Hong Lian heard Lin Ray's words, her displeasure was written all over her face. But when she heard Lin Ray's words, she was instantly excited to the point where she could not suppress her excitement. Of course, Xie Feng was excited, but Chu Xi was confused. She looked at Lin Ray in disbelief, as if to say, "Are you serious?" I'm only talking about Xie Feng, Yun Kai, and me. As for you, Chu Xi, before the alchemy conference begins, you must learn what I taught you and refine a trace of the illusory spirit blood fire I gave you. If you can refine it, there will be some earth-shaking changes in your alchemy. "Oh, I understand." Hearing this, Chu Xi nodded. Although she was a little disappointed when she thought about the fact that she would be able to see her grade, her disappointment disappeared at this moment. "Okay, since that's the case, let's go." Seeing that no one had any objections and that the division of labor was completed, Lin Ray did not linger any longer. Instead, he led the group to the city gate of Jade City. At this moment, the city gate was different from other cities. There were no guards here. It was open all day, and no one was in charge of it. When Lin Ray arrived at the city gate, he couldn't help but stop for no other reason. It was because in the past, whenever he entered a city, he would be cut down by people looking for trouble. Regarding this, even Lin Ray himself was a little puzzled. He didn't know if he had a bad constitution or something, but it was always like this. At this moment, without these people blocking the way, he was actually a little unaccustomed. When Chu Xi, who was following behind him, saw Lin Ray stop, she thought that he was sighing at the grandeur of Jade City's city walls. However, she didn't know that Lin Ray's stop had nothing to do with her appearance. Of course, after the pause, Lin Ray resumed his movement. He led Chu Xi into this place that was commonly known as the Three Unregulated Places. The three unregulated places were places that would not be managed by the Empire, the sects, or anyone else. I'm here. 10,000-year-old blood, Lingji mushroom. 10,000-year-old blood, vermilion fruit. Only 100 low-grade, divine crystals. If you miss this village, you won't find the shop again. Mid-grade divine weapon, great discount. 3,000 mid-grade divine crystals, great discount. I'm here. At this moment, Lin Ray's group, who had just entered the city, heard the voices hawking the heavenly treasures that they were talking about. For a moment, Lin Ray's face revealed a trace of a smile. A 10,000-year-old blood Lingji mushroom. TSK, TSK, TSK. This thing is not bad. Of course, this was merely not bad. If this was 1,000 years ago when Lin Ray had just entered the divine world, this 10,000-year-old blood Lingji mushroom would still be a little attractive. But now, that was not necessarily the case. At this moment, Chu Ci, who was standing behind Lin Ray, after hearing Lin Ray's words, she immediately took a step forward and asked, "Young master, why don't I go and buy it? This 10,000-year-old blood Lingji mushroom is indeed not bad. It can be used to refine the burning flame pill. It is effective even for divine monarchs." The moment Chu Ci's words left her mouth, she was rejected by Lin Ray's silence and helplessness. Behind her, Xiefeng rolled her eyes at her. "Sigh, Chu Ci, can you not be so honest?" Looking at her, Lin Ray really did not know what to say, but he had to say it. "You are now an emperor-grade alchemist. Although this 10,000-year-old blood Lingji mushroom is not bad, can't you feel the aura of the 10,000-year-old blood Lingji mushroom?" Hearing this, Chu Ci doubtfully extended her divine sense and probed the blood Lingji mushroom. Damn, this guy is selling fake medicine? At this moment, she understood the meaning behind Lin Ray's words. She lowered her head in shame and lost her previous enthusiasm. "Actually, it's nothing. Moreover, I have no intention of buying it. You should know that although the ingredients used by honor-grade alchemists are not the best in the world, it is still not something a small blood Lingji mushroom can compare to." "Yes, I understand, young master." At this moment, Chu Ci, who had finished speaking, did not say anything else. What he had done just now had instantly knocked his confidence to the bottom of the valley. "Ci, it's okay. Young master still has a lot of things. As long as you study diligently, you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future. I believe in you." Can I?" Hearing the words of comfort from her fiancé, Chu Ci, who had been at the bottom of the valley, regained a trace of confidence. "Yes, of course you can. Your achievements in the Tao of Alchemy are far more than this. I believe that you will definitely become a great alchemist in the future." "Yes, I understand." At this moment, hearing Lin Ray's words of comfort and affirmation, Chu Ci's confidence was instantly restored. In fact, it was even greater than before. Seeing this, Lin Ray smiled and did not say anything else. "Fisk, these two idiots are daydreaming. Great alchemists? I think they are more like egg-laying masters. Yeah, look at them. They don't have any cultivation at all. I'm afraid they are not cultivators, but ordinary people. Yeah, what alchemists? I'm afraid they don't even know the meaning of being an alchemist." At this moment, the discussions of the passers-by were heard. For a moment, Lin Ray and the others, who had heard all these discussions, were speechless. That's enough. Don't cause trouble." Sensing Chu Ci's rage, just as he was about to attack, Lin Li's face was as calm as a spring breeze. "Let's go. There is no need to argue with them. As long as you know it, it is fine. They're just passing dogs barking randomly. There's no need for you to get entangled with dogs." Ha! Lin Ray, you are so naughty." Hearing Lin Ray's words, Xiefeng and the other two standing behind him smiled. As for Chu Ci's previous annoyance, it disappeared in an instant. "Let's go." As he spoke, Lin Li didn't say anything else. He just continued to walk forward. On the way, he saw all sorts of hawkers and all sorts of shops. What's more, within these shops, Lin Li saw something which he detested: a slave market. Lin Ray had always been very resistant to the slave trade. Although he had been in the world of cultivation for more than 2,000 years, his earliest memories and instincts were the 9 years of service and learning after that. Therefore, he was resistant to the slave trade from the bottom of his heart. But even so, he knew that he could not do anything about it. After all, This was too far away from the planet he was born on. He could not change anything. The most he could do was to buy a few slaves, but this could only treat the symptoms and not the root cause. 100 Treasures Pavilion? At this moment, Xiefeng's words attracted Lin Rei's attention. He immediately used his divine sense to look at the signboard of the 100 Treasures Pavilion above his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's not simple. Looking at the 3 golden words of the 100 Treasures Pavilion above his head, Lin Rei could easily feel the huge sword essence that penetrated from the words. In this regard, Lin Rei knew that he was no match for it. After all, he was not good at swords at all. However, he was confident that if his doppelganger Sakura was here, although he could not see the sword essence, it would be very difficult for him. After all, he had eaten the sword-breaking pill. What's wrong, young master? Is there something wrong? Behind him, Chu Si saw Lin Rei stop and stepped forward to ask. Nothing, I just feel that the 100 Treasures Pavilion is not simple. Having said that, Lin Rei pointed to the signboard above his head and said, Look, just the signboard alone has such a vast and majestic sword essence. I'm afraid that the person who opened the 100 Treasures Pavilion must have a very deep understanding of swordsmanship. Haha, young master is right. The founder of the 100 Treasures Pavilion is indeed best at using swords. Chu Si replied with a smile. Oh, tell me about it? Having said that, Lin Rei pricked up his ears and listened attentively. The founder of the 100 Treasures Pavilion is none other than the Sword Sect, one of the equipment refining sects. No wonder. After listening to Chu Si's explanation, Lin Rei smiled and said, In that case, let's go. Since it's the Sword Sect's place, let's go in and see what the 100 Treasures Pavilion is like. Let's see if there's anything that can satisfy me. Having said that, Lin Rei stepped forward and entered the 100 Treasures Pavilion. At this moment, Lin Rei had no cultivation at all. He was no different from an ordinary person. At the same time, he did not want to know what it meant to kill without batting an eyelid, and was called a devil by others. At this moment, he wanted to know what it meant to be a weak scholar, gentle and elegant. The only thing he lacked was his eyes. Let's go. Behind him, Chu Si and the other 2 saw Lin Rei's actions and did not say anything. They followed him. The moment Lin Li entered the 100 Treasures Pavilion, he didn't think that these words were comparable to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. In his opinion, these words were no longer comparable to the decorations here. Tens of thousands of years old warm jade, golden sandstone crystal used to refine divine weapons, and various other treasures that even Lin Rei coveted. It did not matter if they were refining weapons. They were refining pills, setting up formations, and writing runes. There were all kinds of cultivation methods, spiritual spells, battle techniques, and especially rare illusions here. At this moment, Lin Rei suddenly felt that compared to the 100 Treasures Pavilion, the 9 Heavens Trading Company that he operated before and now operated by his sect were simply small businesses. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking at the dazzling array of items around him, Lin Rei was slightly excited. Blind man, what are you doing here? Just as Lin Rei was exploring the surroundings with his divine sense, a very unsuitable voice sounded. Suddenly, no matter whether it was him or the people who were admiring the items, all stopped. At this moment, all of them came to a halt. All of their gazes were focused on Lin Li. It's okay. Chu Si, who was following behind Lin Rei, saw this scene and suddenly, he could no longer suppress his anger. He wanted to go forward and teach the person who spoke a lesson. However, at the moment when he used his strength and cultivation, Lin Rei stopped him with the folding fan in his hand. Chapter 713. Lin Rei's face was calm. He used his divine sense to look at the man who spoke. Judging from his clothes, he did not look like a rich man or a disciple of a big sect. His bodyguard was also mediocre. Oh, I want to ask, who are you? Me? I'm the son of the manager of 100 Treasures Pavilion. At the same time, I'm also a servant here. The young man's face was full of pride, as if he was talking about something amazing. Hearing his words, Lin Ray was stunned. The son of the manager of 100 Treasures Pavilion and a servant of 100 Treasures Pavilion. Was this something to be proud of? After listening to him, Lin Ray calmly stepped forward to the man's side and sneered, "You're really something. The son of the manager of 100 Treasures Pavilion. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought 100 Treasures Pavilion was yours. What right do you have? You're just a servant. What right do you have to decide if someone can enter 100 Treasures Pavilion?" As he spoke, Linley's face showed a hint of anger. "Even if you were, I'd say the same thing. You're open for business. How can you refuse a guest? Wouldn't this be the biggest joke in the world? Or you can say that you're ignoring us commoners because you have the support of the Sword Sect. Or what?" At this moment, every single word of Linley's was like a gem, and every single word was incisive. He didn't give that servant the slightest chance to retort. "Sigh, it seems that 100 Treasures Pavilion will be closed in the future. How can there be such a servant? Who will come back in the future? Really? Yeah. Isn't it obvious that they're looking down on us? TSK, TSK, TSK. That's right. Look at them. Even a blind person knows to come and patronize their business. How shameless." Sounds of discussion, cries of injustice for Linley, and cries of indignation rang out at this moment. Of course, there were some who pitied Linley and voiced their indignation, while there were also some who stood there with the attitude of watching a good show, smiling as they watched this scene. At this moment, the man who had severely injured Lin Ray earlier looked at the discussions around him and saw Lin Ray's unyielding attitude. For a moment, he, who had previously been full of disdain, became timid. But at the same time, besides being timid, there was also endless humiliation. He hated the person in front of him very much. Originally, it was a very simple matter, but now, the person in front of him had turned it into the current situation. At this moment, he could vaguely sense that the blind young man before him was no ordinary person. At the same time, after Lin Ray came in, he repeatedly probed with his spiritual consciousness, but he didn't sense any spiritual chi fluctuations from the people behind him. Therefore, the man's mind was filled with resentment. He stood up and threatened, "You, brat, let me tell you, the place you are in now is my territory. As long as I say the word, you can forget about leaving here alive." As he spoke, the corners of the man's mouth curled up into a threatening smile. He then continued, "Of course, if you kneel down and beg for mercy, lick my shoes, and shout loudly that I was wrong, perhaps I will spare you on account of you calling me Grandpa." "Oh, what are you shouting for? Grandpa, I was wrong." Instantly, the moment the man spoke, the people around him, including Lin Ray, all revealed mocking smiles. Seeing them like this, the man was puzzled. "TSK, my good grandson, it's great that you can learn from your mistakes. However, I don't dare to acknowledge someone as unfilial as you." Once these words were spoken, even the stupidest person would know why the people around him were laughing. Immediately, the man's face turned red with shame and anger. At this moment, a murderous aura was brewing in his heart. His killing intent was triggered. As someone who did not live a good life since he was young, but he lived a better life than the commoners. Since he was young, he had become a playboy. At this moment, he felt that his dignity and face had suffered a serious blow. Lin Ray was very sensitive to murderous aura. At this moment, when he felt the man's murderous aura, Lin Ray knew that this person couldn't be left alive. Although his cultivation was pitifully low, he wanted to kill. This was the thing he shouldn't touch the most. Ha ha, kid, you're dead. The man raised his head and revealed a maniacal smile. In his eyes, murderous aura flashed and disappeared. "Oh, are you sure?" Lin Ray didn't care about his threat at all. Coincidentally, he was also feeling bored. Originally, he didn't know what to do. But now, Lin Ray didn't feel bored at all. Just you wait." Seeing Lin Ray's carefree attitude, the man glared at Lin Ray fiercely. Then, he turned around and walked into the inner hall. After a while, when the man reappeared, he was followed by 2 elders and a few middle-aged disciples. At this moment, the old man's face was filled with displeasure, and the middle-aged men behind him were clenching their fists. coupled with the smug smile on the man's face, Lindley immediately knew what was going on. At this moment, the people who were watching the show became even more excited. After all, this was a rare event. How could they let it go? They retreated to the side to prevent the aftermath of the battle from hurting them. At the same time, they found a comfortable place to sit down and watch the show. Linray also found a place to sit down. His face was calm, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Director Young, it's them. They're the ones who said that the 100 Treasure Pavilion is a fake and that it's rotten on the inside. They said something about killing people and stealing treasures. They slandered the 100 Treasure Pavilion and even the Sword Sect. What? It's him. At this moment, the two elders who were leading the group heard the man's words. They glared at the blind young man who was sitting on the stairs and the two women and one man behind him. They didn't hide the anger on their faces at all. Taking a step forward, the two old men arrived in front of Lindley. Looking at him, one of the old men was the first to ask, "Kid, was what that kid said true? Did you insult the Sword Sect and the 100 Treasure Pavilion?" "Yes, I did." At this moment, Lin Ray didn't look like he wanted to hide anything. His original intention was to make a big deal out of this matter and have some fun. How could he lie? He wanted to kill. He wanted to kill everyone who wanted to kill him. Although I, Lin Ray, am not a good person, I can't let people slander me like this. Before the elder could speak, Lin Ray spoke in a tough tone. He didn't look guilty at all. At this moment, the elder hesitated. Although he cared about the reputation of the Sword Sect and the 100 Treasure Pavilion, he couldn't make a conclusion based on one person's words. As the saying goes, ask a tiger for its skin. If the 100 Treasure Pavilion has people like him, even if it didn't have me, Lin Ray, it would have Zhao Lei and Zhou Lei. Oh, hearing this, the expression on the face of the old man called Director Yang eased up. Hearing this, even the stupidest person would know that there was something fishy going on. Although they weren't sure, there was no harm in hearing it. As for the words of the person who went to complain, they couldn't be completely trusted, but they couldn't be disbelieved either. "May I ask, little brother, what is the reason for this?" At least you have sensible people here." At this moment, Chu Si, who was standing on the side, heard the elder's question. He didn't ask for Lin Ray's permission and directly responded. Please enlighten me." At this moment, when the elder heard Chu Si's words, he understood that the man in his shop was in the wrong first, and it was a big mistake. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't be so tough. As for him, he had already become a tool for his revenge. At this moment, the old man came to a realization and was immediately enraged. To think that he, a director of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, was being used as a tool by his subordinate. How could he not be angry? It's like this. Just a while ago, my young master and I. Just like this, Chu Si told him what happened after he and the others entered the shop. He told the elder everything in full detail. On the other hand, the man who made things difficult previously thought that he could teach the people who humiliated him a lesson today, or even kill them. However, now that he saw Director Yang's expression become uglier and uglier, his heart skipped a beat and a bad premonition arose spontaneously. After about a few minutes, Director Yang roughly understood what had happened after listening to Chu Si's words. At the same time, he realized that the whole thing was his shop's fault. For a moment, Director Yang lowered his head with guilt and shame and said, "How about this? This old man will sell the things you bought in the 100 Treasure Pavilion today at a 30% discount. Take it as an apology from the 100 Treasure Pavilion. Is that okay?" Hiss. 30% discount? Oh my God. I didn't expect something like this to happen today. 30% discount, what does that mean? Yeah, wouldn't it be great if you gave it to me? I have a lot of things I want to buy. At this moment, when they heard the old man say 30% discount, for a moment, the surrounding people who were originally waiting to watch a good show began to discuss noisily. Unwilling, regretful, shocked, envious, and all kinds of complicated gazes were focused on the blind young man at this moment. At this moment, everyone was waiting for Lin Ray's reply. They wanted to see how Lin Ray would respond. Not only them, but Director Yang was also waiting. He knew that he was in the wrong, so he could only use this as an excuse to settle the matter. 30% discount. At this moment, Lin Ray opened his mouth. However, his tone was filled with disdain. This young man doesn't care. What the F asterisk CK? At this moment, Lin Ray's words aroused public anger. At the same time, Director Yang was also dissatisfied. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. He never thought that the young man in front of him would be like this. You have to think carefully. A 30% discount has never appeared in our 100 Treasure Pavilion. If it wasn't for, although I don't want the precious 30% discount you speak of, I want something else. I wonder if you can give it to me? Before Director Yang could finish his words, Zhang Xian said. Before Director Yang could finish speaking, Lin Ray spoke first. Oh, what is it? Director Yang's heart was filled with doubts. He really wanted to know what it was that could be more important than the 30% discount offered by the 100 Treasure Pavilion. It wasn't just him. At this moment, the surrounding people didn't hesitate to release their cultivation and use their divine sense and hearing to get an answer. Feeling the doubts of the people around him, Lin Ray opened his mouth and said, I want him. As he spoke, Lin Li pointed at the man behind him, the man who had severely injured him. At this moment, Lin Ray only wanted him. Not for anything else, but for the fact that Lin Ray wanted to kill him before. Lin Ray couldn't let him live. As the saying goes, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. Being merciful to the enemy is hurting yourself. Lin Ray didn't want this to happen. F asterisk CK, don't stop me. I'm going to kill you. 30% discount. You're really wasting God's gift. At this moment, after everyone heard Lin Ray's words, they were stunned at first. But when they came back to their senses, some of them couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to rush forward and crack open Lin Ray's head. They wanted to see what he was thinking. Are you sure? At this moment, Director Yang recovered from his speechlessness. He didn't expect Lin Ray to make such a request. I'm sure. Give his person to me. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with you. Do you agree or not? No, Director Yang, my father is the manager here. You can't give me to them. If you give me to them, I will definitely lose my life. I was wrong. I was wrong. Director Yang, I beg you. Please, for the sake of my father, sacrificing his life for the 100 Treasure Pavilion, please spare me. Fear filled his entire body. At this moment, the man was scared. He was really scared. He knew that if he was taken by the blind young man, he wouldn't be able to live to see the sun tomorrow. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. As long as he wasn't taken, even if he was punished, he would still have a chance to be rewarded. If he was really given to the blind young man, he wouldn't even be able to save his own life. There was no need to talk about revenge. However, Director Yang was curious and didn't see the man begging for mercy. At this moment, he just wanted to confirm if Lin Ray was telling the truth. I'll ask you again. Are you sure you only want him? You don't want anything else? Sigh. Seeing how long-winded Director Yang was, Lin Li let out a sigh. Filled with helplessness, he said, Really? As long as you give him to me, I don't want anything else. In addition, today's matter can be written off. Okay, I agree. After receiving confirmation, Director Yang naturally agreed. This way, not only would the matter be resolved, but he wouldn't lose the interest of the 100 Treasure Pavilion. As for the man's vacancy, he believed that many people would want to work here. No, Director Yang, my father is the manager. You can't do this. At this moment, the man went crazy. He knelt on the ground and hugged the old man's leg tightly. On his face, tears and snot mixed together. It was impossible to tell the two apart. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they felt that it was meaningless. Moreover, what they had imagined didn't happen. After losing the attraction, the crowd dispersed and busied themselves with what they had to do. Those who had to buy things went shopping. Those who had to shop went shopping. It was as if nothing had happened before. Go! At this moment, Lin Ray said to Chu Si, who was behind him. Immediately, Chu Si stood in front of the man and lifted him up. Then, she walked towards the door. No! Director Young, I was wrong. Please save me. I. Following the man's pleas for help and his tearful expression, the two of them finally disappeared from the 100 Treasure Pavilion. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.